Family Immortal Cultivation. Starting as a spiritual farmer, this video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 676, Spiritual Plant Planning. At this time, on the top of the moon mountain of the Jiu family mountain, Ling Pengyun stood under the third-grade lower-grade spiritual apricot tree, with a brilliant look between his eyebrows. According to the superior third-grade lower-grade spiritual plant inheritance given to Ling Pengyun by the Kanglan Baha'i sect, if the fruit tree spiritual seeds that can increase lifespan are used as the life spirit plant, a huge amount of lifespan will be fed back. Ling Pengyun was very tempted by this. It just so happened that the sect's profound third-grade lower-grade spiritual plant inheritance recorded a method that can assist the spiritual apricot tree in breeding spiritual seeds. However, it is extremely difficult to let such a fruit tree that can produce things that increase lifespan breed spiritual seeds. It takes at least twice as long as the same grade spiritual plants to breed spiritual seeds, and there is a 30% chance that such a spiritual apricot tree will breed spiritual plants. For this spiritual apricot tree with a grade as high as the third grade lower grade, it will take at least 72 years for this tree to breed a spiritual seed. It only takes 36 years for an ordinary third-level spiritual plant to breed a spiritual seed. Although 72 years is a long time, the spiritual seed of this tree is extraordinary, and it is worth my weight, and it will not affect my spiritual planting path. After a few years, when my second life spiritual plant, Lingxiao blue cloud grass, enters the golden core stage, I can still enter the third-level spiritual planting stage. As for the progress of the frost spirit tree seed breeding method that I have used on the third-level lower-grade family spiritual tree, the frost spirit tree, for more than 10 years, it is estimated that in more than 20 years, the frost spirit tree will be able to breed a frost spirit seed. By then, if the frost spirit tree's spiritual seed can really be bred, it can be left to Wanchuan, another member of the family who has the hope of entering the third level in spiritual planting besides me. Since Ling Pengyun obtained the third level lower grade spiritual plant inheritance from Kanglan Baha'i sect more than 10 or 20 years ago, Ling Pengyun did not spend a few years to comprehend all the core inheritances in that inheritance. Now, only his life spirit plant was lagging behind. Although his first life spirit plant, the thorny vine, and the second life spirit plant, the Lingxiao blue cloud grass, both had the help of the yin-yang primordial key, and their cultivation speed was much faster than other spirit plants of the same level. But compared to cultivators, they were still a little slower. Over the years, the thorny vine was weaker than the Lingxiao blue cloud grass due to its own qualifications. At present, this vine's cultivation level was only at the 9th level of the foundation building. The Lingxiao blue rain grass had reached the peak of the 9th level of the foundation building. In a short time, this spirit plant could be upgraded to the golden foundation perfection. By then, Ling Pengyun would also assist it to break through the golden elixir realm first. In this way, Ling Pengyun could use the power of this spirit plant to become a third-level spirit plant husband. After all, if the spirit plant husband wants to improve his rank, the spirit plant cultivation and the spirit plant secret method are two necessary conditions. If one of the two is missing, the spirit plant rank will be stuck. Now, Ling Pengyun has encountered such a situation. With his distracting thoughts withdrawn, Ling Pengyun also used the secret method of spiritual plants to transplant a third-level low-grade spiritual apricot tree in front of him, put it into a soul-locking jade box and put it into the storage bag. Afterwards, he flew away from this area and went to the temporary residences of the two major forces, Qingshi Taoist Temple and Yaowang Valley, in Yuan State. He discussed with the leaders of these two forces, Qingshi Taoist and Yaowang's Henren, about borrowing the flying boat group to relocate mortals. Qingshi Taoist and Yaowang's Henren respected the Ling family, and they had long been irritated by the powerful and potential Ling family. Now that they heard that the Ling family was just borrowing the flying boat group to transport mortals, and that the Ling family would send them 500,000 mortals per family afterwards, they agreed to this good thing without any hesitation. At this time, the people of Yaowang Valley were temporarily stationed at the top of a third-level spiritual mountain. Medicine King Immortal looked at Ling Pengyun, who turned into a light and left in the sky, and there was a little more fear between his brows. This fellow Ling is really terrifying. Counting the Jiu family and the Liang family this time, There are probably more than 4 righteous Jindan forces destroyed by the Ling family. Thinking of this number, Medicine King Immortal couldn't help but shudder. Fortunately, we united the front with the Ling family early on. Otherwise, I'm afraid that my Medicine King Valley would not have a good end now. 3 months passed quickly. The Chu family also gathered together. Although the Chu family is not strong, it has continued in this world of immortal cultivation for thousands of years. There have been Jindan cultivators protecting it in every generation. Therefore, although there are not many Jindan immortals in this family, and they can only maintain one, the number of low-level cultivators under this family is increasing day by day. Now, there are more than 5,000 members of the Chu family. And there are more than 2 million ordinary people under its command. This situation is already good among ordinary Jindan forces. Ling Pengyun used dozens of second-order medium-sized flying boats that he had collected from the Chu family's treasury to carry away more than 4,000 cultivators from the Chu family, leaving more than 1,000 cultivators to protect the more than 2 million ordinary people in this area to prevent them from being found by the demon cultivators. Afterwards, he led the Chu family cultivators to the Liang family's territory. The more than 8,000 cultivators of the Liang family also gathered in the Liang family's territory. Considering that the Liang family had a large number of ordinary people, nearly 5 million people, Ling Pengyun left 3,000 Liang family cultivators to protect the group of ordinary people, and the other 5,000 Liang family cultivators were taken away by flying boats. At the same time, he used a large group of flying boats to take away nearly 50,000 to 60,000 Liang family ordinary people, and Ling Pengyun then controlled the flying boat group to rush to the family. As he had expected before, it took him 3 months to lead the Liang family and the Chu family cultivators to drive the flying boat group back to the Lingxiao Mountains, where the Ling family's territory was located. After 5 years of not returning to the family remained the same as before, without much change. If there was any change, it might be that the family was getting better and better. His wife Yan Siai, who already had good aptitude and the help of the Yin-Yang Taichu, relied on a large number of cultivation resources to help her improve her cultivation from the 2nd level of Jindan to the 3rd level of Jindan. In addition, she also successfully comprehended a Jindan fire body cultivation method that she had learned from Zhuanayang sect in her early years, and relied on her strong physique tempered by thunder to become a true Jindan 1st level body cultivator. Originally, although she, like Ling Pengyun, had undergone thunder tribulation and had a physique comparable to that of a Jindan 1st level body cultivator, she did not master the method of body cultivation attack. Now that she has officially become a body cultivator, her strength has also greatly increased. With the help of several 3rd level middle and upper grade magic weapons on her body, her strength is even enough to be comparable to that of a Jindan 4th or 5th level cultivator. Ling Pengyun praised his wife Yan Siai and spent 3 days with her. Only then did he leave the gentle place and go to the elder Ling Pengyun to ask him about the family's situation in the past 5 years. According to the information summarized by the elder Ling Pengyun, the number of family members with Ling's bloodline has increased by more than 400 in the past 5 years. More than 500 casual cultivators above the middle stage of key training have also been recruited. The total number of family cultivators has therefore increased to more than 9,000. In addition, with the help of a large number of foundation-building spiritual objects refined by the 2 alchemists Ling Yunhong and Ling Chengxin, the family has also increased its foundation-building cultivators by 8 in the past 5 years. 4 of them are from the Ling family, and the other 4 are casual cultivators from the family's Foreign Affairs Hall. However, the more famous cultivators in the Foreign Affairs Hall have all been recruited by the Ling family as son-in-laws, and can be regarded as their own family members, and their seas of consciousness have all been set up by the Ling family cultivators with blood soul seals, which are means of controlling life. The Ling family's top leaders are not stupid. If those independent cultivators are unwilling to completely integrate into the Ling family will not spend resources to train them. The Ling family now has 81 foundation-building cultivators, of which the majority are Ling family members, about 40 or so, and the Ling family members' wives and sons-in-law add up to more than 40. Afterwards, Ling Pengyun explained the family's finances. When he learned from the great elder Ling Pengyun that the spiritual stones stored in the family's treasury had increased from more than 200,000 spiritual stones 5 years ago to more than 600,000 spiritual stones, even Ling Pengyun, who is at the 5th level of the Golden Collar, could not help but be delighted for a while. These spiritual stones are cash and can be purchased and used at will, which is different from those spiritual objects that are difficult to cash in a short time. If the tens of thousands of spiritual stones collected from the Jiu family and the Liang family are added, the spiritual stones that the family can currently use are as high as more than 700,000 spiritual stones. This is enough for any golden core power. A huge sum of money. If I sell the 2 lower grade, 3rd level magic weapons that I have looted from the storage bags of the 2 clan leaders of the Chu and Liang families, which are useless to my Ling family, I can get about 600,000 spiritual stones. In this way, the family can raise 1.3 million spiritual stones. If all of these spiritual stones are used to buy golden elixir spiritual objects, it should be enough to buy 4 copies. According to the current progress of the war between good and evil, there will not be any major changes in at least 3 years. It is time to go to the Immortal Cultivation world in the Boundless Sea to buy golden elixir spiritual objects. Thinking of this, Ling Pengyun's face became more joyful. He told the elder Ling Pengyun to arrange the group of Chu and Liang family cultivators brought back to the family this time, and to intersperse them with family members to supervise them, and then he called Ling Pengyun back. Then, he took out the 3rd level lower grade communication mirror from the storage bag. As the spiritual power flowed into it, after a while, the figure of Ling Pengyun, the first golden elixir seedling of the family, appeared in the treasure mirror. My dear, you are finally back to the territory of Yan State. I heard that Sister Sai said that you have been participating in the battle between good and evil in Yuan State in recent years. Are you safe these years? Have you encountered any changes? At this moment, Ling Pengyun also asked Ling Pengyun through the communication treasure mirror with a little concern. The communication range of the 3rd level lower grade communication treasure mirror is only 1 million miles. Therefore, Ling Pengyun, a cultivator who is in charge of the underground teleportation array deep in the barren land between Jiamang Lake and Jinjiao grassland, also guessed that Ling Pengyun had returned to the territory of Yan State. Everything is safe, Pengyun. How far have you comprehended the Zhuanyang meridian tempering method of Zhuanyang sect? Ling Pengyun said with a smile. Within half a year, I estimate that I will be able to comprehend this meridian tempering method to the 7th level, and have the meridian strength of the golden core realm in advance. Ling Pengyun was no longer surprised by Ling Pengyun's questions. Before the war between good and evil, Ling Pengyun, her brother who had a very good relationship with her, was like this. He would ask her about her cultivation progress whenever he had something to do. This has been the case for many years, and she did not hide it and told him everything. Ling Pengyun was delighted when he heard it. Ling Pengyun's cultivation level had been raised to the perfect foundation nearly 10 years ago. She had also comprehended the family's method of tempering consciousness to the great perfection, and had a golden core consciousness in advance. As long as half a year later, she practiced a meridian tempering method to the great perfection, and her probability of breaking through the golden core realm would increase by 20%. It can be said that half a year later is the best time for Ling Pengyun to break through. Chapter 677, Searching for the Golden Elixir with Senior Sister Wang Ying. Finally, I've waited for this day. Ling Pengyun sighed happily, and then asked Ling Pengyun in the territory through the communication mirror in his hand. Pengyun, if you comprehend the meridian tempering method to perfection in half a year, do you dare to rely on the family's Lingxiao Maturation Technique to increase the number of years to break through the realm and try to break through the Jinden realm? Ling Pengyun's figure on the communication mirror trembled, and her wrinkled face also ignited a touch of excitement that was difficult to conceal. When the little demons were in chaos, she used too many methods to enhance her strength, which led to the burning of too much lifespan. In fact, her lifespan should have been exhausted long ago. Over the years, she has been relying on various life-enhancing items that her family has searched for to survive. But over the years, she has basically eaten all the common and even some rare life-enhancing items on the market. Even so, she only has more than 10 years left to live. Once these 10 years of life are exhausted, she is afraid that it will be difficult to find other spiritual items, and she can only wait for death. Under such circumstances, with the hope of a breakthrough with the help of the golden elixir spirit, how could she miss it? Once successful, it can extend her lifespan by more than 300 years, and she will have a brighter future. Without much hesitation, Ling Pengyun, who had a strong desire to survive, answered solemnly. Mina, of course I dare. Ling Pengyun said with a smile when he saw this. Having this courage is enough, Pengyun. Now the family only has one golden elixir spiritual object, which is not enough to help you break through the golden elixir. Therefore, we still need to rush to the immortal world of the boundless sea in advance. In this way, I can have more time to search for golden elixir spiritual objects in various places in the boundless sea to help you break through the golden elixir realm. You comprehend the method of meridians, and I will find another place for you. After speaking, Ling Pengyun put away the communication mirror in his hand, and then he went to the family treasury to take away all the 700,000 spirit stones. After saying hello to the great elder Ling Pengyun and his wife Yan Siai, he rushed to the cave where the underground teleportation array was located in the barren land of Jiayamang Lake and Jinjiao grassland, found Ling Pengyun, and took her away from there. Afterwards, Ling Pengyun drove the family's flying boats, as well as the four major forces of the Liang family, the Chiu family, the Qingshi Taoist temple, and the Medicine King Valley, nearly 200 empty second-order medium-sized flying boats, and rushed to Qingshi Mountain in Yuan State, and found Ling Yanhuang who is recuperating in the mountain. After handing over the matter of relocating mortals to Ling Yanhuang, whose injuries were getting better, and asking him to take people to do it, he ordered the clansmen who participated in the battle between good and evil to stay in Qingshi Mountain and consolidate the foundation that was shaken by the forced use of the blood-burning method during the week period not long ago, and not to walk around, and not to rush to do the alliance mission to conflict with the demon cultivators. Only then did he feel at ease to take Ling Pengyun to the boundary of the boundless sea. As for the underground cave where the teleportation array was originally located, Ling Pengyun handed it over to the mutant spirit beast, three-eyed white fox, who had been learning the formation with Ling Pengyun for many years. After so many years, this three-eyed white fox, who already had extraordinary talent in formation, had already upgraded his formation to the second-level middle grade realm last year. Now, he can already skillfully arrange several second-level middle grade formations. His cultivation has also reached the fourth level of foundation building. If we count carefully, even if we include the family's guests with hundreds of skills, this fox's achievement in formation is enough to rank in the top 5. If we only count his own people, his formation is only lower than Ling Pengyun, a member of the Ling family. With the power of this fox, this place is inhabited by few people and is a desolate land. There is also a defensive formation here to hide the breath. I am afraid that even a cultivator in the early and middle stages of the Jinden stage will find it difficult to detect. Half a year later. Boundless Sea. Pengyun's secret realm. A beam of light quickly rushed to the depths of the secret realm. After a while, this beam of light landed on an island in a beautiful lake, revealing the figures of Ling Pengyun and Ling Pengyun. At this moment, a young female cultivator with a playful look pushed open the door of a bamboo building. The playful young female cultivator asked Ling Pengyun with a smile. "Junior brother, did you bring any good food for me, your senior sister?" Ling Pengyun smiled and patted the storage bag on his waist, taking out several large gift boxes with beautiful decorations. "Of course, how could I forget to honor my senior sister?" The playful young woman Wang Ying laughed loudly and put away all the gift boxes. "Ha ha ha, junior brother, you are thoughtful." Then, she turned her eyes and stopped at Ling Pengyun, who was old and standing next to Ling Pengyun. "Junior brother, is this female cultivator from your clan a golden elixir seedling? Are you planning to borrow the great lightning-inducing formation on the Danfeng peak of the sect to survive the thunder tribulation?" "Yes, this is my clan sister Ling Pengyun. But I don't have any golden elixir spiritual objects on me now. I brought my clan sister to the secret realm first because I thought it would be dangerous to bring my clan sister with me when I go out to buy golden elixir spiritual objects. The process of searching for golden elixir spiritual objects will take time, so I have to resort to this last resort. I hope that senior sister Wang Ying can help me take care of Pengyun while I go out to search for golden elixir spiritual objects." Ling Pengyun nodded without hiding his head. Upon hearing this, Wang Ying's eyes were fixed on the old Ling Pengyun. She was a spiritual plant husband and could clearly sense that Ling Pengyun's lifespan was not long. In this situation, it was not suitable to try to break through the golden elixir. However, when she thought of what Ling Pengyun had said before, that he had improved a profound method to improve the lifespan of cultivators, she understood. Then, she stopped caring about it and started talking with interest. "Junior brother, my wooden dragon will soon comprehend the methods of tempering the meridians and spiritual consciousness and can try to break through the golden elixir on its own. But to be on the safe side, I also plan to get a golden elixir spiritual object. In this way, If my wooden dragon fails to break through the golden elixir, I can use the golden elixir spiritual object to save its life and prevent it from being killed by the backlash of the failure to break through. It's just that the sect has produced many talents in recent years, and many disciples need golden elixir spiritual objects. Master has the authority to exchange golden elixir spiritual objects, and he helped you and junior brother Yun Hong and me break through the golden elixir in the early years. Under such circumstances, it is somewhat inappropriate for Master to ask the sect for golden elixir spiritual objects again. And with my own strength, I can't even get a number. The golden elixir spiritual objects that the sect has obtained in recent years have all been exchanged by other older golden elixir elders for the geniuses under their tutelage. It's difficult for me to get golden elixir spiritual objects in the sect. My cultivation is relatively low, only at the peak of the second level of the golden core. The other golden core elders of the sect rarely leave the secret realm. I want to find a companion to go to the outside world to buy golden core spiritual objects. Junior brother, how about you take me with you on your way to find golden core spiritual objects? As for Sister Penguin, she is one of our family members, so just do as you please. Master is in seclusion on the island, so nothing will happen. Hearing this, Ling Pengyun's expression moved slightly, and he looked at a certain place in the clear lake outside the island. If you use the pupil technique, you can see that there is a wooden dragon with perfect foundation building in the deep water of that place, sitting there with its eyes closed to practice. Ling Pengyun saw that its aura is indeed much stronger than that of ordinary perfect foundation building monsters, and his eyes also flickered with a light. This wood dragon has good aptitude, it is worthy of being a real dragon. I wonder how the fire dragon python in Pengyun's hand has improved. If the fire dragon python is too slowed down by the wood dragon, even if Pengyun's fire dragon python becomes a fire dragon, I'm afraid that the wood dragon will not be willing to practice with a fire dragon in the future to promote cultivation together. We must find a way to get some dragon things and help Pengyun's fire dragon python become a dragon as soon as possible. Although Ling Pengyun's fire dragon python had received most of the blood from the wood dragon in his early years, it was just a drop in the bucket. It only made Ling Pengyun's fire dragon python have more dragon blood in its body. The fire dragon python is still some distance away from becoming a dragon. The dual cultivation of Ling Pengyun's fire dragon python and Wang Ying's wood dragon was also an agreement made by Ling Pengyun, and Wang Ying in their early years. The prerequisite is that Ling Pengyun's fire dragon python can be transformed into a dragon first. Otherwise, the fire dragon python is not worthy of practicing with the wood dragon. Even if they practice together, the wood dragon would not be able to get much benefit from the fire dragon python with its low dragon bloodline. Having made up his mind, Ling Pengyun replied to Wang Ying. Sister, we can certainly find the golden core spirit object together. How about setting off immediately? In this way, we can find the golden core spirit object faster. Wang Ying was a little afraid that Ling Pengyun would refuse. After all, Ling Pengyun needed to buy the golden core spirit object herself. If she intervened, it would be like giving Ling Pengyun another competitor. At the same time, it would also add more trouble to Ling Pengyun. Under such circumstances, Ling Pengyun agreed to this matter, which was enough to show Ling Pengyun's broad mind. This also made Wang Ying think more highly of this junior brother. She also thanked Ling Pengyun. Junior brother, I'm sorry to trouble you with this matter. Ling Pengyun waved his hand and said with a smile. It's a small matter. Over the years, I have troubled my senior sister and master for help. We are family, so if my senior sister has any trouble in the future, just tell her. I will definitely help you if I can. Wang Ying, who is in a cold-blooded sect, heard these words, and her face was filled with joy. Master didn't misjudge junior brother Pengyun back then. This kind of character is really good. Afterwards, Ling Pengyun and others chatted for a few more words. Ling Pengyun and Wang Ying said goodbye to Ling Pengyun, and left a communication talisman to the master Bishu's Henrin who was in seclusion on the island. Then they left Bishu Island and Kanglin's secret realm together. Ling Pengyun then used magic to build a residence in a clean place on the island, and then entered it to practice in seclusion. Thanks to Book Friend 20,230,615,651, La Wingchen, Book Friend 201904052003342000, Book Friend 202211211500111765, Xin Mingjing for their monthly tickets. Thank you for your support. Chapter 678 Earth Soul Soil. The Boundless Sea Immortal Cultivation World. Among the 36 seas of the human race, it is deeper than the mountainous sea in the east. There is an island that covers millions of miles and is as big as the state of Yan, standing like a giant in the blue sea. From time to time, you can see a cultivator who has embarked on the path of Taoism, driving a flying magic weapon or riding a flying monster into the island, which makes this place extremely prosperous. This place is the Mountain Island, the most famous island in the Boundless Sea Immortal Cultivation world. The spiritual veins on the island are particularly rich, with nearly 100,000, and even 2 of the rare 4th-level spiritual veins in the world. It is said that the 2 4th-level spiritual veins are rare single-earth spiritual veins in the Boundless Sea Immortal Cultivation world. And this kind of treasure land is also the residence of the Mountain Immortal sect, a well-known old-fashioned Yin-Yang sect in the Boundless Sea Immortal Cultivation world. This entire mountain island, even the entire mountain sea area, and the vast sea area next door called Yanqiu are also the territory of this sect. It is also worth mentioning that this sect is very suitable for growing earth-related spiritual objects because it controls 2 4th-level earth spirit veins. Every year, this sect produces a large number of earth-related spiritual objects. In addition, among the 4 Yin-Yang in this sect, 2 of them mainly practice earth-related exercises, which makes this sect more popular. This sect is also praised by some cultivators in the Boundless Sea area as a holy place for cultivating earth-related exercises. At the same time, in the deep teleportation hall of the mountain market built on a 3rd-level upper-grade spirit vein, the residence of the Mountain Immortal sect, the southern border of the mountain island, a spiritual light suddenly flashed. When the spiritual light dissipated, the figures of 500 cultivators appeared in a teleportation room of the teleportation hall. A foundation-building cultivator of the teleportation hall, who had been waiting here for a long time, also greeted him with a smile. He slapped the storage bag on his waist, took out exactly 500 books from it, and used the art of controlling objects to hand them out to the monks present, while introducing them with a smile. Welcome all fellow Taoists to the first market under my Mountain Immortal sect, the Mountain Market. And that book records the situation of each store in my Mountain Market, as well as the general situation of the 2 sea areas of Shanaiu and Yanqiu under my Mountain Immortal sect. The territories of the major forces above the Jinden level and the small markets they opened are also marked on this sea map. If there are cultivators who intend to stay in my mountain and sea areas, they can also use the books I distribute to have a good time in my Mountain Immortal sect's territory. It is also worth mentioning that in 2 months, my sect will hold a medium-sized auction held once every 30 years in this mountain market. There will be a lot of good things at that time, and even some 3rd-level top-grade spiritual objects will appear. Fellow Taoists, don't miss this grand event. The book I gave to you fellow Taoists records a promotional picture of spiritual objects for the medium-sized auction in the near future. You can take a look first to see if there are any spiritual objects you like. Of course, if any fellow Taoist wants to use the teleportation array that our sect has set up here to go to other places, just tell me and exchange the spiritual stones. After saying that, this person stood aside honestly and said nothing more. After hearing what the monk in the teleportation hall said, the 500 cultivators who had just been teleported here began to look through the books in their hands, and found the spiritual object promotion picture that recorded the auction in the near future and looked at it carefully. After a while, there were constant exclamations here. I didn't expect that the auction held by the Mountain Immortal sect once every 30 years would be so grand. This time it's really the right time to come. Everyone looked like this because at this auction held once every 30 years in the mountain market, a full 55,000 spiritual objects would be auctioned. Among them, 50,000 spiritual objects are normal auction items, and the other 500 are the finale auction items. However, whether it is normal auction items or finale auction items, they are all relatively superior in the same level. Ordinary quality items will not be recorded on the auction promotion picture unless they are special. The spiritual objects of the finale were at least of the 2nd grade upper level, and there were hundreds of spiritual objects that had entered the 3rd level. There were even 2 rare ordinary golden elixir spiritual objects and 5 2nd grade golden elixir spiritual objects as the finale, but their types were not specified. In the crowd, a young man with an immortal style and a young female cultivator with an extraordinary temperament and a playful face looked at the golden elixir spiritual objects on the promotional picture, and their eyes flashed. They also secretly vowed in their hearts to buy at least 1 ordinary golden elixir spiritual object, As for the second-grade golden elixir spiritual objects with weaker effects, they did not have too many ideas. And these two people were Ling Pengyun and Wang Ying. A month ago, after the two left the secret realm from the small exit of the secret realm in the Dragon Scale Shark Sea area of the Demon Clan Sea area, they passed through the adjacent Angry Whale Market teleportation array, passed through the market opened by several Yuanying clans, and rented the teleportation arrays of those markets, and then came here. Wang Ying heard about the auction of gold and elixir spirit objects from the intelligence department of Kanglan Bahay sect. Although Kanglan Bahay sect was in a secret place due to the Saint Demon sect, and its disciples did not dare to go out in large numbers, Kanglan Bahay sect also deployed some forces in the outside world. The two of them were stunned for a while, and then followed the flow of people in the teleportation hall to leave this place and step onto the avenue of the mountain market. Perhaps because it was close to the mountain auction held once every 30 years, the mountain market was extremely lively at this time. The street, which was 10 meters wide, was full of cultivators. The shops on both sides of the street also heard the sound of selling, promoting the spirit objects in their own shops and the cheap prices of the spirit objects and other characteristics. Ling Pengyun listened to some rare first-level and second-level spirit objects that kept coming to his ears, and he became interested in the shops and the first large market under the mountain immortal sect. After all, he was not alone. His parents, his only son, and the rest of the Ling family were all practicing Qi and building foundations. If he could find some rare first and second-level spiritual objects, it would be of great help to his parents and others. Then, he asked Wang Ying, "Sister, I plan to go shopping in this market. Do you want to come with me?" When Wang Ying heard about the market, her eyes lit up and she nodded and agreed. "That's what I was thinking. This Shanaiyu market is one of the largest markets in the entire northern wilderness cultivation world, and it is enough to be ranked in the top 5. There are probably a lot of good things in those shops here. Junior brother Pengyun, come with me." After saying that, she took a step forward with an expectant look on her face, and walked along the avenue to the nearest department store named Shanaiyu. Ling Pengyun smiled and followed her into the store. This mountain department store is owned by the Mountain Immortal sect, and the fact that it can be placed next to the teleportation hall deep in the market is enough to show the value of this store. And this store is indeed worthy of its location, where every inch of land is worth a lot of money. Some of the first and second level spiritual objects sold in it are all of the best in the same level. Ling Pengyun saw many rare things that increase lifespan, spiritual materials for refining puppets, or second-level medium-sized flying boats, and even some spiritual seeds of first-level spiritual trees. These spiritual objects are all useful to the Ling family, and the price is nothing to Ling Pengyun, a giant in cultivator, so he spent nearly 10,000 spiritual stones to buy all the first and second-level spiritual objects he liked. Wang Ying also bought some rare second-level 5-element spiritual medicines and spiritual fruits, ready to use for her spiritual beasts in the foundation building stage. She is extremely talented in beast control, and is not inferior to her other one of the 100 arts, spiritual plants. In addition, her master, Bishu Zhenren, devoted all his efforts to her cultivation. Most of the spirit beasts with good qualifications and the bloodline of the Golden Core Demon King that appeared in the Kanglan Bahay sect were bought by Bishu Zhenren with contribution points and given to Wang Ying. As a result, Wang Ying also controlled 7 spirit beasts with extraordinary potential and at least the qualifications to break through to the perfect foundation. Among them, there were spirit beasts that mainly cultivated the 5 attributes of gold, wood, water, fire and earth, and even 2 special spirit beasts that mainly cultivated the attributes of thunder and wind. However, Wang Ying's cultivation time was not long after all, only more than 100 years, and the spirit beasts under her command were still at the foundation building stage. The highest cultivation was the wooden dragon in her hand. Soon, after Wang Ying bought what she wanted, she asked the store manager, who had a flattering face and had reached the perfect foundation with a bit of boredom, "Manager, I just heard you shout that your store has 3rd-level spirit objects. Is it true?" The somewhat fat manager heard the words, his eyes suddenly lit up, and he thought to himself that he was a big customer. The flattery on his face became even brighter, and he immediately said to Wang Ying in detail, "Of course, Senior, my Shanaiyu department store is backed by the Shanaiyu Immortal sect, and it is the most popular department store among the department stores opened by the Immortal sect in various markets. Therefore, My store was given 3 third-level spiritual objects as the treasures of the store by the Immortal sect early on. If you want to see the 3 spiritual objects, please follow me to the 3rd floor. Wang Ying's face became interested and said, "Okay, I have to go and see them." Ling Pengyun, who had just paid a large amount of spiritual stones to a maid at the counter, heard this and looked over and interrupted. "I'll go too." The fat steward couldn't help but get excited. The probability that 2 giant cultivators would buy the 3 treasures of the store on the 3rd floor was even higher. If it works, the commission he can get from selling a 3rd-level spiritual object is what the entire department store can earn in several months. Thinking of this, he hurriedly took Ling Pengyun and Wang Ying to the 3rd floor. The 3rd floor was extremely empty, with only 3 independent counters made of transparent spiritual jade, each of which contained a soul-locking jade box of different sizes. As for what was in the soul-locking jade box, it was difficult to see clearly. In addition, Ling Pengyun also found that there was a 3rd-level mid-grade 3rd-level formation protecting the 3rd floor. As long as he acted rashly, the formation would probably appear here. At this time, the fat manager had happily taken out all the soul-locking jade boxes in the 3 counters one by one. He then used the art of controlling objects to open them all and handed them to Ling Pengyun and Wang Ying. All of a sudden, a piece of spiritual soil the size of a millstone, shining brightly, a golden elixir that exuded the aura of a monster, and an arm-long, earth-yellow spiritual wood appeared in front of Ling Pengyun and the others. 2 seniors, this piece of spiritual soil is a 3rd-grade lower-grade earth soul soil that was nurtured by a 4th-grade earth spirit being of our mountain Immortal sect for a full 100 years. This thing weighs 10 kilograms and is a good material for refining defensive magic weapons. In addition, this thing contains a large amount of pure earth spiritual energy, which can also be used to cultivate spiritual plants, enough to accelerate the growth rate and fruiting rate of spiritual plants below the 3rd grade lower by 30%, and even increase the probability of those spiritual plants breaking through the realm. This thing is priced at 50,000 spiritual stones. This golden elixir is the golden elixir of a water-attributed demon king in the early stage of the golden elixir realm. This thing is also a good material for refining elixirs and refining magic tools, and the price is 30,000 spiritual stones. Although this spiritual wood is incomplete, it was cut down by a cultivator of our sect from the main trunk of a 3rd-grade upper-grade Lingxiao tree in our sect. Its grade is also 3rd-grade lower, and it can barely be used as the main material for refining earth-based magic weapons. This thing is priced at 50,000 spiritual stones. I wonder if the 2 seniors have taken a fancy to any of the spiritual objects. The fat steward looked at Ling Pengyun and Wang Ying expectantly, and introduced the 3 spiritual objects to them in detail. After hearing this, Ling Pengyun, a spiritual plant husband, immediately fixed his eyes on the fist-sized 10 earth soul soil, and he was a little tempted. Chapter 679 Auction. Although this was the first time he had seen this earth soul soil, he had also heard of its reputation, and it was extremely rare. In the past 500 years, there had not been any such spiritual objects in the northern wilderness Immortal Cultivation world. Only a powerful sect like the Mountain Immortal sect, which controlled 2 4th-level earth spirit beings, would be willing to circulate this spiritual flow to the outside world to increase the reputation of their own shops. And this object was also of great use to the Ling family. The Ling family currently had as many as 5 spiritual trees that had entered the 3rd-level realm, namely the 3rd-level lower-grade topaz spiritual fruit tree and frost spiritual tree, as well as the golden flame fruit tree and spiritual apricot tree obtained from the Liang family and the Jiu family of the Yuan kingdom. There was also a Zhuanniang fruit tree that was obtained from the Zhuanniang sect and was of the 3rd-level middle-grade realm. In addition, the Ling family also obtained a 3rd-level lower-grade Jinnun Shen from the 10,000 Beast sect, but this object was not a spiritual tree. Among them, the topaz spiritual fruit tree, the golden flame fruit tree, and the Zhuanniang spiritual fruit tree can all produce golden elixir spiritual objects, but they need a long time to breed golden elixir spiritual objects, which can take 300 years. The 3rd-level middle-grade Zhuanniang spiritual fruit tree is faster, but it also takes 200 years to breed. In this case, if there is the help of the earth soul soil, they can condense spiritual fruits faster, which will be of great help to the family's future. At the same time, this thing is also somewhat helpful to the family's retreat plan. However, When Ling Pengyun recalled the record in the spiritual plant inheritance that at least 30 kilograms of spiritual soil are needed to cultivate a spiritual tree spiritual plant, a trace of regret appeared between his eyebrows. Then, he asked, "Manager, I'll tell you the truth. I prefer earth soul soil, but I don't want it for refining tools, but for cultivating spiritual plants. Your 10 kilograms of spiritual soil can only support the growth of a small spiritual medicine plant at most. It is simply not enough to support the growth of those larger spiritual trees. Is this the only 10 kilograms of earth soul soil in your store? Can you get me 20 kilograms of third-level low-grade earth soul soil?" The fat manager couldn't restrain his joy when he heard this, and his face was even more smiling. He was trained, and unless he encountered a special situation, his facial expression would never reveal his emotions. But he had no choice. This time he really encountered a great opportunity. As long as this business can be successful, the transaction price will be as high as 150,000 spiritual stones, and he can take 1,500 spiritual stones from it. This amount of spiritual stones is not a small amount for a foundation-building cultivator like him. For this reason, the fat manager smiled and responded excitedly. "Senior, I only have these 10 kilograms of earth soul soil in my shop, but I think there are still some earth soul soil in my mountain immortal sect. If you really need this thing, can you wait for me for a while? I will communicate with the sect to see if I can get more of this earth soul soil from the sect." Ling Pengyun nodded and replied, "Of course." The fat steward followed and took out a third-level communication mirror with joy to communicate with a certain cultivator. After a while, the fat steward, who was originally happy, raised a helpless look on his face and put away the communication mirror. With a bit of regret and apology, he said to Ling Pengyun, "Senior, according to an elder of the General Affairs Hall of our sect, the earth soul soil that has been stored in our sect will be put on the auction in 2 months. Now there is no more of this thing. I don't know if you are still willing to buy this 10-kilogram piece of earth soul soil in this situation." Ling Pengyun frowned slightly when he heard this. When spiritual objects like earth soul soil, which are powerful and of extremely high grade, are put on auction, the price will inevitably rise. At that time, it will be difficult to buy the third-grade lower-grade earth soul soil at the normal price. But the earth soul soil will help him with his plan, and he must collect 30 kilograms of earth soul soil. It's going to be a big loss again. Fortunately, in addition to the more than 700,000 spiritual stones and the 2 third-grade lower-grade magic weapons that I plan to sell, I also brought an extra third-grade middle-grade flying sword magic weapon that I don't need. You can also sell this third-grade middle-grade spiritual object to supplement the spiritual stones. But I'm afraid that it will attract the attention of many thieves, and the probability of being targeted will be very high." Ling Pengyun thought about it carefully, and his already frowned brows became even more frowned. But when he thought that Wang Ying was there to help, he felt a lot more at ease. Although Wang Ying's cultivation is only at the 2nd level of the Golden Core, and she doesn't seem to be very strong, she is a disciple of Bishu Zhenren, and she is also a direct disciple of Bishu Zhenren. It would be strange if Wang Ying didn't have a few high-level spiritual talismans refined by Bishu Zhenren. Ling Pengyun also made up his mind and said, "Okay, I want the 10 kilograms of earth soul soil in your shop." After saying that, he took out exactly 50,000 spiritual stones from his storage bag and piled them on the ground. The fat manager smiled brightly when he saw Ling Pengyun was so generous. He quickly counted the spiritual stones given by Ling Pengyun, and when he saw that the number was correct, he handed the 10 kilograms of earth soul soil to Ling Pengyun and flattered Ling Pengyun a few words. Then, he asked another big employer, Wang Ying, if she had taken a fancy to the other 2 third-level spiritual objects. Wang Ying was decisive and directly said that she had not. After all, she was also a direct descendant of Kanglin Bahe sect. Although the Kanglin Bahe sect had fallen, for her, the remaining demon beast's golden elixir in the spiritual wood were not very precious, and they could be exchanged for in the sect's general affairs hall. She was also somewhat tempted by the rare earth soul soil, but due to its high price, she gave up on it. Then, she left the department store with Ling Pengyun and went to other shops in the market. After visiting hundreds of famous shops in the inner area of the mountain market and the huge stall area of the market, Ling Pengyun and Wang Ying also gained a lot and bought many rare spiritual objects of the 1st and 2nd levels. They also saw 3rd-level spiritual objects in the other shops opened by the Mountain Immortal sect and other major forces. However, The quality of those third-level spiritual objects was not very good, and there was no rare spiritual objects such as earth soul soil, and the quality was also at the lower level of the third level, so the two did not buy any. The two of them then went to the Shanghai auction house in Shanghai market and found the manager of the auction house. Ling Pengyun took out the two third-level low-grade flying swords and a third-level medium-grade flying sword magic weapon that he brought this time, which were not useful to himself and his family's golden elixir, and put them in the auction house. After doing this, the two began to look for a place to live in the market. 2 months passed quickly. On this day, the medium-sized auction held in Shanghai market every 30 years officially began. Nearly 100,000 cultivators who had been waiting for this day for a long time also flocked to the auction house in the early morning. Ling Pengyun and Wang Ying did the same. Although the auction house had already noted that the first and second level spiritual objects would be auctioned in the first 9 days, and the final spiritual objects that were in demand by the golden elixir cultivators would be auctioned on the last day, the two of them had needs for some rare first level and second level spiritual objects, so they participated in the auction early. This mountain auction house is very large, covering an area of hundreds of feet, and is circular, like a bird's nest. Moreover, this auction house has more than 10 or 20 doors, which means that even if there are many visitors, the more than 100,000 visitors still did not spend much time to enter the auction house. The auction house has 4 floors. The first floor is the hall, which is filled with 100,000 ordinary chairs. The second, third and fourth floors are private rooms, corresponding to the foundation building, golden elixir and nascent soul forces respectively. Although Ling Pengyun and Wang Ying did not reveal the forces behind them to the auction house manager, they still received the attention of the auction house with their golden elixir cultivation. The auction house manager also sent a maid in the foundation building period to take them to a luxurious private room on the 3rd floor, and prepared a lot of delicious pseudo-spiritual fruits for Ling Pengyun and Wang Ying. Ling Pengyun loves delicious things, and he also eats the spiritual fruit with interest. Through the transparent light curtain condensed by the formation in front of the private room, he overlooks the situation in the hall on the 1st floor. What surprised him was that after a while, nearly half of the 100,000 seats in the 1st floor hall were occupied. After waiting for half an hour, when the sun was hanging high in the sky, the 100,000 backrest chairs were already full. But even so, there were still many visitors who stood in some empty positions in the auction house in an orderly manner under the arrangement of the monks of the Mountain Immortal sect. After a rough count, Ling Pengyun estimated that this huge auction house could accommodate at least 110,000 or 120,000 monks at the moment. The monks here are probably more than all the monks in my Yan country. The appeal of a sect like the Mountain Immortal sect is really terrifying. I wonder what kind of grand event the once-a-century auction held by the Mountain Immortal sect will be in 40 years. Ling Pengyun secretly looked forward to it. When the sun was hanging high in the sky, the bronze bell hanging on the top of the auction house was also struck by a spiritual power, and 9 bronze bells roared in succession. At this time, an old monk wearing a Taoist robe of the Mountain Immortal sect slowly walked from an exit of the auction house to the auction table in the center of the 1st floor hall. He also took out one item after another and put them up for auction. 9 days passed, and the auction of more than 50,000 ordinary spiritual objects in this auction house was finally completed. During this period, Ling Pengyun saw many things that moved him, so he spent tens of thousands of spiritual stones to buy hundreds of them. Among them, there were even a few monster cubs that the Beastmaster Wang Ying thought had good qualifications and had the opportunity to improve their cultivation to the middle stage of foundation building or above. Soon, it was time for the finale auction. There were indeed many good things in this finale auction, and the quality of the spiritual objects that appeared was getting better and better. There were also several second-level high-quality spiritual trees, and Ling Pengyun also spent spiritual stones to buy 2 of them. The prices of the other few were too high, and it was not worth it, so Ling Pengyun gave up. The 3rd-level low-quality earth soul oil mentioned by the manager of the Qingshi department store did appear. However, the amount of this oil was not much, only 30 kilograms, and it was a one-time auction. Coincidentally, this amount of spiritual oil was barely enough to supply the growth of a 3rd-level spiritual tree, speeding up the growth of the spiritual tree. Therefore, this item was snatched by some giant cultivators with strong foundation. Chapter 680 Everyone is shocked. Ling Pengyun was determined to get this item, and in the end he did bid for it. but it cost him 215,000 spiritual stones. This made Ling Pengyun feel very distressed, but for the sake of future planning, this was also a sum of spiritual stones that could not be saved. After a while, when the old Pseudo-Dan realm monk who hosted the auctioned more than 200 items, he took out a several-foot-long soul-locking jade box from his storage bag, and took out a third-level middle-grade flying sword magic weapon that was golden and exuded the aura of Zhengjin. The 278th lot is called the Broken Gold Sword. It is a third-grade mid-grade item, and its quality is pretty good. And it is extremely sharp, and is good at breaking through obstacles. Although this item is not a newly refined magic weapon, it has been used by a cultivator, and its spirituality has also been lost, but not much. It has been repaired by a high-level refiner, and only lost a small half of its spirituality. But no matter what, this item still retains 95% of its spirituality, and is actually not much different from a brand new magic weapon. The starting price of this item is 100,000 spiritual stones, and each bid cannot be less than 1,000 spiritual stones. As soon as these words came out, bids were heard in several private rooms on the third floor. The price of the broken gold sword also rose to 500,000 spiritual stones in an instant. But at this time, the price of this flying sword rose very slowly. Even the original 6 different bids were reduced to only 2. Obviously, the other 4 bidders all thought the price was too high and gave up the broken gold sword. These giant and cultivators are not stupid. If the spirituality of the third-level medium-grade broken gold sword is intact and it has just been refined, it will be no problem to sell it for 600,000 spiritual stones. But the spirituality of this broken gold sword is damaged, and its service life and power have also declined a little. It can only be regarded as a second-hand product. Under such circumstances, in the eyes of these giant and cultivators, the price limit of this item is only 500,000 spiritual stones. If it exceeds this, it will be a bit of a loss. It is precisely because of this situation that the transaction price of this broken gold sword is only 515,000 spiritual stones. Ling Pengyun, who is in the private room on the third floor, sighed with a little helplessness when seeing this. It's a pity that my refining skills have not yet entered the third-level medium grade. Otherwise, if I can recast it to restore all the spirituality like the other 2 third-level low-grade magic weapons that I sent for auction, this sword can be sold for 80,000 or 90,000 more spiritual stones. Yes, the broken gold sword is the only third-level medium-grade flying sword magic weapon among the 3 magic weapons that Ling Pengyun sent for auction this time. The other 2 third-grade inferior flying sword magic weapons were auctioned off earlier because of their lower grade. Like the broken gold sword, the 2 magic weapons were used by cultivators, but Ling Pengyun recently used some third-grade precious iron to recast them, restoring some of their spirituality, making them no different from the magic weapons that had just been refined. As a result, the 2 magic weapons were sold at a high price of 328,000 spirit stones and 315,000 spirit stones. After deducting the 1/10 handling fee paid to the auction house, there were only 578,700 spirit stones left. The price of ordinary third-grade inferior magic weapons is basically the same, hovering around 300,000 spirit stones. After selling these 3 magic weapons, plus the more than 500,000 spirit stones left in Ling Pengyun's hands, Ling Pengyun now has more than 1.5 million spirit stones in liquid funds. During this period, Ling Pengyun also spent more than 200,000 spirit stones on spiritual objects. With more than 1.5 million spiritual stones in assets, Ling Pengyun was confident about bidding for the golden elixir spiritual objects. After the Pseudo-Dan realm monk who hosted the auctioned dozens of precious third-level middle and upper-grade spiritual objects, it was time for the final step of the auction of the golden elixir spiritual objects that the monks present were most looking forward to. The first 5 second-class golden elixir spiritual objects were all second-class golden elixir spiritual objects, the elixir liquid. Although the efficacy of these 5 elixir liquids was only half of that of ordinary golden elixir spiritual objects, they were still useful for breaking through the golden elixir, and they were therefore sought after by some golden elixir monks with relatively weak wealth. After a while, the 5 elixir liquids were all sold for about 160,000 to 70,000 spiritual stones and were purchased by some golden elixir monks. Ling Pengyun and Wang Ying, who were aiming for the last 2 ordinary golden elixir spiritual objects, did not care about the elixir liquid, a second-class golden elixir spiritual object. At this time, The old monk who presided over the auction also took out a jade box with a serious face and gently opened it. A jade bottle with yellow spiritual liquid also appeared in front of everyone. This is the third-level low-grade earth element spiritual liquid produced by the earth element spiritual pond on the fourth-level spiritual vein of our sect. After taking it, it can strengthen the spiritual consciousness in a short period of time and increase the probability of a monk entering the golden elixir realm by about 10%. And the starting price of this item is 100,000 spiritual stones, and each bid cannot be less than 1,000 spiritual stones. At this point, the monk who presided over the auction paused, showing a smile on his face that looked extremely kind in the eyes of outsiders, but concealed a bit of greed, and added a sentence with deep meaning. My memory is really bad. I almost forgot to tell you fellow Taoists that this bottle of Earth Yuan spiritual liquid is the only one of the two ordinary golden elixir spiritual objects at this auction that was nurtured by heaven and earth. The other golden elixir spiritual object is a pseudo-golden elixir. Although the effects of the two are the same, the quality of the golden elixir that can be condensed after taking them is very different. I won't say much, old Taoist. This Earth Yuan spiritual liquid is officially auctioned. Although Shanghai Auction House has already made a brochure for all the spiritual objects that will appear at the auction and advertised it to attract popularity, the brochure did not mention what those golden elixir spiritual objects are, in order to whet the appetite of those who intend to bid for the golden elixir spiritual objects. It is precisely for this reason that the third floor and some of the foundation building forces with strong foundations on the second floor became nervous after hearing what the pseudo-elixir realm cultivator who presided over the auction said, and secretly vowed to buy this thing. After all, if you take the golden elixir spiritual objects nurtured by heaven and earth, you will have a chance to condense a middle-grade golden elixir. But if you take the golden elixir spiritual objects of elixir, 9 out of 10 times you can only condense the lowest quality inferior golden elixir. This has a great impact on the future path and future combat power of the golden elixir cultivators. In a short time, the price of the earth elemental spiritual liquid rose to more than 310,000 spiritual stones under the bidding of more than a dozen cultivators, which has exceeded the price of ordinary golden elixir spiritual objects. But even so, the price of this auction item is still gradually rising. No wonder, during this auction, it has been this pseudo-elixir realm old man who has been hosting the auction. He is so eloquent and has used that pseudo-elixir to support the preciousness of this earth elemental spiritual liquid in just a few words. This person is really talented. At this time, in a luxurious private room on the third floor, Ling Pengyun frowned and was secretly shocked. Then, he turned his head and asked Wang Ying beside him, "Sister, are you planning to buy this earth element spiritual liquid?" Wang Ying also knew what Ling Pengyun meant, and she said with a bit of helplessness, "Looking at the current price of the earth element spiritual liquid, I'm afraid it's out of control, and it might be so high. I only have 350,000 spiritual stones with me this time. I spent some of them before, and now I only have more than 320,000 spiritual stones left. I'm afraid I can't sell this earth element spiritual liquid. The pseudo golden elixir is good, but it's just a pill after all, and I don't want it much. I'll look for a suitable golden elixir spiritual object later." "Okay, if you want to buy the earth element spiritual liquid, just do it." Ling Pengyun nodded slightly after hearing this, and no longer worried. He immediately called out the price. "I'll offer 350,000 spiritual stones." As soon as this voice came out, the entire auction house became silent. Just now, the price of the earth element spiritual liquid was still rising, but it was only rising by a few thousand spiritual stones, and there was no such a large price span. After all, the real price of the earth element spiritual liquid was only about 300,000 spiritual stones, and at most the price increased by 30,000 spiritual stones. Now, the price given by Ling Pengyun is enough to be said to be an extremely high price, at least 50,000 spiritual stones higher. Of course, there is no other way. If the other bidders are tempted by the idea of boiling a frog in warm water, the price may be higher. Under such a high price by Ling Pengyun, even if the other bidders are eager for the earth element spiritual liquid, they did not bid, and planned to settle for the second best and buy the last golden pill spirit item pseudo-G golden pill. Under such circumstances, the earth element spiritual liquid also fell into Ling Pengyun's hands. What surprised all the cultivators present was that when the pseudo-G golden pill cultivator who hosted the auction took out the pseudo-G golden pill, Ling Pengyun, who had just won the earth spiritual liquid, bid again, And this time the price he bid was very high, directly bidding 330,000 inches spiritual stones. Several cultivators who were in urgent need of gold and elixir spiritual objects gritted their teeth and raised the price by several thousand spiritual stones, but were crushed by Ling Pengyun's huge number of spiritual stones. 350,000 spiritual stones. There is no doubt that this pseudo-golden elixir was also auctioned off by Ling Pengyun. And he bought this elixir because in a few years, his family will have many golden elixir seedlings who have entered the perfect foundation building stage, and this elixir is prepared for those clansmen. After all, there are still few golden elixir spiritual objects born from heaven and earth, and it is good for ordinary cultivators to find spiritual objects such as pseudo-golden elixir to try to break through the golden elixir. For a while, the cultivators in the entire auction house were asking each other which expert was sitting in the private room where the bidding sound was just heard. Even some well-informed Jinden's Henrin have heard that the expert who bought 2 ordinary Jinden spiritual objects has also sent a third-level Jinden magic weapon to be auctioned at the auction. As a result, these Jinden's Henrin have become more greedy. After a maid at the auction house handed the pseudo-G Jinden to Ling Pengyun and paid the spiritual stone, he immediately left the auction house with Wang Ying, and immediately left the market through the market teleportation array and arrived at another market in the nearby sea area. During this period, although Ling Pengyun found that there were many tales of Jinden realm following him, he was now in the market built by various major forces, and those cultivators had never taken action, which was also a good thing. However, Ling Pengyun still had a headache about this. After all, this was not a good thing. After several teleportations, Ling Pengyun and Wang Ying also arrived at the Mingshu market in the Mingshu Sea area to the north of the Human Sea area. This place is the territory of the nascent soul sect, Mingshu sect. Ling's other Jinden Ling Pengyun has been hired by the sect to attack a demonic nascent soul sect called Zuanming sect in recent years. Now, the two major sects have been fighting for more than 10 years, and both sides often send Jinden to penetrate into the other's territory and destroy some weak forces. This move has caused the Mingshu Sea area of Mingshu sect to become somewhat turbulent, and even several weaker Jinden forces have been destroyed. The rest of the Jinden forces have been attacked by the demon cultivators to a greater or lesser extent, causing them to suffer heavy losses, and some of the property within these forces has been plundered. The forces in these sea areas under the command of Mingshu sect have also become panic-stricken, and in order to stabilize those forces, Mingshu sect, in addition to strengthening patrols in its own sea areas, will occasionally send out some high-level spiritual objects to give some sweetness to those forces under its command. In addition, they can also take this opportunity to attract more monks from the outside world, so that they can recruit those monks to serve as combat forces to fight against Zuanming sect. Ling Pengyun and Wang Ying came here for the auction held once every 10 years in Mingshu market in a year. It is said that an ordinary level golden elixir spiritual object will appear in this auction. The two of them also settled down in this market. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 681, Selling Furnaces. Mingshu Sea. Mingshu Market, the cultivation cave area. In a cave with extremely rich spiritual energy, suitable for Jinden cultivators to practice, Ling Pengyun was constantly throwing the piles of first and second order water-based spiritual iron into the furnace in front of him that was burning with blazing fire. After an unknown amount of time, when the pile of water-based spiritual iron was consumed, he stopped, waved his hand to remove the blazing fire, and opened the lid of the furnace. A fist-sized iron bead with a blue streamer suddenly flew out of it and fell into Ling Pengyun's hands. Another 50,000 jin of spiritual iron has been integrated into it, and the weight of this gem has increased to 380,000 jin. If the third-level medium-grade Bihai Yuan Bao pattern on it is activated, the weight of this gem is estimated to be tripled and increased to 1.14 million jin. If you calculate it carefully, the power of this treasure is now far beyond the magic treasure of the same level, and it is even stronger than the ordinary third-level top-grade magic treasure. That's good, I got another treasure to help. Ling Pengyun weighed the gem in his hand, feeling the weight of the gem, and his mouth corners couldn't help but rise slightly. Previously, the weight of his Bihai Yuan gem was only about 330,000 jin. As for the 50,000 jin of first level and second level water-based spiritual iron that he spent half a year integrating into this gem, it was collected from the Liang family and the Jiu family's 2 family warehouses. After Ling Pengyun collected all the scattered thoughts and sorted out the mess of refining the weapon, he set his sights on the communication talisman floating in the air beside him. As he crushed the communication talisman, the voice of Wang Ying came out immediately. Junior brother Pengyun, the retreat matters after purchasing the golden elixir spiritual objects have been completed. Ling Pengyun felt relieved when he heard this. According to the information Wang Ying had inquired from Kanglin Bahai sect, the auction to be held in Mingshu Market in a few months will be the last auction in the Wubianhe Xiuxin world in the past 2 or 3 years where golden elixir spiritual objects will appear. After attending the auction in Mingshu Market, Ling Pengyun and Wang Ying were also ready to leave the market and return to Kanglin's secret realm. To return to Kanglin's secret realm, they need to leave the safe market and cross the sea, and there will be no big forces to suppress the scoundrels during the period. Not long ago, Ling Pengyun showed off his wealth at the auction in Shanyu Market, and many people followed him. Until now, he and Wang Ying have crossed several seas, from the east of the Human Sea to the western Mingshu Sea, and there are still a few tails following them. Moreover, Ling Pengyun can still feel subtly in recent months that the cave where he is located has been obscurely swept by the golden elixir consciousness all day long. Undoubtedly, this is done by the cultivators who followed from the mountain market. This matter has also made Ling Pengyun a little worried in recent days. This place is not like the northern wilderness Immortal Cultivation world. The Immortal Cultivation resources here are extremely rich, and there are many high-level cultivators. Of course, he had to show off his wealth and buy 2 golden elixir spiritual objects in the mountain market. As for the reason for selling magic weapons, it is even simpler. There are many golden elixir cultivators gathered there, and there is a greater chance of selling these magic weapons. Although the retreat that senior sister has found is available, we still need to refine a few demon corpses to increase our strength just in case, so as to avoid any accidents during the evacuation after the Mingshu auction. Then, Ling Pengyun patted the storage bag on his waist, took out the body of Liang Hanqian, the head of the Liang family who had been killed not long ago, and took out some demon spiritual objects, and began to refine Liang Hanqian's body into a demon corpse. The ambush and killing done by Liang Hanqian had already spread throughout the entire territory of the alliance between the Li family and the Xiangxing sect under the propaganda of the Ling family, and this person had long been notorious. Under such circumstances, it would not have much impact for Ling Pengyun to refine this person's body into a demon corpse. Ling Pengyun's original intention of entering the path of corpse refining was not to kill cultivators at will for the purpose of refining corpses, so as not to bear the identity of a demon cultivator and implicate himself and his family. This is also the reason why Ling Pengyun improved the corpse refining method and switched to refining corpses with the bodies of demon beasts in the early years. Demon beasts and human race are enemies and cannot tolerate each other. Ling Pengyun killed the demon beast and refined it into a beast puppet, which was a good thing. As for Liang Hanqian's situation, no one would interfere. He deserved to die. The same is true for refining demon corpses with the corpses of demon cultivators. Time passed quickly. The 4 seasons rotated, and in the blink of an eye, it was the Mingshu auction once every 10 years in Mingshu Market. Although this auction was not as grand as the once-in-30-year auction held by Shanyu Xianzong last year, it could be regarded as a medium-sized auction. Mingshu Xianzong also planned to recruit people through the auction to fight Zuanming sect. Therefore, there were a lot of spiritual objects in this auction, with more than 40,000 pieces and more than 200 pieces of the finale. This scale was not weaker than the once-in-30-year auction held in Shanyu Market not long ago. It is precisely because of this that the entire Mingshu market has become extremely lively. Countless cultivators swarmed into the market today and rushed to the Mingshu auction house deep in the market along the main road. Soon, nearly 100,000 seats on the first floor of the Mingshu auction house were filled. However, many private rooms on the second and third floors of the Mingshu auction house, which are for foundation building cultivators and golden elixir cultivators, are empty. Especially on the third floor, only more than 20 private rooms are occupied. You know, not long ago, the mountain auction had 50 golden elixir private rooms occupied. Obviously, although the number of spiritual objects brought out by the Mingshu auction house this time is large, the final spiritual objects are too few and the grade is not high, which can only attract the attention of most key training cultivators. Foundation building cultivators and golden elixir cultivators are not very interested in this. In fact, if there were not an ordinary level golden elixir spiritual object and 3 second-class golden elixir spiritual objects at this auction, I am afraid that there would not be many cultivators above the golden elixir realm. After a while, the auction was officially held. One by one, a female cultivator from the Mingxiao sect who was hosting the auction took out spiritual objects of good quality and let everyone bid on them. At the beginning, the auction was fine, but as more and more spiritual objects were auctioned, the style of the auction suddenly changed. Various magic talismans that could be used by the righteous but would not be contaminated by the devil's energy, or disposable magic tools, and even corpse puppets, evil spirits and other monsters also appeared at the auction. The cultivators present who had already known about this through the brochure were not surprised. After all, the Mingxiao sect had been fighting with the Zuanming sect, a major sect of the devil, for many years. It was normal for the cultivators in the Mingxiao sect to seize some magic spiritual objects and sell them. The cultivators present also began to bid for those magic spiritual objects. After all, the power of those magic spiritual objects was quite good. Just after the female cultivator of Mingxiao sect who hosted the auction finished auctioning 3 corpse puppets in the middle stage of key training, 30 strong cultivators also moved an iron cage from the backstage of the auction house to the auction platform. In each iron cage, a young female cultivator wearing a white gauze was imprisoned. She looked pitiful, had a medium appearance but a very hot body, and had a charming aura that added a touch of beauty. Around their necks, there was also an iron ring that exuded spiritual energy. This thing seemed to imprison the magic power in their bodies, making it difficult for them to use magic power, just like a mortal. However, they also exuded a magic aura comparable to that of cultivators in the early and middle stages of key training, highlighting their identity as magic cultivators. Many male cultivators present saw this scene, and their eyes were full of heat. They kept looking at the good figures of the 30 female magic cultivators that could not be concealed by the gauze and their white and tender skin, like mutton fat jade. At this time, the female cultivator who was hosting the auction also smiled and said, "My fellow Taoists, these 30 female demon cultivators are the furnace tripods that our sect captured when it destroyed a giant and demon sect in Zuanming sect's territory. Although they are not perfect, they were the furnace tripods that were cultivated by that demon sect giant and sect earlier, and they also knew how to practice dual cultivation early on. Now, my sect's cultivators have placed a soul-splitting seal in the sea of consciousness of these 30 female demon cultivators, which can control the life and death of these female demon cultivators at will. As long as you bid them away, my sect can offer the method of controlling the soul-splitting seal to help you control these furnace tripods. My fellow Taoists in the key training stage who are stuck in the bottleneck, don't miss this good opportunity." After saying that, the female cultivator who was hosting the auction walked to the side of an iron cage that was holding a female demon cultivator at the second level of key training, and shouted to the cultivators present, "This is a key training level 2 furnace. The starting price is 10 spirit stones, and each bid cannot be less than 1 spirit stone." As soon as these words fell, many male cultivators at the key training level in the hall on the first floor started bidding enthusiastically. Chapter 682, Demon Binding Pill reappears. After a while, this second-level key training furnace was bought by a young cultivator in the middle stage of key training with sunken eyes and a very weak body for 236 spiritual stones. This amount of spiritual stones is a huge sum of money for a key training cultivator. This matter also attracted the attention of many cultivators. After that, some of the early-stage key training furnaces were also bought at high prices by the cultivators present. However, the remaining more than 10 middle-stage key training furnaces were all bought by those from the foundation building forces on the second floor. Some of the later high-level key training furnaces were also bought in the same way. The furnaces with such cultivation were rarely bought by the key training cultivators with relatively weak wealth in the hall on the first floor. Then, 10 female demon cultivators in the foundation building realm appeared to buy furnaces. These high-level furnaces directly attracted a giant and cultivator to bid, causing a lot of discussion in the auction venue. Many people who were not aware of the situation learned that the person who directly bid for the 10 foundation building furnaces was a giant and cultivator from the Four Seasons Wong family, a very famous giant in force under the Mingxiao Xianzong. The Four Seasons Wong family is famous for 2 reasons. First, the family is very powerful. There are 8 giant cultivators in this family, and there are 2 giant perfect cultivators in the same generation, which is very prosperous. With such strength, it can be ranked in the top 5 even in the entire Mingshu sect. Second, the people of this family are very fond of lust and are famous in the entire Mingshu sect. Therefore, this family has been plundering female cultivator furnaces from various sea areas for many years. There was even a giant cultivator in this family who saw a giant female cultivator unable to walk and insisted on pulling someone to be his wife. And this kind of thing happened quite a lot, and it often happened to the key training and foundation building cultivators of the Wang family. Fortunately, the male cultivators of this clan still have a bottom line and have not kidnapped any female cultivators in public. As for whether they have done so secretly, I don't know. Anyway, the reputation of the Wang family is not very good in the territory of Mingshu sect. Many female cultivators with good cultivation and good looks dare not approach the territory of the Four Seasons Wang family. As for the reason why the Wang family cultivators like to have sex so much, it is said that it is because they practiced a Wang family's clan protecting technique, Jade Dragon Technique. This profound physical cultivation technique is incomplete, and the love of sex is a side effect of this technique. After everyone discussed it for a while, they dared not say more, lest the Wang family giant heard it and caused trouble. The auction also returned to normal again, and spiritual objects were constantly being auctioned. On the 5th day of the auction, 40,000 ordinary spiritual objects were also auctioned off, and the finale items also appeared one by one. Soon, it was the end of this auction, and the 3 second-class giant spiritual objects appeared first. These 3 objects were the most common giant spiritual objects. These 3 items were bought by the giant monks on the 3rd floor. As for the last ordinary giant spiritual object, it was actually a magic giant spiritual object Jimodan. The brochure did not record the information of this object, but only stated that an ordinary giant spiritual object would appear. Under such circumstances, the appearance of this object shocked the entire auction venue for a long time. This kind of magic giant spiritual object rarely appears in the auction of righteous monks. However, this pill also disappointed many giant monks who were looking forward to the appearance of spiritual water and spiritual fruit giant spiritual objects this time. After all, Jimodan is a thing of magic cultivators. It contains demonic energy. If righteous monks want to use it, it is best to use some special secret methods, otherwise they will be contaminated by the demonic energy, which will greatly hinder their breakthrough. Even if some special secret methods are used to ignore the demonic energy contained in Jimodan and refine Jimodan as an ordinary spiritual object, the medicinal effect of this pill will be reduced by half. Moreover, this pill is a giant spiritual object of the elixir type. Once taken, it can only condense the worst quality inferior giant. In a blink of an eye, those giant monks even found that there was something wrong with the demon-forming pill. The aura of the demon-forming pill was a little weak. It seemed that the quality of this demon-forming pill was still the lowest. It was estimated that the magic cultivator who refined this thing did not have enough spiritual materials to refine it, so he forced the pill to be refined. This matter also made many giant monks who did not master the special method of taking the demon-forming pill and who did not like the demon-forming pill begin to regret in their hearts. If they had known earlier, they would not have wasted time rushing to this Mingshu auction. In fact, several giant monks with a bad temper secretly cursed Mingshu sect for selling such inferior demon-forming pills under the banner of selling ordinary giant spiritual objects. Such inferior demon-forming pills only increase the probability of the magic cultivators breaking through the giant by 20%. If a righteous cultivator uses a special secret method, the effect of taking this item will be weakened by half, and the probability of this item for a righteous cultivator to break through the golden elixir is only 10%. In this way, this item is demanding to use, and it is also a golden elixir spiritual item of the elixir type, so it is not as good as the pseudo-elixir of the same grade. After all, the pseudo-elixir does not need to be used with special secret methods. And the special method that can dissolve the demonic energy contained in the demon elixir is extremely rare, and few righteous cultivators have mastered it. However, after the female cultivator who hosted the auction explained that she would give away a special method that can dissolve the demonic energy contained in the demon elixir, it did not affect the high price of this elixir. After a while, the price of this item rose to as much as 292,000 spiritual stones. At this time, among the many bidding voices, a woman's voice with a little anxiety suddenly came from a private room on the 3rd floor. 320,000 spiritual stones. The price was raised to 320,000 by more than 20,000 spiritual stones. Although the bidding stopped for a while, it was soon drowned out by several more biddings. At the same time, in a private room on the third floor, Wang Ying saw through the transparent light curtain formed by the formation in front of the private room that the price of the demon formation pill had risen to 330,000 spiritual stones. Her face was immediately filled with anxiety. Seeing this, Ling Pengyun, who was standing by, asked Wang Ying, "Senior sister, I still have a lot of spiritual stones. Can I lend you some?" Wang Ying was a little tempted when she heard this. However, looking at the current situation, the price of the demon formation pill has been rising, and it is afraid that it can rise by tens of thousands of spiritual stones. In addition, this item is a spiritual item of elixir, so she also looked down on it. In fact, if this demon-forming pill was not the only ordinary giant and spiritual object that appeared in the market in the past 2 or 3 years, she would not even bid for it. She sighed helplessly and said, "Forget it. By the way, junior brother, in 2 or 3 years, when ordinary giant and spiritual objects are still circulating in the market, will you come to the Boundless Sea to buy them?" Ling Pengyun said truthfully. "Yes, in a few years, several giant and seedlings in my clan will be promoted to the perfect foundation building stage. For now, my clan is in urgent need of giant and spiritual objects." Hearing this, the depressed look on Wang Ying's face also dissipated into smoke. "That's good. In a few years, junior brother, when you buy giant and spiritual objects, remember to bring me, your senior sister." "Okay." Ling Pengyun nodded. "Senior sister, then I will not hesitate to bid for that demon-forming pill," Wang Ying said. Of course. Ling Pengyun no longer worried about it and directly raised the price of the demon-bound pill to 340,000 spiritual stones. However, even so, it did not dispel the other bidders' idea of buying the demon-bound pill. This was because these bidders knew that this demon-bound pill was very likely the last ordinary gold and elixir spiritual object circulated on the market in recent years. Secondly, they all had their eyes on the special secret method that could dissolve the demonic energy contained in the demon-bound pill. If they could get it, they would have a countermeasure if the forces behind them tried to obtain the demon-bound pill in the future. In addition, the Mingshu sect and the Zuanming sect have been fighting in recent years. If they could get the method that could dissolve the demonic energy contained in the demon-bound pill, it would be very feasible. For example, they joined the team of Mingshu sect to attack Zuanming sect, and when they attacked Zuanming sect, they quietly killed some mortals of the demonic forces of Zuanming sect. They even took advantage of the chaos in the territory of Mingshu sect to secretly. It was these giant and cultivators who had evil intentions that pushed the price of this magic pill mixed with a special secret method to as much as 418,000 spirit stones before it was sold. However, the final winner was not Ling Pengyun, who was discouraged by the price early on. After all, when the Ling family destroyed the Sima family in the early years, they had already obtained a secret method that could dissolve the demonic energy contained in the magic pill. He did not lack such a secret method, and he did not have much desire for such a secret method. It was not worth spending so many spirit stones just to buy a magic pill. No matter how rich you are, you can't spend it like this, and spirit stones are not blown by the wind. Chapter 683 The Responder. Ling Pengyun could only feel pity for this, and then he lowered his head, looked at the storage bag hanging on his waist, and muttered to himself. With the Earth Yuan spiritual liquid, the pseudo-Jiandan, and the Wood Yuan treasure liquid that I bought earlier in the mountain market, I have gathered 3 ordinary Jiandan spiritual objects, which can stabilize Pengyun's chance of breaking through the Jiandan realm. The only drawback is that one of these 3 objects is a pseudo-Jiandan of the elixir type. In the future, if Pengyun has the opportunity to successfully enter the Jiandan realm, I'm afraid that the quality of the Jiandan she condenses will only be inferior, which will delay her path. Thinking of this, Ling Pengyun also considered that Ling Pengyun, a formation master, had mostly relied on various spiritual objects for his cultivation, and rarely participated in battles. His spiritual power was somewhat more superficial than that of cultivators of the same level, and his foundation was not very stable. The monster rebellion is approaching. If Ling Pengyun, the formation master, can advance the formation to the 3rd level in the remaining 11 years, it will be of great benefit to the family. However, to do so, one needs extremely high talent. Even Ling Pengyun, who has a good talent in formation, is afraid that it will be difficult to do it. After all, Ling Pengyun and Ling Yunhong, who were both talented, spent several years, even nearly 10 years, to comprehend the third-level 100 arts they mastered, even with the blessing of Yin-Yang Taichu Qi. I have only condensed 2 mouthfuls of Yin-Yang Taichu Qi at present. It is difficult to gather 9 mouthfuls of Yin-Yang Taichu Qi and gather a Yin-Yang Taichu essence in a short time. Instead of doing this, it is better to pass a mouthful of Yin-Yang Taichu Qi to Penguin first to help him. Ling Pengyun made up his mind secretly. In this way, Ling Pengyun has the help of the Yin-Yang Taichu Qi. Even if she takes the pseudo-Ji Jindan, she is more likely to condense the middle-level Jindan, and her path will be further in the future. Her comprehension will also be greatly improved. The most important thing is that the Yin-Yang Taichu Qi can also expand the meridians, make the spiritual power more sharp, make the consciousness more tenacious, etc., and it can probably increase the probability of a cultivator breaking through the Jindan by 10%. After thinking about this, Ling Pengyun also left the auction house with Wang Ying. However, the two did not return to the 2 caves they had rented in the market before, but went directly out of the market along the market road, and used the escape technique to fly north. Soon, the two flew out of the Mingshu island where the Mingshu market was located, and stepped into the sky above the sea. At this time, Ling Pengyun, whose consciousness was as strong as the 7th or 8th level of the Jindan, also noticed that there were 5 teams of Jindan cultivators in the dark thousands of feet behind him quietly following. If it weren't for his powerful spiritual sense and the fact that Yin-Yang Taichu Sutra was sensitive to dangerous things, he would have had difficulty noticing that the 5 teams of cultivators were following him and Wang Ying. And there were a total of 11 Jindan cultivators in these 5 teams, each with at least 2 Jindans, and another team with 3 Jindans. These 5 teams of cultivators seemed to be unfamiliar, but they knew each other's existence, which made the 5 forces very far away. In addition, there was at least one person in the 5 teams of Jindan cultivators that Ling Pengyun was very familiar with, and these familiar people were all the Jindan cultivators who had followed him and Wang Ying from Shanyu Market to Mingshu Market. In addition, he felt that the auras of nearly half of the Jindan cultivators were very unfamiliar. According to Ling Pengyun's thinking, the group of unfamiliar Jindan cultivators might be the helpers called by the group of Jindan cultivators who had previously targeted him. At this time, Ling Pengyun's heart was also a little nervous. Then, while using the escape technique to fly, he asked Wang Ying by the side through voice transmission. "Sister, this time we have 5 teams with 11 Jindans following us. I can even sense the presence of a 9th level Jindan cultivator. There are also 3 late-stage Jindans, and the rest are early to middle-stage Jindans. Sister, is the person you found not long ago reliable?" Wang Ying frowned slightly, a trace of worry on her face, and replied in a voice transmission. "I don't know the cultivation level of the person who contacted me, but he only said that as long as the nascent soul doesn't come out, everything will be fine. I think the cultivation level of the person who is supporting us should not be low." At this point, Wang Ying saw that Ling Pengyun's face was getting more and more worried, so she also said with a bit of a joke to ease the atmosphere, "Junior brother, didn't Master give you a quasi 4th level talisman? With your quasi 4th level talisman, I also have some talismans made by Master. I think even if there is no one to pick us up, we can still return to the sect safely this time. Junior brother, don't think too much, just take it one step at a time." Ling Pengyun's eyes lit up, and his heart was immediately given a shot of heart-strengthening medicine. Senior sister really has a treasure. However, Ling Pengyun hoped that the cultivator who came to pick him up would have a higher cultivation level. He didn't want to use the quasi 4th level talisman on him. This talisman was his strongest trump card. Once it was used up, it would be difficult for him to get such a thing that could have a chance to kill a Jindan perfection cultivator. As for the exact cultivation level of the cultivator who came to pick him up, he and Wang Ying really didn't know. In fact, Wang Ying only contacted the person who came to pick him up through a communication mirror given by True Man Bishu. When the person and Wang Ying used the communication mirror to communicate with each other, they did not reveal their faces. Therefore, Wang Ying did not know who that person was. She only knew that the person was one of the secret hands arranged by the sect in the outside world. Only the core members of the sect, such as their master Bishu's Hunran, could contact the secret hands arranged by the sect in the outside world through special means. The disciples of the general Kanglan Bahay sect, and even the weaker Jindan elders like Wang Ying, did not master such special means. After all, the reason why those secret hands were called secret hands was because no one knew about them and they were lurking in the outside world. If everyone in the sect knew the identities of those secret hands, the risk of those secret hands being exposed would be great. And that special communication mirror was given to Wang Ying by Bishu Zhenren several years ago, before he went into seclusion. At that time, Wang Ying often talked to Bishu Zhenren about going to the outside world to look for giant and spiritual objects. Bishu Zhenren happened to be in seclusion and could not get away for at least 10 years, so he could not accompany him personally. In desperation, Bishu Zhenren gave the communication mirror that could contact the secret hands in the outside world to Wang Ying for self-defense to avoid accidents. Wang Ying also considered that she needed to have some strength before leaving the sect, so she had been trying to comprehend some magic to enhance her strength in recent years. She did not come out until Ling Pengyun came to the Bishu sect to find her. It happened that Ling Pengyun had the same goal as her, so she followed Ling Pengyun to go out of the sect to find the golden elixir spiritual object. Then, Ling Pengyun retracted his gaze and continued to rush north with Wang Ying. A few days later, the two of them also crossed nearly 1,000 miles of sea. However, at noon that day, a black dot appeared in front of them and flew towards them rapidly. This incident caused Ling Pengyun and Wang Ying, who were already in a nervous state of mind, to take out their magic weapons and prepare for battle. However, at this moment, the black dot sent a sound transmission technique. You two fellow Taoists must be junior brother Bishu's disciples, right? I will be the one who will pick you up this time. You guys are really capable of causing trouble. You have attracted 11 giant cultivators. You don't need to greet me, you don't need to help me, you don't need to bother with this matter, and you don't need to look at it too much. Just leave. Go north, there is a medium-sized market town called Shuyan. There is a small teleportation array in that market town that can help you return to Mingshu Market. Then, you can leave this sea area through the teleportation array in Mingshu Market. If you still encounter trouble, you can use junior brother Bishu's communication mirror to find other fellow brothers in the dark to protect you. As soon as these words fell into Ling Pengyun and Wang Ying's minds, the black spot tens of thousands of feet in front of them suddenly turned into a white spiritual light, and its speed increased several times. However, in just 3 breaths, it crossed several feet and passed Ling Pengyun and Wang Ying directly. The two of them only saw that the escaping light was transformed by a man in black clothes and a black veil on his face, making it impossible to tell whether he was a man or a woman. Even when he used his spiritual power, his breath did not reveal the slightest bit. Chapter 684 The Lustful Old Man's 24 Solar Terms. The black-clothed man also had a courageous momentum to move forward. Without even looking at Ling Pengyun and Wang Ying, he rushed towards the void tens of thousands of feet behind them. At this moment, the void suddenly twisted, and 2 figures suddenly appeared. The two were not stupid. Although they did not realize the cultivation level of the black-clothed man who came to kill them, they could probably guess that the black-clothed man's cultivation level was at least above the late giant stage based on his extremely fast speed. However, the two of them were only in the middle giant stage. No wonder those 2 male and female cultivators in the early and middle giant stages dared to show off their wealth in the mountain market. It turns out that they have a backup plan. The taller middle giant cultivator muttered to himself. Immediately, he and another middle giant cultivator wisely fled away quickly. However, the black-clothed man who had no breath did not let the two go. There were other hidden giant cultivators around. If they did not show their strength at this time, they would be in trouble. Soon he caught up with the 2 men within 10,000 feet. The man in black also made a hand gesture, and the dense water vapor in the sea area gathered and turned into 2 powerful water dragons that were a full 120 feet long and hit the 2 mid-stage giant monks who were fleeing in front. Such a powerful water dragon technique must be performed by a giant and perfect monk. The tall monk who was fleeing felt the power of the 2 water dragons coming from behind, and a trace of fear suddenly appeared on his face. He muttered to himself in a trembling voice. Without thinking too much, this person took out a 3rd-level middle-grade defensive magic weapon to resist. But before a few breaths had passed, the several defensive light curtains constructed by this person were smashed by the water dragon and the ordinary 3rd-level upper-grade flying sword magic weapon that the man in black later sacrificed. This person was also killed by a water dragon, and his companions did not last for more than a few breaths before they were also killed. At this moment, The void in the other 4 directions tens of thousands of feet away twisted at the same time, and 9 giant figures appeared. They all had fear on their faces, even the 9th level giant cultivator was no exception. Without thinking much, the group of people split into 9 directions and fled. The black-clothed cultivator collected the 2 bodies of the middle-stage giant cultivators and chased after the 9th level giant cultivator with the highest cultivation. In the distance, Ling Pengyun and Wang Ying, who had been rushing to the Shuiyun market in the north, used their spiritual sense to perceive everything that happened behind them, and their faces showed astonishment. They had not expected that the strength of the people who came to support this time was so strong. The sect is indeed a well-established nascent soul sect. There are hidden hands with cultivation levels at least at the golden core perfection, or even pseudo-infant realm, hidden in the Mingxiu Sea. My senior sister and I are lucky this time. If we had asked for help in other seas, perhaps the people who came to support us would not have such high cultivation levels. Although he also learned from Wang Ying that the special ship treasure hunting mirror given by true man Bishu is used in all 36 seas of the human race, it was obvious that there were hidden hands in the other 36 seas. But he didn't believe that the sect had deployed such powerful hidden hands in the other 35 seas. Then, Ling Pengyun became curious again. I just don't know what kind of breath-hiding method that fellow Taoist used, or what powerful breath-hiding spiritual object he carried, so that he didn't even emit the slightest breath during the battle. But from this point of view, this person dares not reveal his breath. I'm afraid he is also well known in the Mingxiu Sea. Perhaps the black-clothed fellow Taoist is the ancestor of some force. He may even be a member of the Mingxiu Xianzong. Thinking of this, Ling Pengyun was even more shocked. However, at this time, he was rushing away from the battlefield, and in order to avoid being chased by the other 8 giant who were not chased by the black-clothed monks, he didn't have time to think too much, so he used all his strength to perform the escape technique and rushed to the Shuiyun market in the north with Wang Ying. 2 days later, Ling Pengyun and Wang Ying arrived at Shuiyun market very smoothly, and then returned to Mingxiu market safely through the teleportation array of this market. Mingxiu market is the largest market in Mingxiu Sea area. It is the only market in the sea area that has a medium-sized teleportation array that can cross a sea area. Previously, Ling Pengyun and Wang Ying left Mingxiu market in order to completely get rid of the golden elixirs that were following them. After all, it was impossible to lead them to the sea area near the small entrance to the secret realm, which would more or less increase the risk of exposing the small entrance to the secret realm. Afterwards, Ling Pengyun and Wang Ying used the teleportation array of Mingxiu market to cross several sea areas and arrived at the Angry Whale Sea area, one of the 2 major sea areas under the command of Muiyun Xianzong. They also began to use the escape technique to enter the Dragon Scale Shark Sea area adjacent to this sea area, and return to the Bishu Island of Kanglin's secret realm very smoothly. Ling Pengyun and Wang Ying spent a full year and a half going out to buy golden elixirs and spiritual objects. During this period, Ling Pengyun, who had been in seclusion in Bishu Island, had already comprehended the Zhuanyang meridian tempering method and had acquired the tough meridians of the golden core realm in advance. Therefore, as soon as Ling Pengyun returned to Bishu Island, he handed over the Earth Yuan Spirit Liquid and Pseudo Golden Core he had bought this time, as well as the Wood Yuan Treasure Liquid he had obtained in his early years to Ling Pengyun. Moreover, in front of Ling Pengyun, he passed on the remaining Yin and Yang Taichu Qi to her. Ling Pengyun also realized the powerful effect of Yin and Yang Taichu Qi in an instant, and she had endless curiosity about Ling Pengyun, who had grown up with her since childhood. At the same time, she also understood how precious the Yin and Yang Taichu Qi that Ling Pengyun mastered was. Immediately, she made a heavenly oath to Ling Pengyun and expressed her gratitude for a long time. Ling Pengyun was also quite satisfied with this, but in order to prevent the Yin and Yang Taichu Qi from going out, Ling Pengyun also arranged a special high-level restriction in Ling Pengyun's mind. As long as Ling Pengyun mentioned the Yin-Yang primordial key and what happened today in the future, the restrictions in her sea of consciousness would automatically detonate. Ling Pengyun had no objection to this. After all, it was her luck that Ling Pengyun could give her the Yin-Yang primordial key. She could clearly feel how much she had improved with the help of the Yin-Yang primordial key. Later, she was arranged by Ling Pengyun and Wang Ying to go to the Poten Peak deep in the secret realm to retreat and break through the Jiandan realm. At the same time, in the Mingxiu Sea, above an endless sea, The black-clothed monk who helped Ling Pengyun and Wang Ying get rid of the pursuit of 11 giant monks stopped here. He looked at the embarrassed giant 9th-level monk who was thousands of feet away and used the method of enhancing strength to escape with all his strength, and said to himself, "Finally I managed to scare this guy away with magic. This job of covering the evacuation is really frustrating. I can't use my skills to avoid being recognized, and I have to cover the evacuation of the sect members. It's really difficult. If not, I would have beaten that guy to death with a stick. But I'm really old. I haven't moved for a long time and my waist and back are sore. After returning to the clan, I have to find my concubine of the 24 solar terms to help me rub my body." As soon as the words fell, this person turned into a white escape light and disappeared in this area. After running for millions of miles and winding around for a long time, in a desolate place, he also took off his black clothes, revealing the appearance of a strong old monk with white hair, but a very strong body, distinct muscles, and a straight back. This person also changed into a luxurious white Taoist robe on his body, which made him look very immortal. But if there were cultivators who were familiar with the major forces in Mingshu sect, they would definitely be able to see that this handsome old man was the patriarch of the famous old pervert Four Seasons Wang family Wang Mingsu. It was rumored in Mingshu sect that in the early years of the Four Seasons Wang family, there was a Wang family giant and cultivator who refused to leave after seeing a giant and female cultivator. This was this person, and this was also what he did when he was young. Wang Mingsu then entered a large island nearby, which was the Wang family's clan Four Seasons Island. There were many spiritual veins on this island, and there were also many cultivators. From time to time, one could see a cultivator controlling a flying magic weapon, or a flying boat going in and out of the island. Wang Mingsu had just entered a magnificent hall deep in the island when 24 young female cultivators with cultivation levels of at least a late stage of foundation building, wearing guas and with a white face, came to greet him. They were all different in appearance, with different types of cold and cute styles, but all with a bit of charm. They kept calling out with a bit of charm, "My husband, you are finally back. I miss you so much." Wang Mingsu listened to the voices that kept coming to his ears, and his heart was about to melt. His lower body suddenly became hot, and the righteousness on his face disappeared into smoke, and his eyes gradually became evil. "My dearest darlings, help me take off my clothes and rub my shoulders." Another half a day passed. A flying boat suddenly landed outside the magnificent hall. A middle-aged cultivator with a strong body and a very honest appearance, who exuded the pressure of the middle stage of the golden elixir, jumped out of it. "Get down!" the man shouted at the flying boat. Immediately, 10 female cultivators of the foundation building realm with good figures, iron rings around their necks, and demonic auras on their bodies, but who seemed unable to use magic power, jumped down from the flying boat. The middle-aged giant and intermediate stage cultivator also shouted into the hall. "Ancestor Mingsu, are you here?" After a while, Wang Mingsu, who had enjoyed himself with the 24 beautiful concubines for a long time, walked out of the hall with a little dissatisfaction. However, when he saw that the giant who disturbed him and the 24 solar term concubines reminiscing about the past also brought 10 high-quality female cultivators of the foundation building realm, his eyes suddenly became bright. At this moment, the middle-aged honest giant and cultivator also pointed to the female cultivator with the highest cultivation level among the 10 beautiful female cultivators beside him, who all had the cultivation level of the foundation building intermediate stage, and introduced them to Wang Mingsu. "Ancestor, this is the magic furnace cauldron I just bought from Mingshu Market a few days ago. These two are still intact. These female magic cultivators are delicious. Do you want to take them under your command?" Wang Mingsu answered without any hesitation. "Of course." Then, he waved his hand and sent out a spiritual power to grab the 2 intact female cultivators in the middle stage of foundation building and directly brought them into the hall. The door of the hall was also closed. Only screams of pain continued to come out. The middle-aged giant and cultivator who came to deliver the furnace cauldron was no longer surprised. At this moment, he also fixed a greedy look on the other 8 female demon cultivators beside him, constantly scanning their proud white and tender flesh. "It will be comfortable for a while again. Thanks, future weapon for the 2,500 points reward. Thanks to, let go of that girl, Oatmeal Junksing, Book Friend 533 855, Book Friend 2022. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. 22,855,405. Book friend 202103011041407177092. Book friend 160,415,010,834,562 for their monthly tickets. Chapter 685. Penguin's Golden Elixir Road is difficult, and he's sudden enlightenment. 2 months later. Deep in the secret realm of Kanglin Bihe, at the top of Potten Peak, Ling Pengyun, with wrinkles all over her face and white hair, sitting cross-legged with an old look, frowned and was extremely worried. In the past 2 months, although she had used the 3 golden elixir spiritual objects given by Ling Pengyun, as well as the yin and yang primordial energy, as well as the 6 methods of cultivating her spiritual consciousness and tempering her meridians, to forcibly increase the strength of her spiritual consciousness and meridians to the level comparable to that of a 2nd or 3rd level golden elixir cultivator, her foundation was indeed a little unstable. Under such circumstances, she frantically absorbed spiritual power into her body to condense and solidify her spiritual power. Not only did she need to use a large amount of spiritual power to stabilize her foundation, but she also needed to condense the spiritual power in her dantian into solidified spiritual power. In this way, the difficulty of her breaking through the golden elixir increased by several times or even nearly doubled. As a result, the 3 golden elixir spiritual objects she took were about to be exhausted, but she only condensed 80% of the spiritual power in her dantian into solidified spiritual power. She was still 20% short of condensing the golden elixir. In fact, the yin and yang primordial energy made her spiritual power a little sharper. Otherwise it would be good for her to condense 50% of the solidified spiritual power at this time. This also made Ling Pengyun regretful. No matter whether I can become a golden elixir this time, I must tell the rest of the family about the foundation, so that they don't step into the trap. Especially Chang Xin, that kid is like me. He has been studying the 100 arts in the family for many years. He rarely goes out and has only fought a few times. If he tries to break through the golden elixir without completely consolidating his foundation like me, he will probably encounter the same difficulties as I am now. Ling Pengyun swore secretly. Ling Pengyun, Ling Yunhong, Yan Sidai, and Ling Pengyu, who had previously broken through the dantian stage, all had very deep foundations, and they were all the kind of people who had fought their way out of the sea of blood. In the battle, they had already mastered the use of their spiritual power to the limit. In addition, when the 4 of them broke through, they all had 2 or 3 dantian spiritual objects, the yin and yang primordial energy, and a method of spiritual consciousness cultivation to help them, with a success rate of up to 50%. Naturally, they broke through the dantian stage very smoothly, and did not encounter the problems that Ling Pengyun encountered now. In addition, Ling Pengyun's foundation was not really frivolous, but just a little bit, so Ling Pengyun and others did not pay attention to this situation before. Who knew that this small problem, which was not taken seriously, turned into a big problem during the period when Ling Pengyun broke through the dantian stage and the huge spiritual power was poured into his body. The reason why Ling Pengyun encountered such a dilemma was mostly because there were too few dantian cultivators in the Ling family, and they did not have much experience in breaking through the dantian stage. In some classics stolen from other sects, there are few descriptions of these things, and they are generally passed down by word of mouth. In the past, Ling Pengyun and others' concept of breaking through the golden elixir was mostly concerned with the accumulation of golden elixir spiritual objects, spiritual consciousness, and meridian cultivation methods. At the same time, Ling Pengyun, who has a 60% probability of breaking through the golden elixir by various means, naturally does not want to fail in this breakthrough of the golden elixir, and only condense 80% of the solidified spiritual power into a pseudo-dan realm. Hesitating for 3 seconds, Ling Pengyun's heart was ruthless, and she silently recited the magic formula in her heart. In just 3 breaths, she successively performed the 3 profound methods of the Ling family to enhance strength: burning spirit technique, burning blood technique, and burning life technique. For a while, whether it was the spiritual power of her dantian or her spiritual consciousness, it was strengthened by nearly 80% or 90%. If you calculate carefully, at this time, the strength of her spiritual consciousness is at least comparable to that of a cultivator at the peak of the 3rd level of the golden elixir realm under the blessing of various means. This matter is extremely terrifying. At the same time, her aura also surged, and she had a faint sense of entering the golden elixir realm, but she did not have the special charm of the aura of a golden elixir cultivator. However, in contrast, the constant burning of a large amount of spiritual power and blood in her body also brought endless pain to Ling Pengyun, and the constantly burning lifespan made Ling Pengyun see death. A trace of death continued to spread out of her body, as if she was about to die. If you don't succeed, you will die. Ling Pengyun stabilized her mentality, shouted secretly, and frantically mobilized the surge of spiritual power and consciousness in her body to absorb the pure spiritual power in the Poden Peak into her body to condense and solidify the spiritual power. At the same time, under the Poden Peak, Ling Pengyun noticed something strange in the mountain and looked at the top of the Poden Peak with a worried look. How did Sister Pengyun get pushed to such a point? If she hadn't entered the Golden Core this time and received the lifespan reward, I'm afraid she wouldn't have survived. Wang Ying, who had been sitting quietly with her eyes closed, and the master of the Poden Peak, Master Lian, were also alarmed by the situation in the Poden Peak. They also opened their eyes and looked over. The Ling family's female cultivator has a firm heart for the Tao, much stronger than most of the sect's Golden Cores. If this person can enter the Golden Core, relying solely on this heart for the Tao, her future achievements will probably not be low. This Ling family is really capable of producing talents. Master Lian sighed inwardly, and looked at Ling Pengyun beside him. The top of the Poden Peak. With the help of the 3 secret methods to enhance strength, Ling Pengyun's speed of condensing and solidifying spiritual power has increased countless times. In just a few dozen breaths, she has condensed 10% of the solidified spiritual power, making the solidified spiritual power in her own dantian reach as much as 90%. However, performing 3 secret methods to increase strength in succession was a great burden on her already aged body. By this time, her spiritual power, blood essence, and even her lifespan were all about to be exhausted. With hope in her heart, Ling Pengyun immediately patted the storage bag on her waist, took out a large number of things that restored blood and energy, things that restored spiritual power, and spiritual objects such as pulse protection pills, and stuffed them into her mouth frantically. Relying on the powerful spiritual power she now possessed, she immediately refined them and replenished them in her body to maintain the operation of the 3 secret methods. Even so, her meridians had been stretched by the spiritual power transformed by those spiritual objects, and cracks appeared. I am afraid that her meridians will be broken soon, but she still did not look back. In this way, she maintained herself in the state of complete victory and condensed and solidified spiritual power. Ling Pengyun gritted her teeth and held on for dozens of breaths. Just before the meridians in her body, which had been stretched out by countless spiritual power and medicinal power, were about to break, she finally condensed the last 10% of her spiritual power into solidified spiritual power. She also quickly withdrew the various secret methods she had used, retaining some spiritual power, blood, and lifespan. However, the forced continuous use of 3 secret methods before also consumed a lot of her lifespan. She originally had more than 10 years of life left, but now she only had half a year left at most. The dead air around her also increased countless times at this moment, and she became like a rotten wood. Blood flowed from her 5 holes. Obviously, her body was on the verge of collapse. But at this moment, a yellowish spiritual light appeared in the center of her dantian, and began to devour the solidified spiritual power and grow stronger. In just a few breaths, her dantian was completely covered by the yellow spiritual light, and her dantian turned into a golden pill with a yellow glow and inferior aura. The next moment, dark clouds of disaster gathered in the sky. Disaster clouds. It's disaster clouds. Heaven is looking at me. Ha ha ha. Ling Pengyun, who had already become a deadwood, looked at the disaster clouds in the sky, his eyes full of bloodshot, and laughed crazily. After the disaster cloud was immersed for dozens of breaths, the first disaster thunder finally fell. However, before this thunder disaster approached Ling Pengyun, it was blocked by the 4th level thunder spirit tree next to her with the lightning-inducing debt expedition formation in the Poden Peak. The same was true for the next 7 thunder disasters. The thunder spirit tree wanted to pass the last thunder disaster to Ling Pengyun as usual to temper her body, but when it saw Ling Pengyun's body full of holes and blood, it gave up the idea. If it passed the thunder disaster into Ling Pengyun's body at this moment, I am afraid that even a trace of the power of the thunder disaster would kill Ling Pengyun, who was a deadwood. The thunder spirit tree also absorbed the last thunder disaster into the formation. The calamity clouds in the sky also turned into a piece of nectar and fell on Ling Pengyun's body at this moment, washing away the large amount of blood flowing out of her 5 orifices. The countless injuries on her body, the meridians wrapped in thousands of holes, also recovered rapidly at this moment. The wrinkles on her face also disappeared rapidly, and her white hair quickly turned black. In the blink of an eye, Ling Pengyun, who was a rotten wood, recovered to her youthful appearance. When everything fell, the golden elixir in Ling Pengyun's abdomen suddenly flashed yellow light, even covering her whole body. A golden elixir realm pressure suddenly spread out from Ling Pengyun, and her dead air also dissipated in an instant, and a thin vitality surged out of her body. She also opened her eyes. Perhaps it was a coincidence that the scorching sun in the sky just rose in the east, and when she looked, she saw the scorching sun. Countless bright red clouds scattered on Ling Pengyun's face, illuminating a determined face and a pair of spiritual eyes with infinite expectations. In Ling Pengyun's eyes, the blazing sun in the sky was what she wanted. Turning myself into the blazing sun, shining in all directions, protecting the Ling family, and becoming the one who has the most power in the sky. A special intention appeared in Ling Pengyun's heart. Her eyes also became blurred at this moment, and a special charm also appeared around her. She didn't know why, and she slowly closed her eyes consciously. Chapter 686, Seeking the Thunder to Destroy the Array. At the foot of the mountain, Ling Pengyun, who was extremely happy because Ling Pengyun had entered the golden elixir stage, also noticed that Ling Pengyun in the mountain was a little strange. He flew to the top of the mountain to take a look. Seeing Ling Pengyun's situation, his heart was suddenly shocked and he exclaimed secretly, "This is enlightenment. Sister Pengyun has really suffered a lot and has a great opportunity. I wonder what Sister Pengyun will gain from this enlightenment." Lei Yun's Henren and Wang Ying, who went up to the top of the mountain with him to look at Ling Pengyun's situation, also noticed her abnormality. At this moment, the two of them were only left with endless surprise and were a little speechless. The two of them also sighed. This person is really blessed. Then, the two of them also went down the mountain again with Ling Pengyun to avoid disturbing Ling Pengyun's enlightenment. Time passed slowly. After 3 days, the black curtain covering the sky was dispersed by the rising sun, and countless red clouds shone on Ling Pengyun's body. She woke up and her face was filled with endless joy. In order to avoid Ling Pengyun and others waiting for a long time, she also went down the mountain immediately. At this time, Ling Pengyun, who had been waiting for a long time at the bottom of the mountain, looked at the girl coming down the mountain, and couldn't help but recall the days when he was stationed at Qingshi Mountain and Ling Pengyun was stationed at Guiling when he was young. Thinking that this sister who had a very good relationship with him would still be there for more than 300 years in the future, he couldn't help but smile. Family happiness, seeking the way together, maybe it's also a kind of fun. Soon, Ling Pengyun came down the mountain and joined everyone. Everyone chatted for a few words, and Lei Yun's Henren also planned to recruit Ling's Giant and Ling Pengyun as a guest of the sect as usual. Ling Pengyun had already discussed this matter with Ling Pengyun. When Ling Pengyun relied on the sect's 4th level formation, Li Jiangdu's great formation to overcome the thunder tribulation, he had already formed a cause and effect with the sect. If the sect is in a bad situation, it will also affect Ling Pengyun's luck. Moreover, the Ling family had already been deeply entangled with the Kanglin Bahe sect. As a member of the Ling family, it was impossible for her not to embark on the Kanglin Bahe sect. Without much hesitation, she agreed to this matter. Since Fairy Ling agreed to be a guest official, I hope that Fairy will provide timely support when the sect is in danger. At the same time, Fairy can also get the benefits of the sect. The sect can give you a golden elixir technique or a 3rd level 100 arts inheritance. I wonder which one Fairy would like to choose. Lei Yun's Henren was not surprised that Ling Pengyun agreed to become a guest official, and replied. After hearing the question, Ling Pengyun said the choice he had already thought of. Junior, I plan to inherit a formation technique. At this point, she paused slightly, and then continued. In addition, I would like to ask, is there any record of the arrangement method of your sect's reduced version of the lightning destruction array? The lightning destruction array was created to be a powerful array that can convert a nascent soul tribulation thunder into an attack method, so the lowest rank of this array is the 4th rank. Moreover, this array is extremely difficult to arrange, and the spiritual materials required to arrange this array are also extremely large and of relatively demanding quality, which is not something that an ordinary 4th rank array master can arrange. The lightning destruction array was created by the 4th rank array master, who created the lightning destruction array of the Kanglan Baha'i sect 10,000 years ago, and it was a 3rd rank array created by reducing the lightning destruction array. This array actually has the same effect as the lightning destruction array, but the former is weaker and the latter is stronger. Lei Yun's Henren's expression trembled slightly, and there was a bit of special meaning between his eyebrows. Then, he asked Ling Pengyun a question. Fairy is a formation master. Ling Pengyun nodded slightly. Seeing this, Master Lian's eyebrows showed a more special look. Then he turned his eyes to look at Ling Pengyun beside him and said to him meaningfully, "The lightning destruction array and the lightning destruction array that protects our sect are of the same origin. This array can also be regarded as the core array of our sect. In order to prevent this array from being leaked. Therefore, this lightning destruction array is not recorded in the array inheritance that our sect will give to Fairy Ling. However, apart from this array and the other core arrays of our sect, the other ordinary, even some rare and rare arrays are recorded in the superior array inheritance that the fairy will receive. Ask a question that should not be asked, Fairy Ling, fellow Taoist Pengyun, is your clan planning to set up such an array to help the clan members survive the Thunder Tribulation?" Ling Pengyun did not hide it and nodded in response. "That's right. Lian Dao, our clan is concerned about the sect and will not let the core inheritance of the sect leak out. Dao, can you let our clan exchange contribution points for the arrangement of the 3rd level lightning-inducing destruction formation of the sect? Although the Ling family currently has 4 3rd-level superior formations, namely the Zhuanyang Burning Heaven formation of the Zhuanyang sect, the Wanchao Fusion formation of the Wanchao sect, the Golden Moon Gangyang formation of the Liang family, and the Qingfang Yanayu formation of the Jiu family. However, the first 2 formations have been consumed in recent years and are no longer in a state of complete victory. In particular, the core golden elixir beast souls of the Wanchao Fusion formation were destroyed in the battle when the Ling family and Bailing sect attacked the Wanchao sect. After many years, the Ling family has not restored this formation to a state of complete victory. Although the latter 2 formations are mainly defensive formations, they were not damaged when they were in a state of complete victory, and they can barely resist the thunder tribulation caused by the cultivator's breakthrough of the golden elixir. But afterward, these 2 formations will be more or less damaged by the thunderbolt, and it will take at least 10 years, or even 20 or 30 years, to restore the power of these 2 formations. The Monster Beast Rebellion is approaching again, and Ling Pengyun still hopes to use these 2 formations to resist the beast tide. Naturally, he is reluctant to use these 2 formations to resist the thunderbolt in the years when the Monster Beast Rebellion is approaching. Therefore, Ling Pengyun brought Ling Pengyun to the sect to break through the golden elixir. And it was also he who suggested that Ling Pengyun first ask about the matter of inducing thunder to destroy the formation. The family will be a period of rapid development in the next 10 years, and several foundation-building perfect cultivators will emerge, and they will all have the opportunity to try to break through the golden elixir. At that time, if those clansmen can condense the golden elixir, they will naturally attract the thunderbolt, and Ling Pengyun is reluctant to take out the family formation. The family is far away from the secret realm, and it is really time-consuming if every time the clansmen try to break through the golden elixir, they have to go to the secret realm. If the method of setting up the lightning-inducing destruction formation can be obtained, this time can be saved, and the family can also get a powerful formation to sit in. Although the grade of the lightning-inducing destruction formation is only the 3rd grade, the purpose of this formation is the golden elixir thunder tribulation, which has a great restraining effect on thunder tribulation. Even if it is a 3rd grade low-grade lightning-inducing destruction formation, it can at least absorb the first 6 thunder tribulation caused by a cultivator who has formed a low-grade or middle-grade golden elixir in a short period of time. The 3rd grade middle-grade lightning-inducing destruction formation can completely absorb the 9 thunder tribulation caused by a cultivator who has formed a low-grade or middle-grade golden elixir in a short period of time. And the power of these thunder tribulation will also be accumulated under the thunder vein where the formation is located on weekdays, and can be called out to attack when you want to use it. The 3rd grade low-grade thunder vein can accumulate 18 thunder tribulation thunders with the help of the same grade formation. The 3rd grade middle-grade thunder vein can accumulate 36 thunder tribulation thunders with the help of the same grade formation, and the 3rd grade high-grade thunder vein can accumulate 72 thunder tribulation thunders with the help of the same grade formation. At the same time, the higher the grade of the lightning destruction array, The stronger the power of the tribulation thunder that can be stored by this array with the thunder veins. When the lightning destruction array with the help of the third order lower grade thunder veins is completely victorious, even a mid-stage giant and cultivator cannot withstand the power of 18 tribulation thunders, and this array can even threaten a late-stage giant and cultivator. The lightning destruction array with the help of the third order middle grade thunder veins, once activated, 36 tribulation thunders will be released at the same time, which is enough to seriously injure or even kill a late-stage giant and cultivator. As for the tribulation thunder caused by the cultivators who have formed the upper grade Jindan and the 5 elements Jindan, it is stronger, at least several times stronger than the tribulation thunder caused by the cultivators who have formed the lower grade and middle grade Jindan, and is therefore different from the tribulation thunder caused by the cultivators who have formed the lower grade and middle grade Jindan. In addition, Ling Pengyun also wants to use this array to reduce the cause and effect between him and the Kanglan Baha'i sect, leaving some Jindan real people who are not entangled with the cause and effect of the sect for the Ling family. After all, cultivators who use the sect's formation to break through the golden elixir must join the sect as guest officials and serve the sect when necessary. In this way, if the Kanglan Baha'i sect is attacked by the Holy Demon sect, the Ling family can also retain some golden elixirs and stay in the family without participating in the war. At that time, even if the family's golden elixir supporting the sect has an accident, the Ling family will not be weakened. Seeing Ling Pengyun's persistence in attracting thunder to destroy the formation, Master Lian had a bit of displeasure between his brows, and he spoke with a bit of anger. Although the lightning-inducing destruction formation is of the 3rd level, it is extremely difficult to set up. It requires a 3rd-level spiritual vein as the foundation and a 3rd-level lightning spiritual object as the center of the formation. It has harsh requirements. If the cultivators of your clan want to try to break through the golden elixir in the future, wouldn't it be better for you to come to the sect to endure the thunder tribulation like you are doing now? Why do you insist on doing this, fellow Taoist Pengyun? Ling Pengyun did not respond immediately. Instead, he took out the map of Yan State, pointed to the Bayun Mountains that stretched for millions of miles, and spoke the words he had prepared long ago. I believe that fellow Taoist also knows that the 100-year beast tide in my northern wilderness cultivation world is approaching, and the Yan State where my clan is located has offended the neighboring nascent soul demon clan, the Red Gold Bear clan. And this Bayun mountain range, which stretches for millions of miles, is the area of my Yan State that is closest to the Red Gold Bear clan's residence. When the beast tide is about to come, this place will surely become the front line. Taoist, look at this place again. This place is called Tan Ridge. There is a lightning vein at the peak of the 3rd order lower grade. This lightning vein is only one step away from entering the 3rd order middle grade realm. Over the years, my clan has accumulated enough lightning spirits to help that lightning vein upgrade to the 3rd order middle grade realm. Also, there is also a lightning spirit pond where this lightning vein is located. This kind of spirit pond is most suitable as the eye of the formation for storing calamity lightning, but it will have less offensive power. As long as we set up a 3rd order medium grade or 3rd order high grade lightning inducing destruction formation in it, and let that formation accumulate enough thunder power, it will be of great help to our clan in resisting the chaos of monsters. And our clan has also been surging with talents in recent years, so it should be no problem for a 3rd order medium grade lightning inducing destruction formation to accumulate enough thunder power. Therefore, this junior has come up with this last resort. Chapter 687, Transaction, A Good Destiny. At this point, Ling Pengyun raised his eyes, looked directly at Master Lian, and said a great benefit. If the senior can agree to this, and our clan can safely survive the monster beast chaos, when the sect's secret realm is broken by the Holy Demon sect in more than 120 or 30 years and is about to fight with the Holy Demon sect, not only will I, Yun Hongzui, Penglin and other sect guests help the sect, but our clan will also send out more than 5 Jindan monks and 10 Jindan beast puppets to help. The sect's secret realm will be bombarded by the Holy Demon sect with formations every few years. At present, with the power of the secret realm, it can only last for about 120 or 30 years at most. By then, Kanglan Baha'i sect will inevitably fight with the Holy Demon sect. Upon hearing this, Master Lian's eyes were inevitably moved, but this move was not much. The 15 extra Jindan warriors that Ling Pengyun promised to help are not too few for the Kanglan Baha'i sect, which has suffered heavy losses and only has more than 30 Jindan warriors. But this number of Jindan warriors is at most icing on the cake for the sect 100 years later. At the beginning of the end of the war, it was also the most difficult time for the sect. There was a shortage of talents and other problems. But as time went by, the sect stabilized and more talents were plundered. Now, there are at least more than 30 Jindan seedlings in the sect, and there will definitely be more Jindan seedlings in the next 100 years. Under such circumstances, when the secret realm is breached 100 years later, the sect can rely on the foundation of the Yuanying sect to accumulate at least dozens of Jindan. By then, the Kanglan Bahe sect will not be weak. However, Master Lei Yun did not directly reject Ling Pengyun's proposal, but said something. 10 golden elixir beast puppets are fine. Are you so confident that your clan can produce 5 golden elixir cultivators in the next 100 years? Ling Pengyun said with a confident smile. As long as our clan survives the monster beast chaos safely, everything is possible. Master Lei Yun thought of the sect and found out that the Ling family is known as the first force in Yan State in the northern wilderness immortal cultivation world. They occupy a vast territory and can accumulate a lot of wealth every year. Moreover, the Ling family is no longer the same as before. Now this family has mastered many third-level top-grade formations that can resist thunder tribulations, so coming to the sect to survive thunder tribulations is also a matter of course. In the future, the sect may not be able to recruit many Ling family golden elixir guests. In addition, the sect master Kanglan's Henjin once said that the Ling family's luck is extremely strong, and it is even stronger than his own Yuanying sect. In recent years, the Ling family has produced 5 golden elixir cultivators in succession, and he actually believed what Ling Pengyun said now. After hesitating for a while, in order to make the sect gain greater benefits, Master Lei Yun spoke. Since you are so confident, I will trust you once. However, your clan has too few additional Jindan combat forces in the future. Add 5 more Jindan combat forces, a total of 20 Jindan combat forces. And hand over your clan's 2 top-level intermediate beast puppets that can refine bodies as hard as iron and master the power of black ice and nether fire to the sect. At the same time, if your clan agrees to be friends with our sect forever, I will send the method of setting up the lightning-inducing destruction formation to Fairy Penguin on behalf of the sect. After all, the lightning-inducing destruction formation and our sect's lightning-inducing disaster-saving formation are of the same origin. If it is placed in the outside world, let alone replacing 2 top-level corpse refining methods, even if it is replaced with 3 or even 4, it will probably be no problem. Ling Pengyun was shocked when he heard this. I didn't expect that the sect knew that our clan had mastered the top-notch corpse refining method. It seems that the sect has not only deployed spies in the boundless sea. However, what Lei Yun said was indeed true. The value of the lightning-inducing destruction formation was indeed extremely high. Not to mention its efficacy, its intention was close to the powerful 4th-level formation of the lightning-inducing and overcoming difficulties formation, which was already priceless. As for the additional Jindan combat power that needed support, although there were 5 more, as long as the monster beast chaos was over, Ling Pengyun was confident that he could gather them all. The sect was not the enemy of the Ling family, and it would not be bad to give them the corpse refining method. Moreover, the sect was willing to be on good terms with the Ling family forever, which was enough to show its sincerity. Even if he took a step back, Ling Pengyun was also confident that in the future, with the blessing of the yin-yang Taichu essence that had returned to one, he would be able to create a stronger corpse refining method. He also spoke out. Okay. I agree to all these conditions. But I also have one condition, which is that you need to go to the 3rd-level lightning vein in the territory of our clan, treading Cloud Ridge, and help our clan set up a large formation for the lightning vein, and set up a powerful 3rd-level upper-grade lightning-inducing and destroying formation on the lightning vein. Lei Yun's Henrin is a person with outstanding talent. Not only is he extraordinary in strength, he is also a rare and veteran 3rd-level upper-grade formation master. He is also good at refining lightning attack formations. The sect rumored that this person was able to fight against Yuanying and remain undefeated for a short time, which was due to his own strength and the power of his formation. And this person is also the 2nd person in the formation of Kanglan Bahe sect. The first person is Kanglan's Henjin, who is an extremely powerful 4th-level formation master. Lei Yun's Henrin, who was standing aside, was not surprised to see Ling Pengyun agree to the request, and the formation arrangement requirements proposed by Ling Pengyun were not difficult for him, so he also agreed to it. As for the fact that he would give up the method of setting up the lightning destruction array, it would naturally benefit the sect. The Ling family agreed to make peace, which meant that the lightning destruction array was in the hands of the Ling family, and would not be used on their own sect in the future. What's more, the Ling family was in the Northern Wilderness Immortal Cultivation world, and the Kanglen Blue Sea sect was in the Boundless Sea Immortal Cultivation world. It is estimated that there would not be much conflict of interest between the two parties in the future. Moreover, the lightning destruction array originated from the sect. When it came into the hands of the Ling family, the sect could still establish some cause and effect with the Ling family, just more or less. In addition, in recent years, the Blue Sea Kanglen sect happened to have a cultivator who had formed a superior golden elixir and was good at corpse cultivation. This person was just lacking the method of refining the top middle level corpse. After all, the sect was a righteous force. If it was just an ordinary middle level corpse refining method, the sect did have a few, but the sect did not have the top middle level corpse refining method. This kind of corpse refining method is enough to become the bottom of the box of those top giant and corpse deo forces. The superior corpse refining method is only available to some Yuanying corpse deo forces. I will go and get the third level lower grade formation inheritance that Fairy Penguin needs, and the method of setting up the lightning inducing destruction formation. After saying this, Master Lian left this place. Although the lightning inducing destruction formation is the core formation inheritance of the sect, it is difficult for ordinary sect giant and elders to access and read it. However, Master Lian is devoted to the sect and is quite trusted by the sect's Master Kanglen. As early as 100 years ago, Master Kanglen handed over all the major matters of the sect to Master Lian. As long as the matter is reasonable, Master Lian can make the decision alone. And to make friends with the Ling family, take advantage of the Ling family's powerful luck, and make up for the weak luck of the Kanglen Bahe sect, is a task assigned to Master Lian by Master Kanglen. Soon, Master Lei Yun returned to Potton Peak with the inheritance of the formation and the method of setting up the formation. He also handed these two items to Ling Pengyun. At the same time, in order to prevent the two items from being passed on, Master Lei Yun also asked Ling Pengyun to make a heavenly oath, and arranged a special restriction in Ling Pengyun's Sea of Consciousness. As for the descendants of the Ling family who also want to master the method of setting up the lightning-inducing destruction formation, they need to come to Kanglen Bahe sect to get it. Ling Pengyun and Ling Pengyun can understand this matter. Ling Pengyun also handed over the method of refining quartzes with iron and steel nether fire and iron and steel black ice to Master Lei Yun. Afterwards, Ling Pengyun pleaded with Master Lei Yun. Senior, I wonder if you can give my sister some pointers on the formation and help her upgrade the formation to the third level as soon as possible. Master Lei Yun is a person who pursues the Tao. He is also more pleasing to Ling Pengyun, a female cultivator with an extremely firm heart for the Tao. If Ling Pengyun could reach the third level in formation, it would be good for the Ling family to survive the monster beast chaos, and indirectly good for the future of the sect, so he agreed to it. Ling Pengyun and Ling Pengyun were very happy about this. After all, Master Lian was a rare and veteran third-level top-grade formation master, with a very deep understanding of formation. If he could give them guidance, they would benefit a lot. Then, Ling Pengyun and Ling Pengyun thanked him together. Master Lian was quite satisfied with this. After chatting for a few more words, Ling Pengyun also said to Master Lian, Senior, Pengyun and I have a few words to say. I will go back to Bishu Island with Pengyun and senior sister Wang Ying to reminisce for a while, and I will send Pengyun here in the afternoon. Master Lian glanced at Ling Pengyun with a hint of meaning, and recalled Ling Pengyun's enlightenment not long ago, and he nodded in response. Okay. Ling Pengyun then left the place with Wang Ying and Ling Pengyun and returned to the Bishu Island. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelists. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 688 Ling Pengyun's Sudden Enlightenment. Bishu Island. Sister Pengyun, it is a great joy that you can break through the golden core this time. I have some understanding of the spiritual cooking and can cook a few spiritual food. As the host, I will cook a few spiritual food for you, Sister Pengyun, to celebrate for you. Wang Ying, who had just entered the island with Ling Pengyun and Ling Pengyun, congratulated Ling Pengyun, then fixed her eyes on Ling Pengyun. Her expression slightly moved, and said, "Junior brother Pengyun, I will go to the kitchen of my bamboo building to cook spiritual food first. I will call you when the spiritual food is cooked." After that, she entered a bamboo building on the island. Seeing this, Ling Pengyun smiled, and then he took Ling Pengyun into the bamboo building where he lived in the early years of the island, closed the door, and set up a soundproof ban around the bamboo building. After everything was done, Ling Pengyun, who was sitting at a small tea table here, asked Ling Pengyun, "Pengyun, did you have any insights from your sudden enlightenment?" When talking about this sudden enlightenment, Ling Pengyun couldn't help but raise an irrepressible smile on her face. "Of course I have insights, and these insights are great." Ling Pengyun's eyes trembled, and he asked curiously, "Can you tell me about it?" Of course. Ling Pengyun was very close to Ling Pengyun, and because of the yin and yang primordial energy, Ling Pengyun was even more grateful to Ling Pengyun. She immediately responded and then talked about the results of her enlightenment in detail. This time, Ling Pengyun gained a lot from enlightenment. First, she has found the way to establish her own intentions, and her path will be very smooth in the future, at least in the early stage of the golden elixir. Any bottlenecks she encounters can be easily resolved. Second, based on her early understanding of the formation, she also realized the prototype of a defensive formation with thousands of earth veins as the network, the great trend of heaven and earth as the vein, and spiritual energy as the body. As long as this formation is completed and perfected in the future, this defensive formation can be completely arranged. Because this formation needs to use the earth veins as a network and transform it for its own use, its grade is at least the 3rd level. This formation is also named Moving Like a Mountain Formation by Ling Pengyun, implying that the formation will never fall. Ordinary 1st level and 2nd level formations can only borrow the power of the earth veins at most. At the same time, during the period when she created the prototype of this formation, she also integrated all the knowledge of formations she knew. In less than 3 years, she was confident that she could upgrade the formation to the 3rd level lower level, so as to reach the level of being able to arrange a 3rd level lower level formation. Thirdly, Ling Pengyun also used the merits of this enlightenment to create a formation technique according to her own situation. However, this technique, like the immovable like a mountain formation, is still in its infancy and has not been perfected. At present, Ling Pengyun has only deduced the key training chapter of the formation technique. This technique was also named Mountain-like Dantian formation by Ling Pengyun. The core idea is to gather the mountains and rivers and hold the sky, which can be said to be a far-reaching idea. Even Ling Pengyun was shocked when he learned about this. This idea is probably stronger than the idea of accommodating the vast blue sea in the Azure Sea Sutra. Just judging from this idea and the formation created by Pengyun's ambition is probably very far-reaching. And a technique with this idea as the core will surely be shocking once it is created. I just don't know if Pengyun will have the opportunity to perfect this powerful technique by himself in the future. Creating a technique by yourself is as difficult as ascending to heaven, let alone a technique with such a far-reaching idea as mountain-like Dantian formation. You know, the Bihai Zhenjing, a superior and complete nascent soul technique, was perfected by dozens of nascent souls in the Kanglan Bihai sect over the generations, and it took more than 33,000 years to perfect it, so that this technique can be practiced to the state of nascent soul perfection. Then, Ling Pengyun also asked Ling Pengyun to write down the key training chapter of the Rushanding Dianzhen Dian that he had realized on an empty book and read it carefully. After reading it, he was even more surprised. Although there are still many shortcomings in the key training chapter of this technique, the general framework is stable. Even among the countless key training techniques in the world of cultivation, this technique can be regarded as a medium-level existence. Once the content is perfected, the Rushanding Dianzhen Dian in this key training chapter is completely enough to enter the superior level. From this matter, Ling Pengyun also roughly saw a glimmer of hope for Ling Pengyun to perfect this method. At the same time, he also had some ideas of creating his own techniques. However, this matter will have to wait for decades until he gathers 9 mouthfuls of yin-yang Taichu Qi and condenses a mouthful of yin-yang Taichu essence. Now his talent is not enough, and there is no chance of enlightenment to help him. He has no chance at all to create a technique suitable for himself. Ling Pengyun put away his distracting thoughts and praised Ling Pengyun with a smile. "Pengyun, you are really talented. If you can really perfect this technique to the top." "No, Even if you can only perfect this technique to the Jindan level, it will probably be enough to make you invincible among the same level of Jindan, like a mountain, standing tall in the world. The immovable formation you created is simple in purpose, and it may have the opportunity to touch the 4th level formation. Ling Pengyun was slightly happy when she heard this compliment. However, she was well educated and a lady from a noble family, so she was also humble. All this is thanks to the help of your spirit of opportunity, Brother Ba. If not for this, I would probably have difficulty in touching upon the rare opportunity of enlightenment and to have what I have today. By the way, Brother Ba, I have another favor to ask of you. To perfect that technique, the mountain-like Dantian formation, and the immovable mountain-like formation, a large amount of earth-attributed techniques, formation techniques, and a large number of third-order formations are needed as a foundation. It will be difficult for me to return to the clan in a short period of time. I am afraid that some of the better techniques in the Kanglan Baha'i sect will be difficult to obtain as a guest. Therefore, I hope Brother Ba can help me collect more of these techniques, regardless of grade. As for these collected books, just keep them in the family. I will look at them after I upgrade my formation to the 3rd grade and return to the clan. After all, in recent years, I have been with Senior Lei Yun in the sect, mostly improving the grade of the formation, and it is difficult for me to focus on perfecting the formation and techniques, let alone those books. Ling Pengyun nodded in response. Okay, I had that in mind. Thank you, my dear brother. Ling Pengyun said softly. 10th sister, it's strange to be so polite to your dear brother. Ling Pengyun said with a smile. Afterwards, Ling Pengyun and Ling Pengyun chatted for a while, and Wang Ying also cooked the spiritual food and called them to a celebration banquet. Although there were only 3 of them at the banquet, the 3 of them had a good relationship and the atmosphere was extremely harmonious and joyful. They ate for several hours before the 3 of them left the table. After cleaning up the mess, Ling Pengyun also sent Ling Pengyun to the master of Potten Peak, Li Yan's Henren, to learn Taoism. He also agreed with Li Yan's Henren that after Ling Pengyun learned the formation, he would let him protect Ling Pengyun to the Ling family, and go to the territory of Taoling to promote the spiritual veins and set up the lightning destruction formation. In this way, when the Ling family members break through the golden elixir and trigger the thunder in a few years, they can also have the formation to resist, and at the same time, the thunder destruction formation can accumulate more thunder. After all, the thunderbolt will only appear when the cultivator breaks through the realm of Jindan or above. Although the 3rd level thunder vein in Treading Cloud Ridge is still a thing of monster beasts, that piece of 3rd level thunder vein has basically been abandoned by the monster clan, otherwise they would not have sent only one Jindan level lightning rat to guard it. As long as the Ling family does not go too far and directly seize the 3rd level thunder vein, it will basically not attract the hostility of the monster clan. The Liundapan clan learned a bloody lesson. In addition, the lightning rat stationed in the thunder vein in Treading Cloud Ridge was beaten by the Ling family's Jindan and begged for mercy repeatedly. Its character is extremely cowardly. It is even easier to threaten the rat with force to conceal the fact that the Ling family promoted the thunder vein and arranged the formation in the thunder vein. In Ling Pengyun's eyes. In this way, there is no matter that the Ling family violates the agreement between the Northern Wilderness Zeuxan world and the monster clan in the early years that they cannot occupy the opponent's 3rd level spirit veins during the non-monster beast chaos. The promotion of thunder veins and the arrangement of the lightning-inducing destruction formation are naturally very safe. After discussing this with Master Lei Yun, Ling Pengyun also left the Kanglan Baha'i secret realm. Half a month later. Wu Bianhe Immortal Cultivation Realm. Muian Sea. Deep in Guiling Island. A towering spiritual mountain was decorated with lights and colorful decorations, and on a huge flat land at the foot of the mountain, there were hundreds of dining tables, and thousands of cultivators sat on these dining tables, eating spiritual food, drinking spiritual wine and chatting happily, a lively scene. At this time, a figure suddenly appeared in the sky not far away, revealing the figure of Ling Pengyun. He looked at the lively Han clan mountain in the distance with doubts, and muttered to himself, "What good news is this for the Han clan? There are actually 2 foundation building perfect cultivators wearing the Taoist robes of the Chiu family. The Chiu family is the Jindan clan near Guiling Island with only one fake Dan realm cultivator sitting in charge. The female cultivator that Ling Pengyun asked Han Feng, the patriarch of the Han clan, to marry for the 2nd time in his early years is a female cultivator in this family. The clan's land, which has a third-order spiritual vein, is also where Ling Pengyun plans to make plans in the future. Then, Ling Pengyun looked at the Han Clan mountain again, and only then did he find a strange young man who was still unstable in the hundreds of banquets. He was at the first level of foundation building, as if he had just entered the foundation building stage, and was wearing a Han Clan robe. The foundation building ceremony of that young man. With doubts, Ling Pengyun turned into a black shadow and followed a breeze. Without disturbing anyone, he entered the Han Clan meeting hall on the top of the Han Clan mountain. He sat there quietly for a long time until the sun set and the banquet was over. Ling Pengyun then used the sound transmission technique to call over the two core members of the branch, Ling Pengyun and Han Feng, who had been entertaining guests during the day. He learned about the lively events in the Han Clan mountain at this time, the situation of the Han Clan branch in recent years, and the situation of the Jiu family. As he guessed, the Han Clan mountain was so lively today because of the foundation building ceremony of the unknown male cultivator of the Han Clan. The name of the Han Clan cultivator was Han Dongji. His cultivation talent was not high. He was only a 4 spiritual root cultivator. However, because the Han Clan was really lacking in talent, the younger generation was mostly 4 and 5 spiritual root cultivators. Han Dongji was the tallest among these short people, so he was trained by the Han Clan. With the accumulation of countless resources, this person broke through the foundation building realm and became another foundation building cultivator in the Han Clan bloodline, in addition to Han Feng, the patriarch of the Han Clan. Chapter 689 Fire Dragon Meeting. The wife of Han Feng, the patriarch of the Han family, and Jiu Shi, the daughter of the elder of the Jiu family, also entered the foundation building stage a few years ago. Together with these two people, as well as Han Feng, Ling Pengyun, the servant Wan Zhuan who was gathering information in Muiyun Market, and Feng Yingping who had been in seclusion for many years on a second-level spiritual vein in the Han family's territory, the Han family currently has 6 foundation-building warriors. Han Feng's cultivation has also reached the peak of the 6th level of foundation building. Ling Pengyun's cultivation has also entered the 9th level of foundation building. As for the situation of the branch in recent years, it is not bad. Because the patriarch Han Feng married Jiu Shi, the daughter of the elder of the Jiu family, he also borrowed some of the Jiu family's prestige. In addition, the Han family now has 5 foundation-building warriors, and the Han family has become the strongest family on Guiling Island, overwhelming the remaining 2 old foundation-building forces on Guiling Island. If it weren't for the fact that each of these 2 old foundation-building forces now has 3 or 4 foundation-building warriors, and the 2 families have become relatives due to the urgent situation on Guiling Island and have joined forces to fight against the Han family, otherwise the 2 families would have been destroyed one by the Han family. In addition, due to the expansion of the Han family's power, the number of mortals under their command has reached nearly 100,000. The number of Han family members with spiritual roots has also reached 130 due to the accumulation of these mortals. There are also nearly 100 guest officials who practice Qi. There are nearly 100 first-level spiritual veins and 3 second-level spiritual veins under their control. And because of the large number of spiritual veins under their control, the Han family can harvest a large number of spiritual plants every year. In addition to various expenses, the number of spiritual stones that the Han family can save every year is as high as 2,000. In the past 10 years, the spiritual stones in the Han family's treasury have also accumulated nearly 20,000 spiritual stones. The foundation-building spiritual objects used by the new foundation-building Han Dongji of the Han family were left by Ling Pengyun in his early years, so the Han family did not spend much spiritual stones. As for the Golden Dan family Jiu family that Ling Pengyun had planned to plant in the early years, the situation is even more difficult than 10 years ago. After many years, the Jiu family still has not produced a new golden elixir. Only the Jiu family ancestor, the fake elixir master, whose lifespan is about to run out, is alone in the family. As a result, in recent years, about 1/5 of the territory of this family and about 400 or 500 spiritual veins have been swallowed up by the 2 enemy golden elixir families. However, according to Han Feng, when his wife Jiu returned to the Jiu family to visit relatives 2 years ago, she learned from her father that the ancestor of the Jiu family had also planned to go out to buy golden elixir spiritual objects in recent years, intending to help the clan members break through the golden elixir, or refine the golden elixir of monsters and achieve the realm of fake elixir. But the ancestor of the Zhu family went out of the Zhu family several times, and was forced back to the Zhu family by the golden elixir of the two enemy golden elixir families of the Zhu family. After hearing this news, Ling Pengyun's eyebrows flashed with some brilliance. After thinking for a long time, he made arrangements. Within 5 years, at all costs, destroy the other two foundation-building families on Guiling Island and completely occupy the island. Thus, occupying an island will increase the strength of the Han branch. After speaking, he took out a storage bag from his arms and handed it to Ling Pengyun. These spiritual objects are what I brought from my family. There are many elixirs that can help foundation-building cultivators break through the realm. You can use them at will. There are also 5 third-level low-grade spiritual talismans with power comparable to the full-strength attack of a first or second-level giant cultivator. After hearing Ling Pengyun's arrangement, the steady Ling Pengyun and Han Feng's eyes lit up. If the Han family had the current strength, it would be extremely difficult to destroy the other two foundation-building family alliances on Guiling Island, which were already strong. But with the 5 third-level low-grade spiritual talismans, it would be easy. My dear, we will definitely get this done, Ling Pengyun said solemnly, and then he looked at the storage bag in his hand that contained 5 third-level low-grade talismans, and his eyes flashed with brilliance. With a bit of excitement, he asked Ling Pengyun again. My dear, when will the Zhu family make plans? Ling Pengyun said. There is no rush for this matter, just wait. Wait until Feng Yingpen, who has already appeared in this boundless sea, breaks through the Jiandan realm, or wait for the other two enemies of the Zhu family, the Jiandan family, to take action. Ling Pengyun and Han Feng looked at each other, and they began to look forward to riding the Jiandan realm Feng Yingpen. Then, the few of them chatted for a while. Ling Pengyun also asked Ling Pengyun in detail about the situation of his only son Ling Qingshi, who was cultivating in the family. Ling Pengyun also answered truthfully and told Ling Pengyun all about Ling Qingshi's experiences in recent years. He also promised Ling Pengyun that he would send Ling Pengshi here within 3 years to help him destroy the other two foundation-building families on Guiling Island. 2 years ago, when Ling Pengyun brought Ling Pengyun to the boundless sea, Ling Qingshi, who was in charge of the affairs of the Taoist territory, happened to be trying to break through the bottleneck between the first and second levels of foundation building. It was difficult for him to come out of retreat in a short time, so Ling Pengyun did not bring him back to Guiling Island. When Ling Pengyun learned about his child's current cultivation, he was overjoyed. You know, his child Ling Qingshi is only in his 30s or 40s now. Back then, when he was this age, his cultivation was only at the key training stage. After chatting, Ling Pengyun also tactfully handed over nearly 20,000 spirit stones that the Han family had saved in recent years to Ling Pengyun. Ling Pengyun was quite satisfied with this. He also took advantage of the night to leave this territory and went to see Feng Yingpen, who had been retreating in a remote second-level spirit vein on Guiling Island for many years. Seeing that he would be able to comprehend the family's method of cultivating the spirit of demon beasts and the method of tempering the meridians to perfection in just 2 or 3 years, Ling Pengyun also praised him. After leaving him a sum of cultivation resources, Ling Pengyun finally left Guiling Island and went to Muilan Market. Through the teleportation array of this market, he went directly to the source water market under the command of the Mingshu sect, a Yuanying sect next to the Muilan Xianzong. This Yuanshu Sea is the sea area adjacent to the Zuanming sect of the demon sect of the Mingshu sect. At the same time, this place is also the front line of the battle between the Mingshu sect and the Zuanming sect. Ling Pengyun, who had his real name, pretended to be a casual cultivator, was employed by the Mingshu sect to deal with the Zuanming sect of the demon Yuanying sect, and fought with the demon cultivators of the Zuanming sect here. Ling Pengyun came to this source water sea area. It didn't take long for him to meet Ling Pengyun in a desolate area of Mingshu Sea area with the help of the communication method agreed with Ling Pengyun in the early years. Through chatting with Ling Pengyun also learned that Ling Pengyun had fought for Mingshu sect for many years in this area. Relying on his decisive killing temperament and the top middle level life magic weapon Fire Dragon Fan in his hand, which can be called the treasure of exterminating demons, he made a great name in this area. In the past 2 years, Ling Pengyun had also fought against the middle stage giant and demon cultivator without being defeated. This matter was also widely circulated by the cultivators of Mingshu sect. It was also because of this matter that in the past 2 years, Many people who really believe that Ling Pengyun was a casual cultivator who practiced qi and built foundations have also sought out Ling Pengyun, wanting to respect Ling Pengyun. Fortunately, during the war between Mingxu sect and Xuanming sect, he was protected by Ling Pengyun, a powerful casual cultivator Jinden. Ling Pengyun was meant to establish another branch in the Boundless Sea area, so he did not reject the loyalty of those key training and foundation building cultivators. For this purpose, he also established a loose cultivator force called Fire Dragon Association. After years of development, there are more than 3,000 cultivators in this force, but most of these cultivators are peripheral members of key training. There are only about 100 cultivators who can be regarded as core members of the Fire Dragon Association. These cultivators are all people who seek the Tao. As soon as they entered the Fire Dragon Association, they expressed their submission to Ling Pengyun, and were willing to let Ling Pengyun arrange the secret art that can control life and death in their sea of consciousness. This move also won Ling Pengyun's trust. As for the 100 core members, they did so naturally to plan a more ambitious path. Ling Pengyun originally intended to develop and expand the Fire Dragon Association, so he supported these 100 people as his confidants. Now, the cultivation of nearly 100 cultivators has been raised to the late stage of key training, and there are more than 10 foundation building cultivators. The structure of the Fire Dragon Association has also gradually taken shape. Now, this force is only one level 3 spiritual vein away from being called the Golden Elixir Force. As for Ling Pengyun's cultivation, it has now reached the second level of the Golden Elixir realm, not far from the peak. In these years, he has been loyal to the Mingxu sect and has destroyed several Golden Elixir forces under the Xuanming sect, dozens of foundation building forces, killed 3 Golden Elixir demon cultivators, and captured several demon cultivators' mineral veins. For this, he has accumulated more than 180,000 war merits, and only needs about 120,000 war merits to exchange for the right to use a level 3 spiritual vein from the Mingxu sect. It's just a pity that the war between the Mingxu sect and the Xuanming sect has come to an end, and the war merits of the Mingxu sect are becoming more and more difficult to obtain. After Ling Pengyun learned about this, he also took out a full 200,000 spiritual stones from his valuable spiritual stones and gave them to Ling Pengyun, asking him to find a way to use the spiritual stones to buy 120,000 contribution points from other cultivators as soon as possible and buy a third-level spiritual vein. Although the battle merits of Mingxu sect have the same purchasing power as spiritual stones, the spiritual objects that can be exchanged for battle merits are extremely rare, which makes battle merits extremely scarce. Secretly, the ratio of using spiritual stones to exchange for battle merits is 1:1.2. After Ling Pengyun gave Ling Pengyun a sum of cultivation resources and praised Ling Pengyun for being a wise choice to establish the Fire Dragon Association, he said goodbye to Ling Pengyun and left this land. Ling Pengyun went to find the friends he had made in the land of Mingxu sect over the years and exchanged spiritual stones for battle merits. A few days later. The Boundless Sea Area Cultivation World. The Angry Whale Sea, one of the 2 major seas under the command of the Muing Immortal sect, has been expanding towards the Demon Sea in the north for nearly 100 years, making the territory of this sea area continue to expand. The spiritual veins within it are naturally increasing. The Muing Immortal sect has no manpower and no energy to manage these newly occupied first level, second level, and third level spiritual veins. This sect has sold all these spiritual veins to some independent cultivators with good reputations, or some cultivators of the Muing Immortal sect, in the form of war merits obtained by killing demons and handing over corpses, or spiritual stones. Except for some relatively lonely and hard-working cultivators, most cultivators who obtain spiritual veins from the Muing Immortal sect will create forces, either families, sects, or other organizations to gather people and better manage the spiritual veins under their command. This move has doubled the number of forces in the Angry Whale Sea in a short period of time. However, most of these newly created forces are not very strong. After all, most of these forces are created by independent cultivators and have weak foundations. Of course, there are also many forces created by the disciples of Muing Xianzong, which have a good foundation and can even be compared with some powerful forces in other seas that have existed for hundreds or thousands of years. The representative is the Huang Yang family founded by Huang Zhenren, the second person in the alchemy of Muing Xianzong. Huang Zhenren's real name is Yangchu. Although this family was founded only a dozen years ago, there are 3 golden elixirs in this family. The head of the Yang family, Huang Zhenren, who was originally the chief alchemist of Muiyin Xianzong, has reached the realm of golden elixir perfection. Even if they are placed in the two seas of Nujing and Muiyin under the command of the entire Muiyin Xianzong, they are all strong enough to rank in the top 20. If you count carefully, the strength of the Huang Yang family is enough to rank in the top 3 in the entire Nujing Sea. After all, the Nujing Sea has only been developed by Muiyin Xianzong in the past 200 or 300 years, and the major forces in this sea are not as strong as those in other seas. However, the strength of the Huang Yang family is indeed good. Even if it is placed in the strongest sea area Muiyin Sea area under the command of the Muiyin Immortal sect, the strength of this family is enough to rank in the top 20. In addition, this person's alchemy skills are extremely strong. Every few months, you can basically see rare Jinden's Henren coming to Huang Island to ask Huang's Henren to refine third-level elixirs. Huang's Henren also accepts everyone who comes. This move also makes the Huang Yang family, a Jinden clan, more and more famous, and the relationship between them and the major Jinden families in the Whale Sea area is also very good. Chapter 693 Portions of Dan-forming liquid. At the same time, deep in Huang Island, there is a spiritual fire mountain with a volcano-like shape and a third-level aura. At the bottom of this spiritual fire mountain, the Huang Yang family has opened up many underground fire rooms for alchemy or refining. Among them, a ground fire room with the most intense fire, which can summon the third-level ground fire, is now covered by flames. There are also countless rolling heat waves spreading inside. The source of the heat wave is the third-level ground fire that keeps emitting from the fire mouth of this ground fire room. However, there is also an alchemy furnace suspended above the fire mouth, and countless ground fires are burning at the bottom of this alchemy furnace. Next to the fire mouth, there is also a strange young man with white hair, but he looks younger and has a hint of old age. The ground fire and the alchemy furnace here are controlled by this person. Obviously, this person is using the ground fire here to make alchemy. After an unknown amount of time, a flash of spiritual light appeared in the third-level alchemy furnace, and the aura of 5 third-level low-grade elixirs immediately emanated from it. As the strange young man raised his hand and sent out a spiritual force to lift the lid of the alchemy furnace, 5 green elixirs with flowing spiritual light and a pleasant fragrance of elixir immediately flew out of the alchemy furnace and landed in the hands of the strange young man. Full of elixirs. I can earn 2 more gathering spirit pills from it. The strange young man's face lit up, and he muttered to himself. At this moment, a communication talisman suddenly floated in from the outside world and landed next to the strange young man. The young man opened the communication talisman with doubts, and after seeing the content in it, his expression suddenly moved, and he also cleaned up the remaining elixir here and left the earth fire room. When he appeared again, he was already on a deserted island tens of thousands of miles away from Huang Island. A young man with an immortal look also descended from a high mountain on the island, came up to greet him, and said with a smile, "I haven't seen Senior Huang for a long time. The fragrance of elixir on your body is getting stronger and stronger." The strange white-haired young man Huang Zhenren heard this and looked at the aura of the young man with an immortal look. His eyes trembled, and a smile appeared on his face. He said, "Young friend Ling, you are joking. The fragrance of elixir on my body is nothing more than the result of refining a lot of elixirs in recent days. It's my friend, I didn't expect that you would improve your cultivation to the 5th level of Jinden so quickly after we last met. Taoist friend is indeed a person of extraordinary talent." Ling Pengyun, who had an immortal look, said with a smile, "Senior, please don't embarrass me. I can break through my cultivation just because I'm lucky." Speaking of this, Ling Pengyun looked at the direction of Huang Island behind Henren Huang, and his eyes focused. From the Huang Island, he felt the gazes of 2 Jinden cultivators. Thinking that, those 2 golden elixirs are the descendants of Senior Huang who have broken through the golden elixir. Seeing that the other 2 Yang family golden elixirs on Huang Island did not make any other moves, Ling Pengyun also turned his head and said to Master Huang, "Senior, did you succeed in refining the damp-forming liquid that my elders entrusted you to refine?" Upon hearing this, Master Huang patted the storage bag on his waist, took out 3 glass bottles from it, and handed them to Ling Pengyun. "Of course it succeeded. I was lucky when I refined that furnace of damp-forming liquid a few years ago. I refined a total of 4 damp-forming liquids. I took 1, so there are 3 left. Young friend, You can take a look at the medicinal effects of these 3 bottles of dan-forming liquid. Ling Pengyun was somewhat pleasantly surprised to see this. The difficulty of refining dan-forming liquid is extremely high, and even Master Huayang's success rate in refining this thing is not high. Ling Pengyun did not expect that Master Huayang would not only succeed in refining dan-forming liquid this time, but also produce so much liquid. Originally, Ling Pengyun's bottom line was that if Master Huayang could refine the liquid and the number of liquid was kept at 2, and he could get 1 portion of the liquid, he would be satisfied. After all, even if there was more, it had to be divided between Wanaiao Valley and Qingshi Taoist Temple. After receiving the 3 bottles of liquid, Ling Pengyun also carefully examined them. Seeing that everything was normal, he put them into the storage bag. He also bowed to Master Huayang and thanked him. Senior is worthy of being the second best alchemist in Muing Xianzong. He can refine 4 portions of this precious liquid. I would like to thank you. Master Huayang did not take credit for it, but said with a slightly bitter smile. Little friend Ling, you don't need to do this. You pay the interest and I make the elixir. This is a matter of course. There is no need to thank me. As for the fact that there are so many liquids, it is also a bit of luck. When I got the spiritual materials for refining the elixir liquid given by your elder, I just failed to refine a furnace of elixir liquid for a friend of mine. I have some experience, so I made so much liquid. Ling Pengyun said with a smile. In this way, I am lucky. Afterwards, the two chatted about the recent situation of the Muing Immortal sect, and Ling Pengyun said goodbye. Senior, I have other things to do, so I won't stay here for long. True Man Huayang said. Okay, I won't keep you any longer. By the way, if you find the spiritual materials needed to refine the elixir in the future and haven't found a suitable alchemist, please remember me. Ling Pengyun's expression moved slightly when he heard this. Senior Huayang said this. It seems that he is still not satisfied with the number of his own golden elixirs, and intends to earn some golden elixirs by helping others to refine golden elixirs and keep them for his family. After thinking it through, he agreed to what Master Huayang proposed. Senior Huayang has superb skills in alchemy. As long as you don't mind the trouble, I will naturally be happy to ask you to refine the elixir. Master Huayang's alchemy for others has a very high reputation in the entire Muing Immortal sect. Moreover, Master Huayang came from the Muing Immortal sect, and the cause and effect between him and the Muing Immortal sect is very deep. This sect also came forward to support Master Huayang's help in alchemy. Moreover, this sect has also issued a statement to the outside world that if a cultivator asks Master Huayang to refine an elixir, and Master Huayang refuses to do so, or if the success rate of Master Huayang's alchemy refining does not reach a certain level, the Muing Immortal sect will come forward to solve it. The reputation of this sect is well known in the entire Wubianhe area cultivation world, and it is worthy of trust. At least this sect will not destroy its reputation for some third-level things. You are welcome, my friend. Seeing Ling Pengyun's response, Huayang Zhenren's face was also a little happier. Senior, I will leave first, and we will meet again later. After Ling Pengyun finished speaking, he turned into a beam of light, left the deserted island, and flew to the nearby whale market. At this time, 2 beams of light flew out from Huayang Island not far away, and quickly landed on the deserted island where Huayang Zhenren was, revealing a middle-aged sturdy man and a young woman with an icy face. The middle-aged sturdy man looked up at Ling Pengyun's back as he left, and his eyes showed a bit of pain. He also asked Huayang Laodao, Dad, should we let that man take the 3 giant liquids and leave? The family has recently gained 2 more giant seedlings, and we are in need of giant spiritual objects. Upon hearing this, the old Taoist Huayang frowned, looked at the burly middle-aged man beside him, and said, Chang Gidan, I know you want to find giant spiritual objects for Yonghe to help him break through the giant, but robbing is not an upright thing. If we robbed the 3 giant liquids this time and the matter was not leaked, it would be fine. But if we do so and the matter is exposed, the family's reputation will be ruined, and I am afraid that no one will come to me to refine the 3rd-level elixir in the future. It is not a wise move to exchange such a huge loss for the 3 giant liquids worth only about 450,000 spiritual stones. The burly middle-aged man named Yang Changyin was also a person who listened to the advice and gave up the idea of killing Ling Pengyun. However, he couldn't help sighing as he watched Ling Pengyun's figure flying farther and farther away. Over the years, although his father, Master Huayang, relied on his extraordinary alchemy skills and extensive connections, several of his father's friends, like Ling Pengyun, sought Master Huang's help in refining various second-class golden elixir spiritual objects. However, apart from the probability of failure in refining golden elixir spiritual objects, his father, Master Huang, could only get 3 second-class golden elixir spiritual objects. Moreover, these 3 second-class spiritual objects, as well as several other golden elixir spiritual objects that the Yang family had found, were all used up by the Yang family's female golden elixir next to him and another golden elixir seedling in the family when they tried to break through the golden elixir in recent years. However, among the two, only the Yang family's female golden elixir successfully broke through, while the other failed and became a pseudo-elixir. This made his only son Yang Yonghe, who has a golden elixir seedling in the family, enter the foundation building perfection for 4 or 5 years, but he had no golden elixir spiritual objects to help him. His child also did not dare to try to break through the golden elixir, and fell into a dilemma. After all, if one fails to break through the golden core by himself, the probability of his death is very high. As for Yang Changyin, he had already reached the golden core realm with the help of Huang's Henren decades ago. At that time, the Yang family had not yet been established, and Huang's Henren had not yet left the Muing Xianzong. Now, Yang Changyun's cultivation has reached the 4th level of the golden core realm, and he is the second best in the Yang family. At the same time, he has also inherited Huang's Henren's mantle and is a 3rd level alchemist. However, his talent in alchemy is not particularly strong. Now his alchemy is only at the 3rd level lower grade. According to Huang's Henren's speculation in the early years, the probability of Yang Changyun being able to improve his alchemy to the 3rd level upper grade is extremely low. Huang's Henren, who was standing by, saw his son Yang Changyun's expression and guessed what Yang Changyun was thinking, so he comforted him. "Chang Yuan, I will get the golden elixir spiritual objects that Yonghai needs to break through the golden elixir. You just need to practice well. Except for me, you are the only one in the family who has condensed a golden elixir of medium quality. You have the opportunity to break through to the late golden elixir stage or even the perfect golden elixir. My lifespan is running out. I only have a few decades left to stay in the family and deter the villains. You only have these few decades left. If you fail to reach the late golden elixir stage during this period, the Jin family and the Liu family in the Wrathful Whale Sea, who are much stronger than our family, will definitely make a move against our family. Although these two families may be concerned about the face of the Mu Yuan immortal sect and will not destroy our family, they will definitely slowly erode the spiritual veins under our family, hinder our family's business in the outside world, and affect our family's development. By then, our family will definitely decline. Within 1,000 years. I am afraid it will disappear in this world of immortal cultivation." Yang Changyun's expression became solemn and he nodded in response. "Understood, Dad." Chapter 691 Purchasing Military Merits. The Boundless Sea Area of the Immortal Cultivation World. In the Yuanshu Sea Area, one of the 2 major sea areas under the command of the Yuanying sect Mingshu sect, there is a market called Miming. This market is the most righteous market in the Yuanshu Sea area that is closest to the Yuanying demon sect Zuanming sect. This market was built by the Mingshu sect to deal with the demonic force Zuanming sect, with the intention of letting this market sit on the border. More than 10 years ago, after the Mingshu sect and the Zuanming sect clashed over a large first-grade upper-grade mineral vein, this market became an important stronghold for the Mingshu sect to attack the Zuanming sect due to its location advantage. Most of the cultivators who are loyal to the Mingshu sect to attack the Zuanming sect will return to this market to rest temporarily after completing the tasks assigned by the Mingshu sect. At the same time, deep in this Miming market, on the tea table in the hall of a high-level cave with a proud aura, 2 cultivators with auras as high as the golden core realm are sitting. Among them, the old Jindan, who had a thin body, a hunchback, a head full of white hair, and wore a white Taoist robe, gave people a kind feeling. He picked up the teapot on the tea table, poured a cup of tea for the fierce monk who came to his cave, and said with some apology, "Fellow Taoist Pengyu, if you are here to chat with me, I welcome you. But if you are here to find me to complete a battle mission assigned by Mingshu sect as before, I will have to disappoint you. When I, Taoist friend, and 3 other Taoist friends sneaked into Zuanming sect's territory half a year ago to attack the Jindan demon sect, I was injured in the foundation and lost a lot of my lifespan. I am afraid that I will not live for decades. If I continue to fight with this old body, I am afraid that my lifespan will also be lost. More. This person said so because Ling Pengyun, who came to find him this time, was really a desperate man. Since he met Ling Pengyun in this Yuanshu Sea area, Ling Pengyun has been destroying the demon cultivators from Mingxiu sect all year round, except when he was injured. And every time Ling Pengyun came to the cave to find him, it was to invite him to kill the demon cultivators together or destroy the forces under the Zuanming sect. After knowing each other for more than 10 years, Ling Pengyun's style has also penetrated into the mind of this old monk. At this time, after hearing what his old friend Bai Jin Laodao said, Ling Pengyun, who looked fierce, could not help but recall the battle half a year ago, and there was a little more fear between his eyebrows. Half a year ago, he and his old friend Bai Jin Laodao, who had known each other for more than 10 years, and 3 righteous Jinden were ordered by Mingxiu sect to sneak into the territory of Zuanming sect and planned to destroy a Jinden demon sect with only 2 Jinden demon cultivators. But who would have thought that there was an ambush in the demon sect, and there were not only 2 Jinden demon cultivators, but 7 Jinden demon cultivators in the early and middle stages. The battle was extremely fierce, and 2 righteous Jinden early stage cultivators were killed by those demon cultivators. Although he, Bai Jin Laodao, and another righteous Jinden escaped by chance, they were more or less injured. Among the 3 of them, the most seriously injured was the Bai Jin Taoist, who was at the 3rd level of the Golden Core. At that time, the Bai Jin Taoist was besieged by 2 4th level Golden Core demon cultivators. In the end, he even had one arm broken. If he hadn't desperately performed several spells to enhance his strength, he would have died in that battle. Now, the Bai Jin Taoist has reattached a broken arm. Ling Pengyun's thoughts returned, and a smile slightly rose on his fierce and cold face, and he said, "Fellow Taoist Bai Jin, you misunderstood. This time I came here to exchange some war merits with you with spirit stones." The old Taoist Bai Jin was a little surprised when he heard this. Then, he asked in confusion, "Fellow Taoist, exchanging war merits with spirit stones is a bit disadvantageous. Do you plan to exchange for 3rd level spirit veins?" This person has known Ling Pengyun for more than 10 years. He often fought with Ling Pengyun in the demon cultivation world. When the 2 chatted, they also talked about their own wishes. At that time, Ling Pengyun had stated that he wanted to exchange for a 3rd level spiritual vein. And this was also the wish of Baiqian Liaodao, a casual cultivator. Ling Pengyun did not hide it, and nodded lightly in response. Yes. The war between Mingxiu sect and Zuanming sect has come to an end. It is estimated that after a few major battles between good and evil, these wars will stop. And during this period, I am afraid that Jinden cultivators like us will not be able to earn much war merit. It is also unknown whether Mingxiu sect will launch a war in the future and call on outsiders like us to help. If I don't use spirit stones to exchange war merits from others now, I am afraid that my wish to exchange for a 3rd level spiritual vein will be difficult to achieve in nearly 100 years. Baiqian Liaodao said, "Fellow Taoist, you're right. Recently I've been planning to exchange for another quasi-3rd tier spirit vein from the Mingxiu sect to settle down. A 3rd tier spirit vein requires too many military merits, and I haven't saved up that many. However, after I exchange for that quasi-3rd tier spirit vein, I will still have about 50,000 military merits left, which are not of much use. I can't exchange them for high-level magic weapons or precious things like golden elixir spirit objects. I'm also planning to sell them. If fellow Taoist Pengyun really intends to buy my military merits, I'm willing to do so." At this point, Taoist Baiqian, thinking of the old friendship between him and Ling Pengyun, couldn't help but remind him. "It's just, fellow Taoist Pengyun, exchanging war merit with spirit stones is a great loss. Even in recent days, those Jinden forces employed by Mingxiu sect have been buying war merit with spirit stones on a large scale like you, and the value of war merit has also increased a bit. Now the value ratio of war merit to spirit stones on the market is already 1.3. Do you still plan to buy war merit?" Ling Pengyun frowned when he heard the ratio of war merit to spirit stones. He has been on the road in recent days, so he didn't know about the increase in the price of war merit. After hesitating for a while, he gritted his teeth. Although exchanging war merit with spirit stones is a bit of a loss, as long as there is a 3rd level spirit vein, this loss can be made up sooner or later. I wonder if you can sell me all the 50,000 contribution points you have. Baiqian Liaodao could understand Ling Pengyun's need for so many war merits. After all, It takes a lot of war merit to exchange for a third-level spirit bane, so he also said, "You are quite bold, fellow Taoist. If you are willing to buy my war merits with spot spiritual stones, I am willing to sell them all. If you are willing to buy with valuable spiritual objects, I will give you 20,000 war merits for your sake. However, those spiritual objects must be of level 2 or above. Level 1 spiritual objects are too difficult to sell and convert into cash. Although spiritual objects are valuable, they are completely different from spiritual stones. Spiritual objects need to be sold before they can be exchanged for spiritual stones. During this period, who knows if you can find a buyer? If it is some low-level spiritual objects, it will be even more troublesome, and it will take longer to convert into cash. I will buy it with spiritual stones," Ling Pengyun said. Bai Jinlao Dao was shocked. According to the market price, 50,000 war merits can only be bought with 60,000 spiritual stones. This amount of spiritual stones is a huge amount, even for a casual cultivator like him who is at the third level of the dantian. There are very few casual cultivators like him, and spot spiritual stones are pitifully few. Of course, he still had some valuable monster materials or some low-level spiritual objects, but they were difficult to cash in a short time. I didn't expect that Dao Yao had such a rich family. I will sell my 50,000 war merits to Dao Yao, Bakian Liu Dao said with a smile. Then, the two of them went to the war merit hall set up by Mingshu sect in the depths of Mimingfang City, and found a deacon of Mingshu sect to transfer the war merits. When the war merits were credited to Ling Pengyun's account, he gave Bakian Liu Dao the 65,000 spiritual stones needed to buy the war merits. After doing this, Ling Pengyun said goodbye to Bakian Liu Dao, and then he went to find two good friends. Based on friendship, he spent another 52,000 spiritual stones to buy 40,000 war merits from them. After that, although he also went to find several other fellows who had met several times and killed demon cultivators together to buy war merits, those fellows refused the matter because they did not have any extra war merits. Ling Pengyun didn't believe these words. It was nothing more than that this group of people saw the price of war merits in the market rising, and planned to wait until the price was higher to sell war merits in exchange for more spirit stones. The value of war merits in the market is already very high, and it is a loss to buy war merits with spirit stones. Ling Pengyun naturally didn't want to increase the price of war merits. It's not that he didn't have other channels to get war merits. He didn't want to be a sucker, so he didn't bother those ordinary friends. Then, he returned to the cave he rented in the Mimingfang City and sat on a tea table in the hall and waited quietly. After waiting for about half a day, the door of his cave was knocked. Ling Pengyun's expression moved, and he raised his hand to open the door. A middle-aged cultivator in the early stage of foundation building, wearing a red Taoist robe with fire dragon patterns, also walked in from the outside. This person bowed to Ling Pengyun very respectfully and called out, "Master." Ling Pengyun waved his hand and said, "No need to be polite, little 12, how many military merits have you collected this time?" The middle-aged foundation building man was one of the nearly 100 core members of the Fire Dragon Club. This man and the other core members of the Fire Dragon Club were accepted as disciples by Ling Pengyun. Ling Pengyun also ranked them according to their strength. The strong ones had higher seniority, and the weak ones had lower seniority. The middle-aged foundation building man named Little 12 was his 12th disciple, and his strength was also ranked 12th among all his disciples. Little 12 still replied respectfully, "Master, in the past 2 days, many major forces have been buying up war merits on the market, and the war merits circulating on the market are extremely scarce. My more than 100 outer disciples and I have only spent 1,300 spirit stones to buy 1,000 war merits from those independent cultivators or disciples of major forces in the past half day. However, my 100 men and I also have some war merits. I asked that group of people to collect some war merits and collected 3,550 war merits. Together, I have collected a total of 4,050 war merits this time." Chapter 692 3 Acres of Level 3 Spiritual Field. When Ling Pengyun heard the number of war merits, his expression suddenly brightened. He also took out another 3,000 spirit stones from his storage bag and said, "The number of war merits is not bad, I will record it for you. Don't treat those followers who have collected war merits unfairly. Buy them with spirit stones according to the market price. Take these spirit stones." The little 12 was delighted when he saw the number of spirit stones. From this matter, he could earn at least dozens of spirit stones. If he operated it, he could at least secretly get hundreds of spirit stones from it. He naturally agreed to something that was beneficial. He immediately took the batch of spirit stones and left the cave. After a while, another foundation-building cultivator from the Fire Dragon Association entered Ling Pengyun's cave to report the war merits he had collected. In such a short half-day, the 18 foundation-building cultivators of the Fire Dragon Association also came once. Ling Pengyun's war merits on hand also skyrocketed by nearly 70,000, and he spent about 85,000 spirit stones. At this point, Ling Pengyun's war merits had reached 351,000. Among them, 186,000 war merits were accumulated by him in the past 10 years. The other 165,000 war merits were purchased, so he spent all the 200,000 spiritual stones Ling Pengyun gave him, and some of his own spiritual stones. Ling Pengyun also went to the War Merit Hall in Qingshi and found the steward of the War Merit Hall, and told him that he planned to buy a third-level spiritual vein with war merits. The steward then took out a map of the two major seas of Mingxu and Yuanshu under the command of Mingxu sect, pointed to 6 of the vast locations circled in red, and said to Ling Pengyun, "Senior, these 6 places were originally the bases of the Jindan forces under my Mingxu sect, but in the past 10 years, these 6 Jindan forces have been destroyed by those damn Zuanming sect demon cultivators. The third-level spirit veins and other territories occupied by these 6 Jindan forces are also vacant. And these 6 territories have different strengths of the Jindan forces that occupied them before, so the number of third-level spirit veins they occupy is also different. However, there are a total of 8 third-level low-grade spirit veins in these 6 territories, and there are no third-level middle and upper-grade spirit veins. 5 of the spirit veins are the most common 5-element spirit veins, which can be exchanged for 300,000 military merits. The other 3 are 2 water spirit veins and 1 fire spirit vein. These 3 spirit veins are relatively rare, and each requires 350,000 military merits to exchange. And no matter which third-level spirit vein you buy, the 150,000 lead territory and about 500 first and second-level spirit veins near this spirit vein will belong to you. At the same time, Senior, you must pay tribute of 30,000 spiritual stones to our sect every year. As for the right to deal with those spiritual veins, it also belongs to Senior, and our sect will not interfere." Ling Pengyun looked at the map and saw that the red circles drawn on the 6 third-level spiritual veins were of the same size, and the number of spiritual veins in them was also similar. He also looked at the place where the third-level fire vein was located. His main cultivation method is the fire system. If he can practice on that third-level low-grade fire spiritual vein, he can at least increase his cultivation speed by about 10%. This is very beneficial to him. That third-level fire vein and the other 7 third-level spiritual veins are all in the Mingxu Sea area occupied by Mingxu sect for tens of thousands of years. It is considered the hinterland of Mingxu sect. And around these third-level spiritual veins, there are undoubtedly some Jindan forces. Or the relatively strong Jindan forces. If not, those Jindan forces would have been destroyed by the demon cultivators of Zuanming sect long ago. Around that third-level fire vein, there were 3 forces with 2 or 3 Jindan cultivators, 2 of which were family forces and the other was a sect force. Ling Pengyun didn't need to think too much. He could guess that as long as he exchanged the fire vein, the 3 Jindan forces around the fire vein would more or less rely on their strength to slowly encroach on the spiritual veins around the fire vein. However, he didn't care about this. He had the support of the Ling family behind him. How could these weak Jindan forces show off in front of the Ling family? As for the more than 500 first-level and second-level spiritual veins attached to the fire spiritual vein, they were also marked on the map, but they were some ordinary spiritual veins. And there were only 10 second-level spiritual veins among them, and there was not even a second-level upper-grade spiritual vein, but some second-level lower-grade and middle-grade spiritual veins. There are too many such spiritual veins, and the grade is also low. It seems that I have to expand that area in the future. Ling Pengyun raised a wild ambition in his heart. He also said to the manager of the War Merit Hall, "I want this fire vein." Then, Ling Pengyun paid the corresponding war merits, and exchanged the remaining more than 1,000 war merits for some rare low-level spiritual objects. He summoned the members of the Fire Dragon Society in the Miming Market and asked them to take the market ship to the third-level fire vein in the Mingxu Sea. He himself spent spirit stones to take the teleportation array. In just a moment, Ling Pengyun took the teleportation array across the sea area and arrived at the Mingxiu Sea. After half a day of travel, he also arrived at the island where the third-level fire vein was located. A Mingxiu Sect's foundation building perfect cultivator also flew out from the island at this moment and greeted Ling Pengyun. "Senior, are you Haiyan Tenrun?" Ling Pengyun nodded and asked in confusion. "Who are you?" The foundation building perfect cultivator asked. "Senior, I am Liu Qing, a disciple from the steward hall of Mingxiu Sect. After the giant force here was destroyed, there was no one to take charge. In order to prevent this place from being occupied by independent cultivators, our sect asked me and the other 100 disciples to temporarily station here. Now that you are here, this place will be handed over to you." After saying that, the man hesitated for a while, and still decided to do Ling Pengyun a favor, so he said to Ling Pengyun, "Senior, there is one more thing I need to explain to you. Since the giant forces in this area have been destroyed for nearly 10 years, most of the giant cultivators in our sect have gone to the Yuanshu Sea to participate in the war, and it is difficult for them to come here to garrison. I and the other disciples stationed here have low strength and few numbers, so naturally there is little territory we can guard. This has also allowed many sea monsters to take advantage of the opportunity and break into this area. According to the investigation of our disciples who are temporarily stationed in this area, there are at least 5 groups of monsters with perfect foundation building monsters in the area that now belongs to you, Senior. Even the Lois Island, which has the second most spiritual veins in this area and has dozens of spiritual veins, is occupied by a giant crocodile turtle king in the early giant stage, leading nearly 10,000 giant crocodile turtles. The monsters in this area are also headed by that monster king. If it weren't for the temporary deployment of a third-level formation by our sect on the island where the third-level fire vein I was stationed, I'm afraid this island would not have survived. Senior, if you want to develop the other spiritual veins in this area, it's better to wipe out those monsters. I have a map here, which records the distribution of monsters in this area in detail. I hope this map can help you." Ling Pengyun's expression moved slightly when he heard this, and he took out 200 or 300 spiritual stones from his storage bag and handed them to Liu Qing. "Thank you, my friend." Liu Qing's eyes lit up when he saw the spiritual stones, and he quickly thanked him and put all the spiritual stones into his storage bag. Then, he bowed and left. Ling Pengyun also followed and entered the island with the third-level fire vein to observe the situation inside the island. This island covers an area of about 30,000 miles. In addition to the third-level fire vein, there are nearly 100 first-level spiritual veins and 5 second-level spiritual veins. On these spiritual veins, there are still many attics or mortal villages for people to live in, but they are empty. Obviously, the owners of the attics were killed by the demon cultivators who destroyed the island's forces. And this island was named Fire Dragon Island by Ling Pengyun. A few days later, a blue escape light passed through the sky and stopped outside the Fire Dragon Island, revealing the figure of Ling Pengyun. This island is big, probably 3 or 4 times the size of Guiling Island. Ling Pengyun looked at the Fire Dragon Island in front of him, nodded with satisfaction and muttered to himself. Then he escaped into the Fire Dragon Island. When he was about to step into the depths of the island, Ling Pengyun, who had been staying in the island, also came to meet him. The two chatted for a while, and Ling Pengyun also learned from Ling Pengyun about the spiritual veins of this land and the rampant monsters. The giant alligator turtle clan? This clan is rare. It is said that this turtle not only has good defensive means, but also has a ferocious temperament and a huge mouth that can tear everything apart. It is particularly good at fighting. A monster that is both offensive and defensive is indeed the best thing to be a spiritual beast. Ling Pengyun's eyes flashed with a sharp light, and he muttered to himself. Then, he said to Ling Pengyun, "The spiritual energy produced by the third-level fire veins in this Fire Dragon Island is all fire spiritual energy, which is suitable for your cultivation. You made the right choice here. As for the monsters rampant in this area, including the third-level golden elixir giant alligator turtle you just mentioned, I will help you deal with them before I leave the boundless sea territory." Ling Pengyun was delighted and thanked him quickly. "Thank you, my dear." The exact cultivation level of the giant alligator turtle was found out by him when he went to the Lois Island occupied by the giant alligator turtle group yesterday. Even yesterday, he had fought with a giant crocodile turtle king of the third level of the golden elixir. However, the giant crocodile turtle king was extremely powerful, and Ling Pengyun's cultivation was originally weaker than it, so he suffered a loss and fled in a hurry. Now, Ling Pengyun agreed to help him deal with the turtle monster, which really helped him a lot. No thanks, just manage this land well. By the way, Pengyun, is there a third-level spiritual field on this island? Ling Pengyun said with a smile. Yes, and there are 3 mu of third-grade lower-quality spiritual fields. Although the giant in Power 1 family that originally occupied this place was not strong, and there was only one giant in charge of each generation, but according to the information I heard, the founder of the one family who originally occupied this place was a third-grade middle-quality alchemist of Mingxu sect, and his cultivation was as high as the middle-stage giant. The 3 mu of third-grade lower-quality spiritual fields on the island were opened up by the third-grade spiritual plant cultivator of Mingxu sect, invited by the ancestor of the one family. Ling Pengyun heard this, his eyes lit up. The third-grade lower-quality spiritual fields are rare and can provide for the growth of third-grade spiritual plants. Even the Ling family has not yet mastered such high-level spiritual fields. The only one in the entire Yan state that currently owns the third-grade spiritual fields is the original Zhuanyang sect, but that piece of land is now occupied by the Bailing sect, and the third-grade spiritual fields naturally belong to the Bailing sect. Ling Pengyun said happily. That's great. Pengyun, take me to the 3 acres of third-grade lower-grade spiritual field. Ling Pengyun nodded lightly and took Ling Pengyun to the depths of the island. Chapter 693, Fire Spirit Field Fire Dragon Sect. Ling Pengyun nodded lightly, and then took Ling Pengyun to the depths of the island. After a while, the two arrived at the place where the third-level Fire Spirit Bane was located. This place is a small valley. The fire spirit in this valley is high, and the temperature is even higher than other places. In the place where the fire spirit is the most concentrated and the temperature is the highest, there are 10 acres of spiritual fields that are full of spiritual energy. Among them, the lowest grade is the second-level upper-grade spiritual field, and the 3 acres of spiritual fields with the highest aura are the 3 acres of third-level lower-grade spiritual fields that Ling Pengyun just mentioned. However, there are no spiritual plants planted on these spiritual fields now, just a piece of wasteland. Ling Pengyun glanced at the 10 acres of spiritual fields, and his eyes were fixed on the 3 acres of third-level lower-grade spiritual fields covered with fiery red spiritual soil, with a little surprise in his eyes. The 3 acres of third-level lower-grade spiritual fields only contain the ultimate fire spirit, and the other 5 elements of spirit are not present. After thinking for a while, he thought of a spiritual field of superior quality in the inheritance of superior spiritual plans given to him by the sect. His eyes trembled and he said to himself in surprise, "This is Fire Spirit Field. Mina, what is a Fire Spirit Field?" Although Ling Pengyun on the side had already noticed the strangeness of the 3 acres of third-level inferior spiritual field, he had never heard of the Fire Spirit Field. He was a little confused and asked Ling Pengyun. The Fire Spirit Field is an extremely superior spiritual field. It requires the combination of advanced fire and soil breeding techniques and fire veins to be nurtured. Moreover, the grade of this spiritual field is at least the 3rd level. Such spiritual fields only have extreme fire spiritual energy. If you plant fire spiritual plants of the same level in it, the growth rate can be increased by at least 30%. At the same time, it is precisely because this spiritual field only contains extreme fire spiritual energy that, except for spiritual plants with fire attributes, spiritual plants with the other 5 elements are not suitable for planting in it. In addition, it is best to plant spiritual plants such as spiritual trees in these fire spirit fields. If ordinary fire spiritual plants such as spiritual medicines are planted in them without the care of high-level spiritual plant managers, most of them will be violently affected by the extreme fire spiritual energy in the fire spirit field, causing the spiritual energy in the body to spontaneously combust and die. Ling Pengyun looked at the 3 acres of third-grade lower-grade fire spirit field with brilliance in his eyes. He explained to Ling Pengyun in detail. Then, he could not help but have a little more respect for the spiritual plant man who developed the 3 acres of fire spirit field here. The art of fire and earth breeding is a superior spiritual plant secret method and a fire secret method, so it is extremely difficult to comprehend such secret methods. According to the records in the 3rd-level lower-grade Kanglan spiritual plant heritage given by the sect in Ling Pengyun's hand, generally few 3rd-level lower-grade and middle-grade spiritual plant men can comprehend this method. Only those third-level upper-grade spiritual plant men who have a profound understanding of spiritual plants will have a higher probability of comprehending this method. In addition, it is particularly complicated to use this method to develop an acre of fire spirit field. Not only does it involve some knowledge of formations, but it also requires some spiritual objects to have a probability of success. It is precisely for this reason that the third-level lower-grade Kanglen spiritual plant heritage in Ling Pengyun's hand did not record this fire and earth breeding art, but only described the fire and earth spirit field. However, this method is recorded in the subsequent Kanglen spiritual plant heritage. As long as Ling Pengyun becomes a third-level lower-grade spiritual plant husband, he can get it from the Kanglen Baha'i sect. I think the spiritual plant husband who opened up these 3 acres of third-level lower-grade spiritual fields was not a simple person, otherwise it would be difficult for that person to open up 3 acres of third-level lower-grade fire spiritual fields here in a row. Ling Pengyun put away his distracting thoughts and took out a huge soul-locking jade box from his storage bag with a happy face. When the jade box was opened, a 4-meter-high spiritual tree with the golden and red leaves appeared in the world. On the dense branches of this spiritual tree, there are dozens or hundreds of spiritual fruits that are red in color but covered with the golden patterns, which are very beautiful. Mina, is this the third-level lower-grade golden flame fruit tree that you brought that can produce a golden elixir spiritual object every 300 years? Ling Pengyun asked curiously. Yes, but it doesn't take 300 years for this tree to breed a golden elixir spirit creature in the third-grade lower-grade fire spirit field here, but only about 200 years. According to the elder of the Liang family, the original owner of this tree, the golden elixir power of Yuan state, this golden flame fruit tree bred a third-grade lower-grade golden flame fruit 200 years ago. Minus this time, plus the blessing of the fire spirit field here on the golden flame fruit tree, it only takes 70 years at most for this tree to breed a third-grade lower-grade golden flame fire fruit. Ling Pengyun replied with a smile, and then took out another large lock spirit jade box from the storage bag. After opening it, a large piece of shining spiritual soil appeared. He also pointed at the spiritual soil and smiled again. And if we add this 40 kilograms of earth soul soil to help, this tree can also increase its growth rate by another 10%, and the growth time of this tree will be reduced to 60 years. Ling Pengyun, who was standing aside, looked at a large amount of earth soul soil in the soul-locking jade box and was a little surprised. This earth soul soil was also a rare thing and difficult to find. I don't know where the starling found it from. Then, Ling Pengyun's face couldn't help but show a little joy. Although he had already entered the golden elixir realm and could not use the golden elixir spiritual objects produced by the golden flame fruit tree in the future, this tree represented the foundation for the family's development in this boundless sea. It can even be said to be the hope of continuing the family. If, in the Monster Beast Rebellion 11 years later, the Ling family could not lead the rest of the Yan state forces to resist the Monster Clan's attack, the entire Yan state would be destroyed by the Monster Clan, and Yan state would become the land of the Monster Clan. The Ling family's land, naturally, is the same. And if there are Ling family members who survive after that battle, this Fire Dragon Island will also become a temporary home for the family's cultivators. As for not transplanting all the other spiritual fruit trees that can produce giant and spiritual objects here, there are reasons. First, Ling Pengyun is concerned about Ling Pengyun's weak strength. It would be good if Ling Pengyun can protect the golden flame fruit tree in the future. If there are 2 fruit trees that can produce giant and spiritual objects here, I am afraid that those powerful giant and forces with more than 5 giant and cultivators will be tempted. After all, fruit trees and spiritual ponds that can produce giant and spiritual objects are the foundation for the continuation of a giant and force. The more these fruit trees and spiritual ponds, the better. And the forces that can have more than 2 fruit trees or spiritual ponds that produce giant and spiritual objects are all forces with more than 3 giant and sitting in front of them, which is not something that the current Huojiao Island can control. Second, even if the monster rebellion in the future, even if the Yan Kingdom really destroys the Yan Kingdom, if Ling Pengyun can survive, he does not intend to really put the family's focus on the Huojiao Island in the boundless sea. As long as he can survive, he will swear to take over a piece of land in the northern wilderness Xiuxin realm, and settle down and grow again with the help of the remaining third-level spiritual fruit trees of the family. As for the Mingshu Sea where the Fire Dragon Island is located, there are many forces, and they are all very strong. If the Ling family comes here, they will definitely be suppressed, and it is difficult to improve their strength as quickly as in the northern wilderness Zeuxan realm. The positioning of this Fire Dragon Island and Turtle Spirit Island is actually the last guarantee for the continuation of the family bloodline. In the future, Ling Pengyun will let some clansmen come here to let some of the Ling family members continue on this island. In this way, even if the next monster beast chaos wipes out all the cultivators of the Ling family will not disappear in this Zeuxan realm. Thinking back, Ling Pengyun did not delay anymore. He first dug a big pit in one of the acres of third-level lower-grade fire spirit fields, buried the 40 kilograms of earth soul soil that he spent a lot of money to buy in it, and then he carefully planted the third-level lower-grade golden flame tree in the big pit. He cast several spiritual plant secrets on the tree, and the golden flame fruit tree, which was still sleeping, also woke up. Although the tree did not have much intelligence, it was a little scared when it came to a new environment. The dense branches on its body began to retract and protect its body. It was Ling Pengyun, a quasi-third-level spiritual plant master, who cast several soothing spells on the tree, and it finally calmed down. Not long after, the tree gradually liked this fire spirit field with rich fire spirit energy, and it also happily absorbed the fire spirit energy in the fire spirit field into its body. Seeing this, Ling Pengyun no longer cared about the tree. He also pointed to the remaining 2 acres of empty fire spirit field without any spiritual plants planted, and gave instructions to Ling Pengyun. Pengyun, although I have spiritual plant seeds of fire-type spiritual medicine, the fire-type spiritual energy in these 2 acres of fire spiritual fields is too strong, and the weaker fire-type spiritual medicines cannot withstand it. The spiritual plant husband needs to use secret methods to guide them every day to allow those fire-type spiritual medicines to grow normally. You are not a spiritual plant husband, and I don't carry other fire-type spiritual trees, so these 2 acres of fire spiritual fields can only be planted by you to find fire-type spiritual woods and plant them in these 2 acres of fire spiritual fields. After saying that, he took out a large number of spiritual medicine seeds from his storage bag and planted them in the other 7 acres of second-level high-quality spiritual fields in this small valley, as well as on the more than 100 spiritual veins and other places on this island and in the empty spiritual fields. After doing these things, Ling Pengyun rested for a day in the Fire Dragon Island to recover his spiritual power, and he and Ling Pengyun rushed to the lowest island occupied by the group of giant alligator turtles. As soon as the 2 entered the island, they started killing. If there was no one around, the giant alligator turtles in the key training and foundation building stages would not be able to survive more than 3 moves from the 2. In just a few breaths, the 2 killed thousands of giant alligator turtles. Even the giant alligator turtle at the 3rd level of the golden core appeared, but it did not stop the killing gods Ling Pengyun and Ling Pengyun, and instead lost their lives. It was killed by Ling Pengyun and the other 2. After the death of this demon king, the remaining 8 or 9,000 giant alligator turtles on the island suddenly panicked and lost their will to fight again. They fled to the sea outside the island. However, Ling Pengyun had set up a 3rd-level trap formation on this island, so how could the 8 or 9,000 giant alligator turtles in the key training and foundation building stages on the island escape? Ling Pengyun and Ling Pengyun followed and picked and chose from these giant alligator turtles. After a long time, they finally found 500 pairs of giant alligator turtles with strong vitality, male and female matching, and cultivation at least in the late stage of key training. They knocked them out and put them into hundreds of beast-controlling bags that had been prepared long ago. Ling Pengyun planned to take this batch of turtles back to his family to serve as reproductive tools and breed some giant alligator turtle eggs. These giant alligator turtles are fierce and have grown up. They are wild and difficult to tame. Even if they are tamed, there is a great probability of rebellion. Instead of spending time taming them, it is more cost-effective to keep them as turtle species. The remaining giant alligator turtles were killed by Ling Pengyun and Ling Pengyun. The monster materials obtained were handed over by Ling Pengyun to Ling Pengyun to be used as one of the funds for the development of Huojiao Island. Afterwards, Ling Pengyun also rushed to several other spiritual veins occupied by monsters in the sea area of Hulong Island with Ling Pengyun, and wiped out all the monsters in them. After the matter was settled, Ling Pengyun discussed the Dao with Ling Pengyun again and gave Ling Pengyun some advice on how to practice. Only then did he leave this area and return to his family. Half a year later. On this day, deep in the Fire Dragon Island, outside the Fire Dragon Valley with a 3rd-level fire vein, More than 3,000 monks wearing red Taoist robes with fire dragon patterns gathered. These monks stood in order according to their cultivation. When it was noon, a fire dragon python with a sharp horn on its forehead suddenly flew out of the fire dragon island. If you have sharp eyes, you can see a middle-aged monk with a fierce face and murderous aura standing on the back of the fire dragon python. This person is Ling Pengyun. At this time, the more than 3,000 monks under the attic knelt down in the direction of Ling Pengyun and said respectfully, "Welcome to the master." Ling Pengyun, who was standing on the fire dragon python, said lightly, "From now on, this fire dragon island and the surrounding 150,000 miles of land will be our base, and our fire dragon society will be renamed the Fire Dragon Sect from today on, and you will all be the first batch of disciples of my sect. My 18 disciples are the elders of my sect, and they are in charge of the sect's Deacon Hall, the Kung Fu Hall respectively. Disciples in the early stage of key training are menial servants, disciples in the middle stage of key training and above can enter the outer sect, and disciples in the late stage of key training and above can enter the inner sect. Disciples who can enter the perfect key training before the age of 60 will receive 2 second-rate foundation. Building spiritual objects for free, however, there are only 10 of these rewards, and those who meet the requirements first get them. Latecomers, if they want to get them, can only exchange them for military merits, and to become disciples of my sect, we must restrain ourselves, we must not conflict with the surrounding forces at will, we must not kill mortals at will, we must not act as intercepting cultivators, we must not use the name of the sect to do evil. Once any disciple violates the rules, he will be killed." Chapter 694, Demon Tribe's Secret Plot. The Northern Wasteland Immortal Cultivation World. The Demon Clan Territory, deep in the boundless vast swamp. There is an extremely cold land. This place is extremely cold. A huge dense forest growing on the ground is also covered with ice and snow, forming a world of ice and snow. And this land that stretches for 1,000,000 miles is also called the Ice and Snow Forest by the world. At the same time, this land is also the clan land of the Ice and Snow White Lion clan, a general of the Yuaning Demon clan Red Gold Bear clan. On this day, this quiet land was broken. A red gold escape light suddenly slid across the sky and entered the land of the Ice and Snow Forest, alarming countless demon beasts living in this land. But the red gold escape light did not care about this matter and continued to rush to the depths of the Ice and Snow Forest. After crossing hundreds of thousands of miles, just when this red gold escape light was about to enter the habitat of the Ice and Snow White Lion clan, a deafening lion roar suddenly came from the deepest part of the Ice and Snow Forest. Roar! How dare you, a thief, enter the land of our Ice and Snow White Lion clan? The red gold escape light trembled, and it stopped, revealing a nearly 100-foot-long bear monster with red gold hair all over its body. At this moment, all the hair on its body stood up, and its sea of consciousness was frozen by the roar of the lion, as if it had been frozen by extreme cold, and it was difficult to use it at all, and its eyes became blurred. After a long while, when the roar of the lion stopped, it finally recovered. That was the roar of the Ice and Snow Lion. This roar is worthy of being a middle-level magical power. It is so powerful. If the person who cast this technique just now had launched other attacks on me, I'm afraid my situation would be extremely dangerous now. And the only one who can cast this technique and affect me for such a long time is probably the Ice and Snow Lion King of the Ice and Snow Lion clan. It seems that the Lion King is worthy of being one of the most veteran golden elixir perfect demon kings under my clan. No wonder even the Red Kite Bear Queen attaches great importance to him and asked me to come here in person. Thinking of this, the Red Gold Bear at the 9th level of the Golden Elixir glanced into the depths of the Ice and Snow Forest with a little lingering fear, spoke in human language and spoke loudly with the help of a magic door. "I am Taichu, the 8th elder of the Red Gold Bear clan. I have come to look for fellow Taoist bhikksu. Please meet me." After the demons enter the Golden Core stage, their intelligence will greatly increase, and they are no less intelligent than the cultivators. Especially those demon beasts from larger demon clans, they have developed intelligence early when they were building their foundations by relying on their powerful bloodlines. Therefore, some Golden Core and nascent soul demon clans are actually similar to the forces of cultivators. They have a reasonable management structure and elders in power early on. As soon as these words fell, a beam of light rose from the depths of the Ice and Snow Forest, and it came towards the flying Red Gold Bear. It showed a white lion with a size of more than 120 feet, white hair all over its body, and fierce eyes. This white lion is the king of the Ice and Snow White Lion clan, the Ice and Snow White Lion King. This Lion King spoke coldly to the red gold bear named Taichu. So it is Elder Taichu. If you come to my Ice and Snow White Lion clan in the future, please inform us outside our clan territory. Don't trespass like you did today. By the way, I wonder what important matter has brought you here this time. Although the Taichu bear demon was a little unhappy with the words of the Ice and Snow White Lion King, it was indeed a bit abrupt this time and trespassed into the habitat of the Ice and Snow White Lion clan without permission. It was indeed in the wrong. In addition, the Ice and Snow White Lion King had a higher cultivation level, so it did not dare to get angry, but spoke. Understood. As for my visit this time, it was at the request of the Red Kite Bear Queen. According to what the Red Kite Bear Queen has inquired, at least half of the Jinden cultivators in Yan State have been summoned by the Xianxing sect to help the Li family of Yuan State resist the invasion of the Yindu sect by the evil cultivators. Also, the fight between the Xianxing sect, the Li family and the Yindu sect is getting more and more intense. I'm afraid this battle will be difficult to end in a short time. In addition, the famous ancestor of the Ling family in Yan State, Ling Pengyun, has disappeared for 3 years. It is said that the Red Kite Bear Queen has inquired that this person has gone to the boundless sea to cultivate immortals, and I'm afraid he won't be back in a short time. The Ling family's patriarch, Ling Yunhong, has gone to Yuan State again. Now the Ling family only has Ling Pengyun's wife Yan Siai stationed there. Now can be said to be the weakest time for the Ling family. The other territory occupied by your clan, the Purple Scorpion Spirit territory, is adjacent to the Ling clan. The Red Kite Bear Queen intends to have your clan lead some low-level monsters into the Lingxiao Mountain territory to severely damage the Ling clan and kill the Ling clan's cultivators who stayed in the Ling clan's territory. Upon hearing this, the Ice and Snow Lion King's eyes trembled. The Red Kite Bear Queen is the legitimate Taoist companion of the Yuanying Bear King of the Red Gold Bear clan. On weekdays, the affairs of the Red Gold Bear clan are mostly handled by this Red Kite Bear Queen. With this Red Kite Bear Queen as a guarantor, the Ice and Snow Lion King was somewhat moved by the Red Autumn Bear monster's proposal, but it did not agree immediately, but spoke. The Xianxing sect, the superior power of the Yan State, has already warned that the demon kings of our Red Gold Bear clan cannot enter the Yan State territory on a large scale to cause chaos during the non-demon beast riots, and the bottom line of the Xianxing sect is only 2 demon kings. Under such circumstances, the Ling family's clan land is protected by a third great superior formation. No matter how many low-level demon beasts led by the 2 demon kings there are, I'm afraid they will not be enough to destroy the Ling family, and the cultivators of the Yan State are united. Once, the Jinden of this country had ambushed the Liundapan clan together, and crippled this once prosperous clan. Under such circumstances, when the Ling family's clan land is besieged by our demon beasts, I'm afraid that the Jinden cultivators in other territories of the Yan State will support it. This matter. I hope our clan can forgive me for not obeying your order. The Red Autumn Bear Demon smiled, with a bit more pride between his brows. He also had some confidence in his heart, and said in a commanding tone, "My emperor successfully broke through last month and entered the 2nd level of the nascent soul realm. He is comparable to Old Dog Xianxing of the Xianxing sect. And Old Dog Xianxing has been dragged down by Yindu's Henjin of the Yindu sect, and he has been unable to spare any time. The bullshit treaty that Old Dog Xianxing made, that the demon kings under my command cannot invade the state of Yan on a large scale, can now be regarded as nonsense. 10 days later, your clan must invade the Lingxiao territory of the Ling family, kill the cultivators of this clan who stayed there, and then weaken the strength of the Ling family, laying the groundwork for our clan to destroy the entire state of Yan in the monster rebellion 10 years later. As for the rest of the Jinden forces in the state of Yan, they will be stopped by the Jinden demon clan whose territories are adjacent." The Ice and Snow Lion King was shocked when he heard this. In the past, the Red Gold Bear clan had always been weaker than the Heavenly Star sect, and had been repeatedly occupied by the forces under the Heavenly Star sect for nearly 500 years. The main reason was that the Red Gold Bear King of the Red Gold Bear clan was only at the 1st level of the nascent soul, while the Heavenly Star True Lord of the Heavenly Star sect had a cultivation level of the 2nd level of the nascent soul. When the 2 forces clashed, how could the weaker side have an advantage if the top combat power was weaker? This was also the reason why the Heavenly Star True Lord could suppress the Red Gold Bear King and deter all the Golden Core Demon Kings under the Red Gold Bear clan from entering the Yan state on a large scale decades ago. Then, the eyes of the Ice and Snow Lion King became fiery. The Lingxiao Mountain range where the Ling clan's land was located was extremely vast, with a large number of spiritual veins, and a third-level middle-grade spiritual vein, which was a rare item. If it could be obtained, it would be of great help to the Ice and Snow White Lion clan. Not to mention, there are nearly 10 million cultivators and mortals in the Ling family's territory. If all of them can be killed, and relying on the beast pill refining method passed down by the Ice and Snow White Lion clan, it is enough to cultivate 2 or 3 more Golden Core Monster Kings. If this can be accomplished, the overall strength of the Ice and Snow White Lion clan will also increase rapidly. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelists. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 695 Yan Sai is in charge. If the Ling clan really only has one Jinden in charge, and Ling Pengyun, whose strength is comparable to that of the late Jinden and who controls many Jinden beast puppets, is not on the Northern Wilderness Immortal Cultivation world, we can give it a try to invade the Ling clan. Thinking of this, the Ice and Snow Lion King also made up his mind and agreed to the proposal of the Red Autumn Bear monster. At the same time, the 3 nearby demon beast gathering places of the Yan State Bailing Sect, Qingshi Taoist Temple, and Yaowang Valley were also visited by the elders of the Red Gold Bear clan on the same day. Not a day after this incident, in the Lingxiao clan's territory deep in the Lingxiao Mountains, the Ling clan's great elder Ling Pengyun hurriedly climbed to the top of the third-level middle-grade spiritual mountain Lingxiao Mountain deep in the clan's territory and knocked on the door of a cave there. Soon, the door of the cave was opened, and a young female cultivator with a very good figure, who could not hide her good figure even in a loose Taoist robe, and who looked extremely beautiful, walked out with a little confusion. "Pengyun, is there something urgent you need from me?" After the great elder Ling Pengyun bowed to the young female cultivator in front of him, he spoke with a serious expression. "An 8, our clan is in danger. According to a report from a Foundation establishment member of our clan who has been observing the movements of the monsters in the Purple Scorpion Ridge, the low-level monsters in that area suddenly gathered in a barren area at the border between the Purple Scorpion Ridge and our clan last night. And the only ones who have the ability to gather low-level monsters are the few Ice and Snow White Lion Demon Kings in the Purple Scorpion Ridge. According to my nephew's inference, the behavior of those Ice and Snow Demon Kings is probably intended to lead the low-level monsters to attack the Lingxiao Mountains where our clan is located. In addition, the monsters in the Winged Shadow Tiger territory adjacent to the Bayun Mountains have also gathered. The Bayun Mountains territory occupied by our clan in that territory is at the southernmost end of the Bayun Mountains, bordering the Winged Shadow Tiger clan. If the Winged Shadow Tiger clan wants to attack the Bayun Mountains, I'm afraid they will be the first to attack our clan's Bayun Mountains territory. The Ice and Snow White Lion clan and the Winged Shadow Tiger clan both have Golden Core Demon Kings. Since they dare to gather their low-level monsters and intend to invade our territory, I'm afraid the Golden Core Demon Kings of these 2 clans will also go out to resist our Golden Core combat power and protect their low-level monsters to perform meritorious services. Now, there is only one Golden Core true person like you, 8th sister-in-law, in the clan, and there are 2 more places suspected of being attacked. What should the family do now?" After hearing these words, the beautiful young female cultivator Yan Sai frowned and her face turned dark. "This group of monsters is just as my husband said. They are not fools and will not let go of the chaos between good and evil. They attack our Yan country at this time when most of our Yan country's giant and combat forces are not here. I just don't know, this time, whether the 2 giant and demon kings from the giant and demon clan that our clan is facing will still abide by the treaty set by the Xianxing sect that all demon kings of the Red Gold Bear clan cannot attack Yan country on a large scale. It will be troublesome if this group of monsters violate the treaty." After hesitating for a while, a murderous intent flashed in her soft eyes. The Winged Shadow Tiger clan that is adjacent to the Bayun Mountains in the Bayun Mountains is not very strong. There were only 3 giant and demon kings in this clan. In the early years, my husband killed a demon king to vent his anger. Now there are only 2 giant and demon kings left in this clan, Over there, there is the demon corpse of the early Jinden stage in Peng Chang's hand and the demon king of the middle Jinden stage left by the Baiyun Spirit Fox clan. It should be enough to keep peace in that area. I won't go there. I'll stay in the Lingxiao Mountains where my family is. However, there are no Jinden cultivators of our clan in the Baiyun Mountains after all, and the demon king of the Baiyun Spirit Fox clan will not take action for our clan unless it is necessary. Cheng Yuan, quickly use the communication mirror to call on those clansmen stationed in Lingxiao Thousand Star Lake and the Taiyan Ridge of our clan in the Baiyun Mountains to immediately go to the Baiyun Mountains for support. And instruct Peng Cheng to gather the clan members stationed in various sacred mountains in the Baiyun Mountains and the independent cultivators in that area as soon as possible to the largest Baiyun market in that area, and let them defend with the help of the third-level formation there. Warn Peng Cheng that during this period, you must not rush to the 3 third-level spiritual veins in that area. Lest the monsters discover that the 3 third-level spiritual veins in that area have actually been occupied by our clan in the name of the Baiyun Spirit Fox clan, causing our clan to violate the treaty to occupy the other party's third-level spiritual veins during the non-monster beast rebellion, thereby attracting more monsters. In addition, Cheng Yuan, you quickly call on all the clan members in the clan, the group of independent cultivators in the Foreign Affairs Hall, and the cultivators in the clan who are in the late stage of key training and above, to gather on the square of the clan, and distribute enough strategic resources to them. In half an hour, I will use the flying boat to take them to the Lingxiao Mountains where our clan is located, and the White Ape Market adjacent to the Purple Scorpion Ridge, to resist the impact of the monsters in the Purple Scorpion Ridge. You are recruiting the scattered cultivators in the Lingxiao Mountains with benefits to participate in the defense against the monster beasts. As for the other members of the clan who are in the early and middle stages of key training in the clan, they can just stay with you. You should also send people to distribute war supplies to the members of the clan stationed in the low-level spiritual veins in the Lingxiao Mountains. If the spiritual mountains they are stationed in and the villages under their command are attacked and defeated, you must quickly lead people to rush there. For the members of the clan who have opened shops in various markets, let them continue to concentrate on running the shops and maintain the family's economic source. Try to recall the rest of the members of the clan who are doing various family tasks. Okay. Cheng Yuan, you quickly arrange these. After hearing such an orderly arrangement, the great elder Ling Pengyun looked at Yan Xie with a hint of surprise. Then, he turned around and left the Lingxiao Mountain. Yan Xie, who was still at the top of Lingxiao Mountain, also took out a third-grade lower-grade communication mirror from her storage bag and informed the person in charge of the family's Dark Hall branch in Xiangxing country of the family's crisis. The person in charge then used the communication mirror in his hand and passed through several people to get in touch with Ling Yunhong, who was far away in Yuan country. When Ling Yunhong learned about the situation, he also told the person in charge that he would return home within a month. This news was also passed on to Yan Xie by the person in charge of the Dark Hall branch. Such cumbersome communication was also because Yan country was so far away from Yuan country. The third-grade lower-grade communication treasure realm could not cross such a long distance and directly communicate with Ling Yunhong, who was far away in Yuan country. Yan Xie put down the communication mirror in her hand and looked towards the direction of the Zixi Ridge, but there were countless sorrows between her brows. The storm is coming. Grandpa Yunhong, who is far away in the territory of Yuan State, can't get back to the family in a short time, and my husband has gone to the Boundless Sea to help Penguin break through the golden elixir. The family. I am the only one holding on, it's really difficult. 9 days later. The territory of the Winged Shadow Tiger and the Baiyun Mountains of the Baiyun Mountains, a barren land, countless densely packed monsters gathered here. A rough look shows that there are at least 200,000 monsters here. Even more, there are monsters rushing from the depths of the Winged Shadow Tiger territory to this large group of monsters. At the head of the huge group of monsters, there are 3 Winged Shadow Tigers with wings and auras as high as the Golden Core Realm. One of the Winged Shadow Tigers has a weak aura, as if it has just entered the Golden Core Realm. The other 2 Winged Shadow Tigers, one of which has a cultivation level as high as the 3rd level of the Golden Core Realm, and the other one has a cultivation level as high as the middle stage of the Golden Core Realm. Chapter 696, Baiyunfang City is besieged. Among them, the Winged Shadow Tiger with the highest cultivation level looked at the 3 third-level spiritual veins in the White Cloud Mountains, and a trace of hatred emerged in his eyes. Finally, I have waited for this opportunity. This time, my winged shadow tiger clan must seize the White Cloud Mountains. Since the White Cloud Spirit Fox clan, the overlord of the White Cloud Mountains, was driven away by the Yan people's giant several decades ago, and the White Cloud Spirit Fox clan joined the Red Gold Bear clan's enemy, the Golden Winged Tiger clan, this clan has actually been hated by the Red Gold Bear clan for a long time. The White Cloud Mountains territory that was originally given to this clan by the Red Gold Bear clan was also given back to the Winged Shadow Tiger clan by the Red Gold Bear clan. But the White Cloud Spirit Fox clan is really hateful. They have joined the Golden Winged Tiger clan, a Yuanian clan, and they still have a White Cloud Spirit Fox Demon King in the middle giant in stage sitting in the 3/3 level spiritual veins in the White Cloud Mountains. At that time, the Xianxing sect had ordered that the Golden Core Monster clan under the Red Gold Bear not be allowed to enter the Bayun Mountains in large numbers. At most, they could only turn a blind eye and allow 2 Golden Core Monster Kings to enter at the same time. However, with the strength of the Winged Shadow Tiger clan alone, they could only afford 1 Golden Core Middle Stage Monster King and 1 Golden Core Early Stage Monster King. With such strength, they were no match for the Golden Core Middle Stage Bayun Spirit Fox that occupied the 3/3 level spiritual veins in the Bayun Mountains. After all, the 3 spiritual veins were all arranged with 3rd level formations. The Red Gold Bear clan was even ordered by Xianxing Zhenjian not to enter the Bayun Mountains except during the period of the Monster Beast Rebellion. It was also difficult for the Winged Shadow Tiger clan to find the Golden Core Monster King to help. If they looked for other Golden Core Monster clan as helpers, the Winged Shadow Tiger King was afraid that they would snatch the 3rd level spiritual veins of the Bayun Mountains. Under such circumstances, the Winged Shadow Tiger clan's matter of taking back the Bayun Mountains has been delayed until now. After noon, the Winged Shadow King also roared to the sky. It also took the lead in running towards the Bayun Mountains, and the huge group of monsters behind it followed and began to run wildly. For a moment, the ground where this huge group of monsters ran past was covered with flying sand and rocks, and yellow soil was flying, and the ground seemed to be shaking. Deafening footsteps also resounded in the air. 5 days later. In the Bayun Mountains, deep in the Bayun Mountains, which stretches for millions of miles and is almost the same as the entire Yan state, there is a square town built on a small plain. This city is now covered by a huge khaki light curtain, and there are even nearly 10,000 monks in different clothes standing on the 12 walls on all 4 sides. These monks all looked very solemn, holding their breath and looking at the direction of the Winged Shadow Tiger territory in the south, which is also the direction of the boundless vast marsh. In the center of the southern wall of the city, there stood a middle-aged cultivator wearing a Ling family robe, with an extraordinary demeanor, a cultivation level as high as the late stage of foundation building, and a solemn murderous aura. This person is the Ling family's Bayun Mountain area's manager Ling Pengyun. Decades ago, although this person entered the foundation building realm at the age of more than 70, he had the opportunity to enter the foundation building when he was more than 50 years old, but he was seriously injured at that time, which led to the missed opportunity of foundation building. Therefore, this person's cultivation aptitude is actually quite good, and in the following decades, he has not lived up to the family's cultivation. His cultivation speed has steadily improved, and he has reached the current level of the late stage of foundation building. He is now considered to be one of the people with higher cultivation among the family's foundation building cultivators. At the same time, because he had served as a patrol team manager in the family's first market in his early years, this person is also good at management, and this person is extremely slippery and an old Taoist, so he was given the important task of managing this Bayun Mountain area alone by the family. On weekdays, he only needs to maintain the resource mobilization and personnel appointment of the clan members in the low-level spiritual mountains in this area. The Lingxiao Lake and the Taoling areas of the family in the Bayun Mountains are hundreds of thousands of miles away from here. It may take a few days or even 10 days for the clan members in those 2 places to come to support. I hope that the group of monsters in the Yinghu area can attack slowly. It would be best if the giant and monster king of the Yinghu clan can be afraid of the constraints of the Xianxing Zhenjian of the Xianxing sect and dare not attack. Ling Pengyun looked worried and muttered to himself with a little relief. In less than half a day, a large piece of yellow soil suddenly rose tens of thousands of miles south of the Bayun Mountain market, and countless footsteps sounded. Ling Pengyun used the art of looking at the air to see that there were more than 200,000 monsters attacking there. The 3 giant level Yanghas leading the way were also seen by him. He was so shocked that his body could not help but tremble. This Winged Shadow Tiger clan really does not intend to abide by the treaty set by the Xiangxing sects Xiangxing's Henjin that giant monsters cannot enter the Baiyun Mountains in large numbers. But how come this clan has 3 giant level Winged Shadow Tigers? Aren't there only 2 giant level Winged Shadow Tigers left in this clan? After a closer look, he saw that the extra giant level Winged Shadow Tiger's true cultivation level was only the first level of giant, and its aura was extremely unstable. It was probably just entered the giant not long ago, and its strength was probably not very strong. He calmed down a little. Then, he hurriedly called out to the monks stationed in the market area. I am the Ling family monk, and all the casual cultivators. Since the Winged Shadow Tiger has appeared in the realm of monsters, please do your best to deal with it, follow me to kill the invading monsters, establish military merits, and create opportunities. As soon as these words came out, all the monks in the Baiyun Mountains market had a fiery look on their faces. This time, Ling clan took out 50 small bailing water, 50 pulse-protecting pills, 2 second-class foundation-building spiritual objects, and other precious spiritual objects to establish a war merit hall. As long as you kill monsters and hand over the monster corpses in exchange for war merits, you can use the war merits to exchange. The independent cultivators among the nearly 10,000 cultivators came here because of the benefits offered by Ling clan. Otherwise, they would have fled to other places like those timid independent cultivators. For a while, the fighting spirit of the cultivators in Baiyun Mountain Market also reached the extreme. After a while, when the 3 golden elixir level Winged Shadow Tigers led the monsters to kill, the nearly 10,000 cultivators in Baiyun Market also followed suit and madly launched various attack methods regardless of the consumption of spiritual power. The master of this place, Ling Pengyun, also summoned a large coffin magic weapon from his storage bag, and a humanoid demon corpse with a steel-colored body, several feet tall, covered with red lines, and emitting a strong demonic aura, with an aura as high as the 3rd level of the giant realm, suddenly appeared. Help me block the 3 giant level Winged Shadow Tigers that are attacking me. Although Ling Pengyun, who only has the cultivation level of the late foundation building stage, ordered the 3rd level giant level Iron and Steel Dark Fire Corpse. A flash of anger flashed in the agile eyes of the Iron and Steel Dark Fire Corpse, which was obviously dissatisfied with Ling Pengyun's attitude. When it saw the 3 giant level Winged Shadow Tigers attacking from a distance, whose cultivation levels were as high as the 1st, 3rd, and 5th levels of the giant realm, it showed a hint of fear in its eyes and retreated for a while. If we don't fight, I will crush this soul tablet and kill you here. And if you are willing to help me, I will tell Uncle Pengyun about your achievements today and let him help you break through to the middle stage of the golden core. Ling Pengyun summoned a black plaque from his storage bag and said with both kindness and force. The Iron Fire Corpse with nearly half of its intelligence heard the words and looked at the soul tablet in Ling Pengyun's hand, and the fear in its brows suddenly increased. After hesitating for a while, it nodded. Then, it opened its mouth and spit out a dark brown 3rd level middle grade flying sword magic treasure, and spit out countless 3rd level dark fires to hit the 3 golden core Winged Shadow Tigers that attacked from the outside world. With the help of the magic treasure and the power of the dark fire, this corpse actually burst out with the combat power of the 4th and 5th levels of the golden core. Although it was suppressed by the 3 giant level Winged Shadow Tigers in the first encounter, it could use the 3rd level formation in the market town to attack with all its strength without defense, while the 3 Winged Shadow Tigers outside had to use their remaining strength to defend. It barely managed to entangle the 3 giant level Winged Shadow Tigers with its own strength. This incident also made Ling Pengyun feel relieved. The top-level middle-level demon corpse refined by Pengyun Bo is quite powerful, and this corpse has high intelligence. It can fight independently without my help with spiritual consciousness, just like a cultivator, which is very useful. The only shortcoming may be in this intelligence. Fortunately, Pengyun Bo created this soul card. He looked at the soul card in his hand, and then looked at the steel dark fire corpse beside him with a little caution. Then, he also took out a magic weapon and launched a series of attacks on the group of monsters outside the market town. Thanks, Yi Beer, book friend 20230307124227029 for their 100-point reward. Thanks, Bugatti Varen, and Yirju, Kazai, I am a person in heaven, Book Friend 20210301106614707378, Dr. Nyanhu Lingluo, Yujin Shan, Book Friend 160,717,162,259,497, Xin Mingjing, Oatmeal Junxing, Book Friend 202212130519788893, Jiakt, Book Friend 201909152117266690, Book Friend 202,125,171,859,662, Lord Xiaozi is invincible, praise the blood in my heart, Daniel Pomelo, Book Friend 20200125102947937, Lan Iuek, Book Friend 202,308,124,227,029, Fighting Spirit, Book Friend 20200320141751682, The Love of Fat Catfish, Book Friend 160,817,162,259,497, Book Friend 2018062711483465 monthly ticket, thank you all. Chapter 697 Asking for help from Cousin Yang Xiling. At the same time, the White Ape Market, the closest market to the Purple Scorpion Ridge in the Lingxiao Mountains, also faced the same dilemma as the White Cloud Market. Countless monsters rushed out from the Purple Scorpion Ridge and rushed to the White Ape Market. However, the group of monsters that came to the White Ape Market was much more than the group of monsters outside the White Cloud Market. Now, there are nearly 500,000 monsters coming to the White Ape Market. The 7 leading ice and snow white lions were all dozens of feet in size, and their cultivation was as high as the Golden Core realm. Among them, there were 4 in the early stage of the Golden Core, 2 in the middle stage of the Golden Core, and 1 in the late stage of the Golden Core. This situation made the Ling family spend a lot of effort to gather nearly 20,000 casual cultivators and more than 3,000 Ling family cultivators in the White Ape Market in the past 10 days, and they were all panicked. Even Yan Siai, who had a cultivation level as high as the 3rd level of the Golden Core, had a bit of panic on her face. She looked at the huge monsters running towards her from tens of thousands of miles away, her brows furrowed, and she couldn't help but sigh. All the golden elixir monster kings of the Ice and Snow White Lion clan in the territory of Purple Scorpion Ridge have come out. The monsters broke the contract. The war between good and evil is still going on. It is difficult for the Xiangxing sect to come and take charge. The chaos in Yan state is coming. Without much hesitation, she immediately took out a 3rd-level communication mirror from her storage bag. As the spiritual power was transferred into it, the face of her cousin Yang Xiling suddenly appeared on the mirror. She also spoke to the mirror. Cousin Xiling, is the monster army attacking the Jiamang Lake branch strong? Cousin, can your family support 1 or 2 golden elixir from my Ling family? Yang Xiling on the mirror heard the words and asked with a little worry. Siai, our sect's Jiamang Lake branch was not only besieged by the 2 remaining giant and demon kings of the neighboring golden-horned Mad Bull clan and more than 200,000 low-level demon beasts, but even the old giant and demon clan of the Thunder Rat clan under the Red Gold Bear clan also sent 5 giant and early and middle stage demon kings and 1 giant and late stage demon king to join them. That makes a total of 8 giant and demon kings. Although these monsters are strong, there are also many giant and cultivators left behind in our sect, including me, your brother-in-law, my father Lingfu Patriarch, the sect's Baoling's Henren, and Jiden Realm Baon's Henren, 5 of us, with the help of the 3rd grade superior defense formation of the Jiamang Lake branch, we can barely withstand the impact of those monsters. Sai, you are asking for help now. But the 7 giant and realm ice and snow white lions in the Purple Scorpion Ridge area also broke the agreement made by Xiangxing's Henjin and came out in full force. Yan Sai did not hide it and spoke. That's right. Even with my own strength, even with the help of the formation in the White Ape Market, it is difficult to stop the 7 ice and snow white lions. I hope my cousin and her family can help. Yang Xiling heard this, and a trace of worry flashed across her brows. She also recalled the family affection with Yan Sai's family, and the favors of Ling Pengyun, who traveled hundreds of thousands of miles to hunt the Golden Pill Demon King to help her enter the realm of false pills. In addition, the situation of the Jiamang Lake branch is not bad. She didn't want to see Yan Sai, her cousin's wife, who had a very good relationship with her, and any accidents, so she nodded and agreed. Okay, I'll leave and come right away. As for your brother-in-law, they still need to stay in the Jiamang Lake branch, so they can't get away and come to support. Yan Siai saw Yang Siling's answer, and her heart couldn't help but warm up. Now that the Ling family is in this situation, Yang Siling agreed to come alone, which is actually risking her life. After all, judging from the current situation, the possibility of the fall of the white ape market is very high. It's okay, cousin Siling. It's a blessing for our Ling family that you can come here. Yang Siling said with a smile. We are one family, so let's not talk about different things. It's the right thing to avoid this disaster together. After that, her face disappeared on the communication mirror. Yan Siai also used the communication mirror to contact Ling Pengyun, who was stationed in the Bayun market in the Bayun Mountains. After learning that the situation there was bad, but there would be no danger in the short term, Yan Siai felt much more at ease. Then, she used the communication treasure to conceal the Ling Qingshi who managed the Taiyan Ridge, and Ling Qingshi's face appeared on the treasure mirror. At this moment, he was sitting on the back of a human-shaped giant demon corpse, and with the help of the demon corpse, he rushed to the Bayun market in the Bayun Mountains. Ling Qingshi was Ling Pengyun's only son. Now his cultivation has broken through and reached the second level of foundation building. He is not old, only in his 40s. As for the giant demon corpse in his hand, it was the one Ling Pengyun gave to Ling Nianchuan in the early years. He and Ling Nianchuan were originally managing the Taoling area together. However, as the war between good and evil started, Ling Nianchuan followed Ling Pengyun and others to the Yuan kingdom, and the giant demon corpse in Ling Nianchuan's hand naturally fell into his hands. The safety of the Taoling area was also taken care of by him alone. Qingshi, have you dealt with the lightning rat on the third level lightning vein in Taoling? Yan Siai asked. It's been dealt with, Ant 8. The lightning rat at the first level of Jinden was very timid. One day ago, when I brought the Jinden iron demon corpse under my seat to the door, the lightning rat ran away directly. According to the nature of this rat, it is estimated that before the end of this chaos, this rat will not dare to show its head. Ling Qingshi said with a little contempt. That's good. Now, the Lingxiao Mountains where the family is located are in great danger. You should bring the giant demon corpse in your hand back to the clan to provide support. Don't go to Bayun Market. Let Changping and others who are temporarily stationed in the Lingxiao Qiangxing Lake area go to provide support. Yan Siai said. Ling Qingshi nodded slightly and agreed to this matter. Afterwards, Yan Siai asked Ling Changping, who was temporarily stationed in the Lingxiao Qiangxing Lake area with a giant beast puppet after the battle between good and evil started, through the communication mirror. She saw that Ling Changping also drove away the giant toad demon king on the third level spiritual island Giant Crocodile Island in Lingxiao Qiangxing Lake. At this time, she was sitting on the back of the giant beast puppet and rushing to Bayun Market to provide support. Everything was on track, and Yan Siai was relieved. She also put down the communication mirror in her hand. After waiting for a while, when the huge group of demon beasts from the outside rushed to within 10,000 feet of Baiyuanfang City, she also patted the storage bag on her waist and summoned out 3 coffins, from which 2 human-shaped demon corpses of the 4th level of Jinden and 1 of the 6th level of Jinden walked out. These 3 demon corpses were all transformed from the Jinden demon cultivators killed by Ling Pengyun in the war between good and evil. These 3 demon corpses were also the trump cards Ling Pengyun left for Yan Siai to guard the family. However, when Ling Pengyun refined these 3 demon corpses in his early years, because the family did not have extra 3rd level precious iron, he did not add the method of refining iron corpses to them, but simply refined them into the method of refining hellfire corpses. Therefore, they only have the combat power equivalent to that of cultivators of the same level. Because the 3 human-shaped demon corpses have a lot of spiritual intelligence, Yan Siai has also cultivated the secret method of spiritual consciousness, and her spiritual consciousness is comparable to that of cultivators of the 5th and 6th levels of Jinden. It is also very easy for her to control the 3 Jinden demon corpses. You 3 must stop the 2 middle-stage Jinden and the late-stage Jinden Ice and Snow White Lion. If you can kill them, their bodies and flesh will belong to you. Yan Siai ordered the 3 Jinden demon corpses. The 3 Jinden demon corpses had long been tamed by Yan Siai, and now they heard the great benefits Yan Siai mentioned, and they all became extremely excited. The flesh and blood of monsters and humans are both great supplements for them. If they can be taken, it will be of great help to their cultivation. Without much hesitation, they successively sacrificed 1 or 2 third-level magic treasures and a large amount of nether fire they controlled, and fought with all their strength. Those magic treasures were the treasures they controlled when they were alive. Although their memories of their previous lives had dissipated after they were refined into demon corpses by Ling Pengyun, and they turned into demon corpses and experienced a life, they still have the ability to control magic treasures based on their spiritual intelligence. For a while, the 3 giant and demon corpses successfully blocked the 3 giant and middle and late stage ice and snow white lions with various strange magic treasures in their hands, and even had a little advantage. Seeing this, Yan Sidai secretly breathed a sigh of relief, and she also turned her eyes to look at the other 4 giant and early stage ice and snow white lions rushing from the outside world, with sorrow between her brows. She only had the 3rd level of giant in cultivation. With a grit of her teeth, she sacrificed her life magic weapon Mandarin Duck Fire Cloud Pot, as well as the 3rd level middle grade Burning Yuan magic lamp and the 3rd level lower grade giant long sword given by Ling Pengyun in his early years, and other fire attributed magic weapons, and attacked the 4 giant and early stage ice and snow white lions that had just entered the market thousands of feet away. The 4 giant and early stage ice and snow white lions were all strong, and because they came from the old giant and family, the ice and snow white lion clan, they also mastered several life magic weapons. Only 2 ice and snow white lions of the 2nd and 3rd giant in levels worked together to block Yan Sidai's attack. The other 2 ice and snow white lions of the 1st and 2nd giant in levels rushed at full speed, turning into 2 snow white escape lights and rushing to the white ape market, constantly using their claws and their own life definition magic weapons to bombard the defensive formation of the market. The nearly 500,000 key training and foundation building demon beasts brought by the 7 giant and demon kings also followed closely and killed them. Chapter 698 Ling Chengping riding a dragon earthworm to help. By this time, the group of key training monks and foundation building monks in the market had reached the range of their spiritual awareness. The nearly 20,000 monks in the market also launched countless attacks and killed the monsters outside. Although hundreds of monsters died tragically every second, the monster army still bombarded the market formation outside the market regardless of life and death. This made the market protection formation in the market shake even though it was of the 3rd level middle grade realm and had a 3rd level middle grade defense formation device. In just half a day, the formation was blasted with a hole several feet in size by the monsters. Hundreds of monsters immediately broke into the formation from the hole and directly crashed into the walls of the market. In a moment, the walls on all 4 sides of the market collapsed a lot. Many of the monks who were originally standing on the city wall also fell to the ground of the market due to the collapse of the city wall. This was exactly what the thousands of monsters that rushed into the formation wanted to see. They immediately roared excitedly and killed the monks who fell to the ground. The monsters were fast and close to the monks who fell to the ground. Most of the monks were independent cultivators with poor psychological quality, and they had no time to react. In just a few breaths, nearly 100 monks with low cultivation fell into the mouths of the monsters. Fortunately, at this time, nearly 100 key training monks wearing Ling's Taoist robes stood up under the leadership of a Ling's foundation building. They each held a formation flag and formed several first-level superior formations, which transformed into a series of defensive light curtains, and forcibly blocked the thousands of monsters that broke into the formation. The other monks in the market also made up for it in time at this moment and killed all the thousands of monsters. At this time, Yan Sidai, a giant and cultivator, also relied on a large amount of spiritual stones to send into the formation to repair the broken part of the formation in time, and the situation in the formation stabilized. However, the Baiyuanfang city was still at a disadvantage, which made Yan Sidai, a giant and cultivator, look gloomy all the time. On the other side, in the Baiyun Mountains, which stretches for millions of miles, the Baiyuanfang city deep in the Baiyun Mountains is also in a fierce battle. However, in this area, like the situation in Baiyuanfang city, Baiyuanfang city is also at a disadvantage, and even has some signs of defeat. The long-term battle has caused the nearly 10,000 cultivators stationed in the market to consume too much spiritual power, and their combat power has gradually weakened. Fortunately, the lord of this place, Ling Pengyun, distributed a huling peel of the same level to each cultivator participating in the battle before this battle. With the help of those healing pills, the dantian in the bodies of those cultivators who were about to dry up also recovered some spiritual power. However, compared to the fierce offensive of this group of people before the war, the frequency of attack of this group of cultivators has slowed down in order to save spiritual power. On the other hand, the group of more than 200,000 key training and foundation building monsters in the outside world, including the 3-winged shadow tigers at the 1st, 3rd and 5th levels of Jinden, fought more and more bravely, causing the 3rd level middle grade city protection formation in Baiyunfang City to be in turmoil. Even the 3-winged shadow tigers at the Jinden level took advantage of the excessive consumption of magic power and weakened strength of Ling Pengyun's iron and steel nether fire corpse at the 3rd level of Jinden to use the trapping spell to trap the flying sword magic treasure that the demon corpse had shot out, greatly weakening the combat power of the demon corpse. In this way, even if there was only the winged shadow tiger at the 5th level of Jinden, it could easily block the nether fire method shot by the demon corpse. This tiger also said to the winged shadow tiger at the 3rd and 1st levels of Jinden, "Second brother, third brother, go and help the low-level monsters to attack the formation of the market in front of us with all their strength. We must break it as soon as possible. Once this city can be broken, the cultivators in the Baiyun Mountains will find it difficult to gain a foothold in this area. We can also march straight into the 3 3rd-level spiritual veins deep in this area, kill the Baiyun spirit fox in the middle Jinden stage, and occupy the 3 spiritual veins. In the future of our winged shadow tiger clan will also be bright and far-reaching. For our clan, kill it." The 3rd level Jinden and the 1st level Jinden winged shadow tiger were excited to hear this. They also immediately got rid of the nether fire attack of the Jinden nether fire corpse with the help of the 5th level Jinden winged shadow tiger king, and blasted out attacks to hit the formation of Baiyun market. The 2 golden core winged shadow tigers were both very powerful. With their help, the more than 200,000 low-level monsters here, the defensive formation of the market town was also in danger, and gradually began to shake. Damn it! Ling Pengyun cursed inwardly, feeling powerless in his heart. He gritted his teeth and cursed inwardly. If I were a golden core true person at this moment, I would definitely kill these sick cats. At this time, the ground where the low-level monsters stood outside the southern wall of Baiyun market suddenly began to shake. There were even rumbling sounds from under the ground. This incident caused the low-level monsters under the southern wall to panic, and they quickly scattered around, trying to stay away from the shaking ground. But before they took a long step, cracks suddenly appeared around the shaking ground about 30 feet away. Then, with a sound of breaking the ground, a strange monster covered with earthy yellow scales, several feet long, with a sharp horn on its head, with the appearance of a dragon, and shaped like an earthworm, came out from the ground and smashed on the bodies of several key training monsters, killing them and landing safely. There were 2 monks sitting on its back, a man and a woman. The people who came were Ling Pengyun and Lin Fan, who were temporarily stationed in the territory of Lingxiao Maturation Lake at the beginning of the war between good and evil. The strange monster they sat on was the dragon earthworm they cultivated in their early years. Although this dragon earthworm was Ling Pengyun's spirit beast, after it was cultivated into a dragon earthworm by Ling Pengyun and others, Ling Pengyun gave it to Ling Changping, who was like his own daughter. In addition, Ling Pengyun also brought back the superior dual cultivation method of Earth Dragon and Gold Dragon from the sect in his early years. With the help of this dual cultivation method, this dragon earthworm has made rapid progress in cultivation with Ling Changsha's golden dragon named Jinda. Now, this dragon earthworm has entered the late stage of foundation building. Moreover, since it has the body of a dragon and has become a dragon earthworm, it is no longer just a good hand at opening up spiritual fields. It has also mastered the powerful strength of the dragon. Its strength is stronger than that of monsters of the same level, and it can easily cast various earth-related spells. Just now, it directly performed the earth escape technique from tens of thousands of feet away from Baiyunfang City, and with the help of the earth-splitting technique, it brought Ling Changping and Lin Fan and his wife out of the ground unexpectedly. Uncle Pengcheng, Changping is here to help. Ling Changping, who is already a married woman, but still has a playful look on her face, yelled towards the direction of Baiyunfang City at this moment, and immediately summoned a second-level golden elixir steel black ice demon corpse from her storage bag. Kill the surrounding low-level monsters for me and severely damage this group of monsters. The iron and steel black ice demon corpse's eyes were red, and it laughed wildly and ferociously, and then it rushed into the surrounding monsters, using its sharp claws to tear the bodies of the monsters one by one. And the blood of those monsters would inexplicably flow into the demon corpse. As a result, the corpse's aura gradually became stronger. It seemed that blood was the source of its power. At the same time, the corpse also spewed out a large amount of black ice power from its mouth and hit the surrounding key training and foundation building monsters. Those monsters were simply unable to resist, and they turned into ice sculptures once they came into contact with the black ice. Even the iron and steel black ice beast puppet spit out a large amount of black ice around, covering the surrounding 200 or 300 feet, and built a cold ice wall several feet high and 1 foot wide to resist the impact of the surrounding low-level monsters. This cold ice wall was extremely strong, and those low-level monsters could not break it at all. As a result, the low-level monsters could only use magic attacks to get into the wall and attack the dragon earthworm, Ling Pengyun, and Lin Fan and his wife. And those magic attacks were resisted by the earth defense spells that the dragon earthworm continuously cast. Then, the iron and steel black ice demon corpse jumped out of the ice wall without any worries and killed the countless monsters outside. Ling Pengyun and Lin Fan, a couple who love monsters, also summon 8 foundation building spirit beasts at this moment. Among them, there was even a fairy crane in the late foundation building realm. That fairy crane was the natal spirit beast of Lin Fan, the chief beast master of the Ling family. This crane was extremely extraordinary. It just spread its wings lightly and transformed into more than 200 feather arrows and shot them out, directly piercing through the bodies of nearly 100 key training monsters and killing them. The other 7 foundation building monsters were also extraordinary. Lin Fan, who had recently become a second-class beast master, even relied on various beast-controlling secrets to simultaneously strengthen the 8 foundation building monsters by 10% or 20%, and the strength of his own spirit beast was even strengthened by 30%. This made the 8 foundation building monsters' attack methods more fierce, and they had the momentum of a self-contained army. In the next moment, countless turbid water suddenly gushed out of the underground pit where the strange monster race had drilled out, and it sprinkled around like a fountain. Coincidentally, there was another ice wall around to prevent the water from leaking out, which turned the ice wall of more than 200 or 300 feet into a small lake. A giant turtle that was 25 feet in size, with a huge hard turtle shell on its back and tiny blue scales on its forelegs, also pushed open countless sluices and drilled out of the underground pit along with the water. Chapter 699, A Surprise Attack, A Great Victory in Baiyunfang City. Following closely, a large number of blue whales with a blue water curtain around them emerged from the deep pit. On their backs were low-level spirit beasts or monks wearing Ling's Taoist robes. After a while, nearly 100 whales appeared. These big whales were the Camel Mountain whales that Ling Pengyun and Yan Siyi had captured in the boundless sea cultivation world in the early years. These Camel Mountain whales are extremely docile, and with the taming of the Ling's beast tamers, they have become well-behaved spirit beasts. On weekdays, they serve as the most common spirit beasts in the vast Lingxiao Lake. At this time, when fighting, they become transport spirit beasts carrying monks and spirit beasts. The arrival of these Camel Mountain whales also made the small lake, with a very wide range of ice walls, extremely crowded. At this time, Ling Pengyun also shouted, "I am a member of the Ling clan. Follow the drill. Each of you should set up defenses and killing formations. Follow this lady to kill the enemy." The nearly 1,000 monks on the back of the nearly 100 Camel Mountain whales offered up formation flags one after another, forming nearly 100 first and second order formations. Among them, 3/10 were defense formations, and the other 7/10 were killing formations. For a moment, Ling Pengyun and his group were like a crusher, using various attack methods to kill countless monsters from the inside of the monster army. The giant turtle, which was as big as 25 feet and had a cultivation level as high as the perfect foundation, also roared loudly at this moment, like the king of monsters, with a great power spreading from its body, leading the 1,000 or 2,000 spirit beasts that were originally standing on the back of the nearly 100 Camel Mountain whales to jump directly out of the small lake surrounded by the ice wall, turning into a stream of spirit beasts, rushing into the countless monster armies around them without caring about their lives, and crushing countless monsters. Even though there were hundreds of foundation-building monsters coming to resist nearby, the leading giant turtle was still not afraid. After crashing 2 foundation-building monsters to death, it led the spirit beast horn to fight against the hundreds of foundation-building monsters. The Ling clan members who had set up dozens of killing formations within the torrent of the ice wall also activated the formation attack at this moment to help their own group of spirit beasts attack the hundreds of foundation-building monsters, relieving a lot of pressure on the group of spirit beasts. And the group of nearly 100 camel mountain whales who were not good at fighting, also cast water spells at the countless monsters around the small lake of the ice wall at the signal of the king giant turtle. Although the power of those water spells was not strong, with a large number, they could also pose some threat to the surrounding monsters. In just 10 breaths, nearly 10,000 monsters were killed by the group of special forces organized by Ling Changping. Not far away, Ling Pengyun, who was standing on the south wall of Baiyunfang City, saw this scene. The worry on his face suddenly dissipated into smoke, and he became full of confidence. He also shouted loudly, "The cultivators in the market, go all out and cooperate with the cultivators of our clan outside the market to severely damage the monsters, repel the monsters, and protect the peace of the market." The nearly 10,000 cultivators in the market were all reasonable people. They knew that this was a good opportunity to establish military merits. They immediately took into account the consumption of spiritual power and launched a series of attacks. There were even some decisive cultivators who directly used the method of enhancing their strength, wanting to kill more monsters during this period and maximize their benefits. At this moment, Ling Pengyun also called on the iron and steel Zhuanghao corpse to kill out of the market. Because this corpse was matched with a method of refining iron corpses, it could actually be regarded as a dual cultivation of law and body. Its physique was also extremely strong, 1 or 2 points stronger than the monsters of the same level. As a result, the corpse rushed out of the market and killed the 3 giant and winged shadow tigers with its physical body, catching them off guard. The lower giant and winged shadow tiger, which was at the first level, was almost killed by the sneak attack. If it had not been for the help of 2 giant and fellows around it, it would have died under the iron claws of the iron nether fire corpse. The iron mysterious ice corpse, which was at the second level of the giant and summoned by Ling Changping, also fought its way through the monster army and arrived at the front of the monster army to help Ling Pengyun's nether fire corpse. With the cooperation of the 2 demon corpses, they did not fall into much disadvantage, and fought a 40-60 situation with the 3 giant and winged shadow tigers. The situation on the giant and battlefield was stable, and the low-level battlefield continued to make achievements. In just a few hours, nearly 50,000 low-level monsters died tragically at the hands of nearly 10,000 cultivators in Baiyun Market, and the thousands of cultivators and spirit beasts led by Ling Changping. In fact, the speed of the tragic death of low-level monsters has not decreased. This matter made the 3 giant and winged shadow tigers feel a little distressed. After all, those low-level spirit beasts were their generals. Once they were lost, it would actually weaken their strength. For example, if it weren't for the more than 200,000 low-level monsters they led, they helped them attract the attacks of nearly 10,000 cultivators in Baiyun Market and the thousands of cultivators and spirit beasts in Ling Changping's ice-walled lake. Otherwise, if only the 3 giant and winged shadow tigers came to kill them this time, I'm afraid that the 3 of them would have been killed by the nearly 10,000 cultivators in Baiyun Market and the 2 giant and demon corpses, or been driven away. How could they still be alive in this world? Under desperation, the winged shadow tiger king, who was at the 5th level of the golden core, also roared to the sky, calling on the demon beast army to evacuate Baiyunfang City. After the evacuation was successful, this winged shadow tiger king also used various means to seek help from several surrounding golden core demon tribes, hoping to use the other golden core demon tribes to capture the Baiyun Mountains. However, the surrounding golden core demon tribes were not as strong as the winged shadow tiger tribe. They only had 1 or 2 golden core demon kings, and their strength was not strong. Even if they helped the winged shadow tiger tribe to capture the Baiyun Mountains, I am afraid they would not be able to snatch a 3rd-level spiritual vein in the Baiyun Mountains from the winged shadow tiger. In addition, there were no mortals deployed by the Ling family in the Baiyun Mountains, only a group of cultivators. Even if they captured that place, they would not get a few bites of human flesh and blood to eat, which was completely a hard job with no benefits. The golden core demon tribes around the winged shadow tiger territory were naturally unwilling to support. This also made the winged shadow tiger king extremely angry. He even asked for help from the subordinate Red Gold Bear clan, but the Red Gold Bear clan ignored him. It was as if the Red Gold Bear clan, the mastermind behind the plan to weaken the state of Yan, did not want their demon king to participate in this battle. This matter made the winged shadow tiger king curse in his heart. At this time, how could he not guess that the Red Gold Bear clan was using them, the subordinate demon clan, to test the consequences of destroying the treaty that the Heavenly Star, true lord of the Heavenly Star sect, had made that the demon clan could not attack the state of Yan on a large scale. I'm afraid that the Red Gold Bear clan has no courage to call on our clan to attack the state of Yan countless days ago and not to be afraid of the treaty made by the Heavenly Star, true lord. They really have the heart of a thief but no courage, a bunch of disgusting things. Don't let my clan initiate it, or I will definitely take revenge for this matter in the future. The winged shadow tiger king cursed inwardly. After it calmed down, it had a headache again. This can be said to be the most suitable opportunity for the winged shadow tiger clan to recapture the Bayun Mountains in the next 100 years. It knows that the Red Kite Bear Queen of the Red Gold Bear clan has recruited dozens of giant monsters, and plans to invade Yan state together during the monster rebellion 10 years later to avenge the only son who died at the hands of the Yan state giant cultivator. By then, if Yan state is really destroyed, it will be difficult for the winged shadow tiger clan to seize the Bayun Mountains. After thinking for a long time, this tiger had an idea in his mind. Since it is difficult for me to eat the hard bone of Baiyunfang City, I will first capture the 3 third-level spiritual veins in this area. After my clan occupies the 3 spiritual veins, I will come to clear the hard bone of Baiyunfang City and eliminate this disaster. At the beginning, it led the monster army to attack the Baiyunfang City of the human race and planned to start with a weak. However, the strength of the Baiyunfang City of the human race was not weak either. In this comparison, the giant and middle-stage Bayun spirit fox that occupied the 3 third-level spirit veins in the Bayun Mountains would be easier to deal with. After making up his mind, the winged shadow tiger king also began to close his eyes, crawling on the ground and regulating his breathing. Horizontal ellipsis. Chapter 700, Divine Awareness Secret Technique Locking God Chain. At the same time, after the victory of the war, there was a joyful atmosphere in Bayun Market. Nearly 10,000 independent cultivators in the market, under the supervision of nearly 2,000 Ling family cultivators, began to clean up the monsters they had just killed in the battle. If there were independent cultivators competing for the same monster, the Ling family cultivators would intervene and make adjustments. However, in the end, the low-level monsters killed by these independent cultivators would be recovered by the Ling family with their war merits. Those independent cultivators could also use the war merits they had obtained to exchange for rare spiritual objects of excellent grade in the war merit hall of the market. Ling Changping, Lin Fan and his wife, who came as a surprise force to support, also entered Bayun Market and joined Ling Pengyun. In the center of the southern wall of the market, on a tea table, Ling Pengyun, Ling Changping, and Lin Fan gathered here to drink tea and reminisce about the past. Then, Ling Pengyun pointed to the giant tortoise spirit beast outside the south wall of Fangxi, which was building a moat with nearly 100 camel whales and was attracting the water flow of the underground river below, and asked Ling Changping, "Changping, is that black armored tortoise the same as Starling's?" "Yes." Ling Changping nodded in response. "I didn't expect that after not seeing it for a long time. I didn't expect that this tortoise's cultivation had reached the level of perfect foundation building. And judging from its methods, I'm afraid its strength has long surpassed that of the same level of monster beasts. I'm afraid only those pseudo-Dan realm cultivators can match it. In this case, this tortoise may have the opportunity to impact the golden elixir, and with Starling's methods, it is estimated that it will not be a problem to support this tortoise to impact the golden elixir once. If this can be accomplished, with a long lifespan of the golden elixir realm tortoise spirit beasts, this tortoise may protect our clan for thousands of years. And my Ling family will not have to worry about decline in the future." Ling Pengyun looked at the giant tortoise demon, his face full of expectation, and said something. These words touched Lin Fan a little. He also looked at the black armored turtle that was building the moat outside the market, and a trace of envy appeared on his face. This turtle has extraordinary talent, and with the help of a noble person like Pengyunbo, the golden elixir road is just around the corner. And what about me? Will there be a hope of forming an elixir? Thinking of this, he couldn't help but sigh. Ling Changping, who was standing by, heard Lin Fan's unusual movement and turned her head to look at Lin Fan beside her. Seeing Lin Fan's face full of disappointment, she probably knew what Lin Fan was thinking when she thought about what Ling Pengyun had just said. Although Lin Fan is nearly 100 years old this year, his cultivation has reached the 7th level of foundation building. there is still a chance to reach the perfect foundation building before the best foundation building age of 150. At that time, he will also have the opportunity to try to break through the golden elixir. Husband, don't think so much. Doing good for the family is the real thing. Everything we do is seen by the family. Ling Changping put her hand on one of her husband Lin Fan's hands and transmitted the message into Lin Fan's mind. Lin Fan's eyes lit up when he heard it, and he probably understood the meaning of Ling Changping's words. Yes, if I can make Peng Yunbo see more of my value, he might find a golden elixir for me in the future. Even if it is only a second-rate golden elixir, it is a good thing. He also regained a little hope of golden elixir, and the lost look on his face was swept away. Then, he chatted with Ling Pengcheng and others again, and talked in detail about what would happen if the monster attacked Bayun market, the monk's wheel system in the market, and other miscellaneous matters. At the same time, the white ape market in the Lingxiao Mountains, which was in danger, was stopped by the arrival of my cousin Yang Xiling, the fake Danzianren, and the demon corpse of the first giant level brought by Ling Chengshi. The two first and second giant level ice and snow white lions that broke away to attack the formation of the market were also stopped. This move also gave the cultivators stationed in the market a chance to breathe. They no longer had to worry about the two giant level ice and snow white lions leading the monster army to break the formation, causing a large number of monsters to break into the market and slaughter. The situation in the market gradually improved, and the monsters from the outside world were 40, 60. At least there was a hope of defending the white ape market. However, this move made the 7 giant level ice and snow white lions that led the monster army a little angry. Conquering the white ape market and removing the first nail of the Lingxiao Mountains, the white ape market, is the most important step to kill all the mortals in the Lingxiao Mountains and refine the Beast King pill. Once the white ape market is removed, the Ling family's garrison cultivators will also become defeated and can only hide in the Ling family's territory and dare not go out. By then, all the mortals in the Ling family's territory will be their prey. But if the white ape market is not removed, it will be difficult for them to establish great merits in this territory. After all, if their 7 giant level ice and snow white lions ignore the white ape market and take a large number of low-level monsters deep into the Ling family's territory, the Ling family cultivators can completely use the Ling family's territory deep in the Lingxiao Mountains and the white ape market as a circle to directly trap them in the Ling family's mountains. They rely on their giant cultivation, although they are not in any danger, but the low-level monsters under their command will probably suffer heavy losses. Therefore, the white ape market must be conquered no matter what. With this in mind, the 7 giant level ice and snow white lions no longer concealed their strength. 7 deafening lion roars suddenly resounded in the air, and these roars seemed to come alive, covering the white ape market. Not good, it's the magical power of the ice and snow white lions. All of you use your spiritual consciousness to defend your sea of consciousness. Yan Sidai, the highest level human giant in the market, felt that there was something wrong with the lion roars. Her expression suddenly changed, and she quickly signaled to the cultivators in the market. As soon as she finished speaking, the 7 lion roars were like a magic spell, causing the sea of consciousness of nearly 20,000 cultivators stationed in the market to be frozen. Their eyes became blurred, and the various spells and magic tools they cast lost their spiritual power control, either dissipated or fell to the ground. Even Yang Xiling, Ling Chengshi's giant-level demon corpse, and Yan Sidai's 4 demon corpses were like this. Only Yan Sidai reacted quickly and used her powerful giant-level 5 or 6 level divine consciousness to cover her sea of consciousness, which was better. After a moment, she came back to her senses. However, the 7 roars of the ice and snow lions were so powerful that Yan Sidai felt a constant pain in her sea of consciousness after waking up. It was as if her sea of consciousness had been injured. This shocked Yan Sidai. It's worthy of being a magical spell in the field of divine consciousness. This spell is really powerful. However, at this moment, the 7 ice and snow white lions outside the market each offered a bronze bell-like life magic weapon, which directly covered all the magic weapons offered by Yang Xiling and others and trapped them. If Yan Sidai had not broken free from the roar of the ice and snow lions, woke up, and withdrawn the magic weapons in time, her magic weapons would probably have been killed. The 7 giant-level ice and snow white lions followed suit, madly attacking the Fangshi formation, and once again cooperated with the other nearly 500,000 low-level monsters outside the Fangshi to shake the Fangshi formation, causing it to shake. Even Several of the formation light curtains that were often attacked had cracks. I'm afraid that within a few dozen breaths, those places will also be broken. At this time, even the 4 giant and demon corpses of Yang Xiling, Ling Qingshi, and Yang Xiai woke up. But without the help of magic weapons and magic treasures, their strength was greatly weakened, and they could not resist the 7 giant and level ice and snow white lions as they did just now. Although Yang Xiai's strength is not bad, she can only be considered good for being able to block 2 giant and level ice and snow white lions on her own. Seeing that the situation is getting worse and worse, Yang Xiai's face also changed drastically. This is bad. A strong sense of crisis suddenly surged into Yang Xiai's heart. After hesitating for a while, her face gradually became gloomy, and a hint of cruelty appeared in her eyes. It is said that the Ice and Snow White Lion clan only has the Ice and Snow Lion Roar, a spiritual consciousness binding magical power, and has no defensive spiritual consciousness magical power. I think that method should be of some use. Then, she sent a message to Yang Xiling and the other 4 giant and realm demon corpses nearby. When I give the order, use all your strength to use other means to attack the 2 Ice and Snow White Lions here, which have the most cultivation and are only at the 1st and 2nd levels of Jinden. Yang Xiling and the 4 giant and demon corpses with some intelligence all showed doubts when they heard it. However, at this time, Yan Xiai did not say much, but kept pinching the formula to perform special methods. After 10 breaths, she condensed 2 black seals covered with chains. As Yan Xiai's thoughts moved, the 2 black seals turned into 2 black lights at an extremely fast speed. Before the 2 Ice and Snow White Lions of the 1st and 2nd levels of the golden elixir attacking the formation could react, the 2 black seals had already merged into their bodies. At this moment, countless iron chains covered with runes suddenly emerged from their sea of consciousness, locking their sea of consciousness tightly. As a result, they could hardly use any spiritual consciousness at all. This incident made the 2 Ice and Snow White Lions of the 1st and 2nd levels of the golden elixir panic. They were very clear about this situation. Binding spiritual consciousness means. Without waiting for them to signal their companions, a feeling of dizziness also came from their sea of consciousness. They actually closed their eyes directly in this battlefield and crawled on the ground. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.